Chapter 635, Rainless Sword. Just as the female ranger had said, the Red Rain Caravan's strength could not be underestimated. Although the Red Rain Caravan was slightly weaker than the other caravans that consisted of over 30 horse carriages, their horse carriages were of higher quality. 2 horses pulled the Red Rain Caravan's carriages, unlike the normal horse carriages that other caravans used, which were only pulled by 1 horse. Not only were the Red Rain Caravan's carriages faster, but they could also hold considerably more cargo, with each carriage holding up to 24 times that of an ordinary player's bag space. Moreover, due to the horse carriages being of a higher rank, they could hire 2 more guards than ordinary carriages. Forming such a powerful caravan at this stage of the game displayed the great capability of this player group guild leader. Although there are several other caravans that are about to leave, will have to wait for another 3 to 4 hours for them to resupply before they set out. However, this caravan doesn't want guards that will quit halfway through the journey, Aqua Rose reported. Although there were many caravans in Starfall City, that did not mean that a caravan was available to set off at any time. It's their loss for not picking powerful guards like us, Cola snorted. He had just replaced his old shield with the Divine Bluefire shield, his strength increasing significantly, so he felt somewhat irritated by the fact that the Red Rain Caravan had ignored him. Feng swept a glance over the Red Rain Caravan that was recruiting guards some distance away. The Red Rain Caravan consisted of a total of 16 bronze carriages, each holding a maximum of 5 people. That was 2 more than common carriages. In other words, the Red Rain Caravan could carry a total of 80 people. After including the caravan's merchants, they could recruit up to a maximum of 50 guards. If the caravan allowed Feng's party of 6 to take up 1/8 of the remaining slots, it would greatly strengthen the caravan. Currently, Feng's group wore black cloaks to hide their identities. Outsiders could not discern their appearances at all, not to mention their guild with Zero Wing's influence in Star Moon Kingdom. The Red Rain Caravan would definitely show some deference and allow their party to join. However, Feng did not wish to expose their tracks. Every large guild had their own investigation team that was responsible for collecting information on and tracking the important members of other large guilds, taking the opportunity to investigate their movements or seek opportunities to assassinate these members. Everyone in Star Moon Kingdom knew of Zero Wing. Naturally, their actions would attract the attention of many parties. Not to mention, Zero Wing had plenty of enemies. If someone discovered their tracks, some of these enemies might go out of their way to deal with them. Although Feng was not afraid of his enemies, he did not wish to risk exposing the location of a rare guild mount and the method of capturing it. That would be a huge loss for him. Therefore, Feng had everyone in his party hide their identities. I'll negotiate with them. Feng shook his head and smiled. He then walked towards the lead female ranger. Why are you here again? Haven't I said that our guard slots are precious and that we can't afford to hire people that will quit halfway through the trip? The female ranger named Red Rain said, we don't want any remunerations. I'll even give you 1 gold as a traveling expense. How about it? Feng took out a shining gold coin from his bag. Although the Red Rain Caravan transported a lot of goods, they could not earn much. To the caravan, 1 gold was a significant amount of money. Hearing Feng's offer, Red Rain hesitated. Although the Great Forest of Soria is only halfway, most of the dangers on the way to the Empire come from the Great Forest itself. As long as you get through the Great Forest, you shouldn't encounter any problems on the remaining journey. We'll part ways only after we exit the Great Forest. How about that? Feng offered another suggestion. This, Red Rain was clearly tempted indeed. Just as Feng had stated, the truly dangerous area from Starfall City to the Black Dragon Empire was the Great Forest of Soria. The Great Forest was the best place for players to set up an ambush. At the same time, the Great Forest was also where caravans would most likely encounter monster attacks. As long as they passed through the Great Forest, their trip to the Black Dragon Empire could basically be considered a success. Just agree to their offer. Our Red Rain Caravan is famous in Starfall City. Those bandit players normally take the long way around to avoid us. What's wrong with earning a little more money? A level 29 swordsman youth asked. Even if we encounter some trouble on the second half of the journey, doesn't the caravan still have me? While the swordsman youth was speaking, Feng activated omniscient eyes to size up the young man's swordsman's name was displayed as Rainless Path. The majority of his equipment was level 25 fine gold rank with a few pieces of level 30 secret silver equipment. There was even a piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. Rainless Path? When Shifeng saw this name, he suddenly recalled something about this swordsman in the past. Rainless Path had been a famous swordsman in Star Moon Kingdom. At his peak, he had ranked within the top 30 swordsmen in Star Moon Kingdom. Back then, he had also been known as Rainless Sword. His name had shaken the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Unfortunately, his growth had been limited by the fact that he was an independent player. For an independent player like Rainless Path to place within the top 30 of the kingdom's swordsmen was an amazing feat. Alright, then. I accept your offer. However, we have to make a contract first, Red Rain sighed as she conceded. She thought that she was behaving too conservatively. After all, the Red Rain Caravan was a well-known caravan in Starfall City. Bandit players normally would not try to make an enemy of their caravan. Even in the off chance that someone did try to rob them, they still had an expert like Rainless Path. Okay. Shifeng did not object to signing a contract. With a contract, both sides could feel at ease afterward. Shifeng and his party entered into a contract with the Red Rain Caravan. The contract required Shifeng's party to pay a remuneration of 1 gold to the Red Rain Caravan. In return, the Red Rain Caravan would transport his party to the Great Forest of Soria. The two groups would part ways once they exited the Great Forest. After another dozen or so minutes, the Red Rain Caravan recruited enough players to fill the remaining guard spots. Shortly after, the caravan departed from Starfall City. The bronze carriages were very fast. Moving along the highway, it took only 2 hours for the Red Rain Caravan to reach the Great Forest of Soria. Level 50 monsters roamed the Great Forest's outermost region. However, due to the Star Moon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire armies often clearing the monsters around the highway, the Great Forest's monsters did not dare approach the highway casually. This allowed players to organize their own caravans to travel between these two countries. Moreover, with the current level of players, as long as they possessed some equipment that had the Ignore levels attribute and the protection skills unique to caravans, even a player caravan could pose a certain degree of threat to level 50 monsters. As long as there were not too many monsters, a player caravan could even kill off the level 50 monsters only. During transport, the players in a caravan would not get any loot or EXP from the monsters they killed. Hence, players were unable to take advantage of the caravan's strength to grind for EXP and items. Moreover, the carriages could only travel on commercial roads. They could not travel to other locations. Otherwise, players would not need to purchase mounts. Shortly after the Red Rain Caravan entered the Great Forest of Soria, a thinly built ranger hiding in a towering tree noticed the caravan. This ranger then activated Eagle Eyes and carefully observed his target boss. Another caravan has arrived, the ranger said through the team chat. Which caravan is it? A rough and barbaric voice came from the other side. Looking at the symbol, it seems to be the Red Rain Caravan, the thinly built ranger said, licking his lips. Red Rain Caravan. Excellent. I'll show that slut, Red Rain, that struggling is useless, even if she has Rainless Path. Send me their coordinates. Today, the 1,000-mile killers will take this opportunity to lay our hands on the Red Rain Caravan for never paying tolls. The thinly built ranger immediately sent the Red Rain Caravan's coordinates to his boss. Ha. We're going to make a fortune. I heard that the Red Rain Caravan is as rich as an oil baron. The caravan has even given Rainless Path a dark gold weapon. Their riches will be ours, the 1,000-mile killers. The thinly built ranger drooled as he watched the bronze carriages of the Red Rain Caravan. Chapter 636, Dark Guild. The Red Rain Caravan did not have an easy journey through the Great Forest of Soria. They oftentimes encountered attacks from 1 or 2 level 50 wind leopards, forcing the caravan to halt their advance and face these demonic beasts. Wind leopard, demonic beast, common rank. Level 50. HP 50,000/50,000. Although the wind leopard was only a common monster and its HP was very low, its speed and damage could rival even that of a level 30 chieftain. Ordinary players would not survive more than 3 hits from this monster. If an ordinary player encountered a wind leopard, only death awaited them. They would not even have a chance to escape. However, when a caravan was in the process of delivering goods, it gained special skills. There was no need for players to risk their lives to defend their cargo. They could deal significant damage to these monsters just by relying on the bronze carriage's attack skills. The bronze carriages could also enhance players' attributes within a certain range. A level 30 player could receive such a massive buff that it gave them the attributes of a level 40 player. Hence, as long as a player was somewhat skilled, it was not entirely impossible for them to defeat level 50 monsters before Shifeng's party even descended from their carriages. Rainless Path was already charging towards the two winged leopards. And before the two winged leopards could react, Rainless Path activated Chop and dealt 3 damages of over -1000 points to one of the demonic beasts. The injured winged leopard released an angry howl. It then pounced at Rainless Path, brandishing its sharp claws at the swordsman. At the same time, the other winged leopard darted towards Rainless Path with its fangs bared. However, before the two winged leopards could touch Rainless Path, the 6 frontmost bronze carriages each fired a blue beam at the two monsters. The beams were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they struck the winged leopards, knocking them back. Each beam dealt -3000 damage and severely injured the two monsters. Rainless Path circled to the winged leopards' backs, aiming Earth Splitter at their hind legs. The keen edge of a dark gold longsword was extraordinary. Immediately, Rainless Path's weapon sliced through the leopard's thick hide, damaging the tendons and greatly reducing the monster's mobility, following which, the other bronze carriages fired beams as well, and in a short moment, the two winged leopards were dead. Meanwhile, Rainless Path had even not received a single point of damage. The coordination between player and carriages was perfect. Shifeng and the other guards had no chance to display their skill at all. Sheathing his longsword, Rainless Path leaped back onto his carriage and said, "Let's go." This scene shocked many of the caravan's guards. Rainless Path was able to defeat 2 level 50 winged leopards without suffering any damage. In all of Starfall City, very few were capable of such a feat as expected of Red Rain Caravan's Rainless Path. "It seems that the only thing we'll do on this trip is fill our pockets with money," many of the guard players said in celebration. Although the remuneration and EXP for a caravan's escort quest were abundant, the quest itself was not an easy one. One would encounter many life-threatening dangers on the road. Hence, not many players in Starfall City were willing to accept an escort quest. However, it was a different story if the escort quest was for a powerful caravan. In such cases, taking on the quest would be the equivalent of free money and EXP. If he already has such precise physical control now, chances are that, among those in the guild, only Fire Dance and Violet Cloud can defeat him. It's no wonder why he was able to make a name for himself in Star Moon Kingdom despite being an independent player. Shifeng was able to gauge Rainless Path's combat standards during his previous battle. The current Rainless Path was many times stronger than Shifeng when he had first logged into God's domain in this life. At a stone bridge in the Great Forest of Soria's outer region, multiple level 27 and higher players hid in the surrounding forest at such a distance. Ordinary players traveling the road could easily discover these players. However, they had used isolation scrolls. Although they were not invisible, the scrolls blurred their bodies, making it very difficult to notice them by sight alone. While they hid in the forest, the person leading this team was a level 29 berserker wearing black scale armor and wielding a silver greatsword. Watching the quickly approaching caravan, he sneered as he said, "They're finally here. Get into position." Upon receiving this man's command, every team member took out an earth yellow magic scroll from their bags. The moment the Red Rain Caravan's carriages entered their encirclement, the leading berserker shouted, "Go." The members of 1,000-mile killers immediately activated the yellow magic scrolls. In the next moment, thick walls rose from the road, sealing off the path ahead and behind the Red Rain Caravan, preventing the carriages from advancing or retreating. The ambush took the Red Rain Caravan's players by surprise. Before anyone could react, nearly 100 players burst from the forest on both sides of the road. Normally, when attempting to plunder a caravan, one could not have too many players, because if too many players joined the fight, the caravan's special skills would grow stronger, making the caravan far more difficult to deal with. When attacking a caravan consisting of a dozen or so carriages, a small army of 100 players offered the best results. 1,000-mile bear. Red Rain's expression sank, her beautiful eyes glaring at the berserker amidst the crowd. "We have never interfered with each other's business. What is the meaning of this?" The 1,000-mile killers was a red-named team that had already plundered countless caravans. 1,000-mile bear was their leader. However, the 1,000-mile killers had never attempted to rob Starfall City's famous caravans. Hence, The various famous caravans had never bothered to join hands to deal with the 1,000-mile killer's Red Rain, had never thought that 1,000-mile bear would break the unwritten rule after all this time and target their Red Rain caravan. Red Rain, do you really think that I don't normally target you guys because I am afraid of you? 1,000-mile bear grinned. Coldly, he said, hand over 1 piece of dark gold equipment and 5 pieces of fine gold equipment. Oh, and leave your carriages behind. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive. 1,000-mile bear, do you think that our Red Rain caravan is that easy to bully? If you're strong enough, take it yourself. Red Rain unslung the dark blue longbow from her back and fired multiple arrows consecutively at the level 29 berserker. Although an arrow was not as powerful as a spell, it was much faster. Rainless Path also unsheathed his longsword and swiftly charged towards 1,000-mile bear. In order to round up bandits, one must first catch their ringleader. If 1,000-mile bear died, the other members of his team would fall into disarray. Since you don't know when to give up, don't blame me for not showing mercy. 1,000-mile bear swung his great sword, deflecting the incoming arrows. He then called out to the 12 black-robed players behind him, saying, "It's up to you guys now." All 12 black-robed players hid their identities. Their appearances were also indiscernible. However, all 12 radiated a bone-chilling aura. The 12 players nodded silently before splitting up and charging towards the caravan. They did not bother dealing with Rainless Path as a group. "I heard that you are a swordsman expert. I want to see just how strong you are." One of the robed players, a swordsman, unsheathed his pair of swords as he approached Rainless Path, wearing a playful expression. The black-robed swordsman activated Wind Blade, arriving before and brandishing his swords at Rainless Path. As if they were venomous snakes, the black-robed swordsman's 2 swords struck at Rainless Path's heart and neck with deadly precision. The attacks were so fast that Rainless Path barely saw the weapons. After images. Who are you? Rainless Path was shocked. Hurriedly, he swung his longsword to block the attack. Throughout Starfall City, only a few players were capable of such speed and accuracy, and Rainless Path knew practically every swordsman in the city who could achieve such a feat. However, he could not remember anyone who matched the size and aura of the black-robed swordsman. Dang! Dang! 2 rings of metal clashing resounded. Although Rainless Path blocked the black-robed swordsman's attacks, he had been forced to retreat by 2 steps. The black-robed swordsman was slightly stronger than Rainless Path. However, Rainless Path did not lack speed as he slashed at his opponent's black cloak, revealing the mysterious swordsman's true identity. The mysterious swordsman was actually a severely emaciated youth. However, the youth's character ID was as crimson as a deep pool of blood. A black skull also graced the boy's silver armor, and his entire body radiated a faint bloody glow. What is the Dark Guild, the Million Ghosts, doing here? Rainless Path could not help his shock when he saw the skull-shaped guild emblem. You really are powerful. However, what do you think of this? The swordsman youth laughed. In the next moment, he swung his swords and sent 10 sword images towards Rainless Path. All 10 sword images appeared before Rainless Path's body simultaneously, making them impossible to block or dodge. Chapter 637, Are the Million Ghosts very strong? Facing 10 sword images, even an ordinary expert would be surprised, failing to defend themselves. However, instead of moving to block the attacks, Rainless Path activated Defensive Blade and charged towards the sword images. Rainless Path then used the Tier 1 swordsman skill, 5 consecutive slashes. On the swordsman youth, 5 consecutive slashes was not a particularly powerful skill among Tier 1 swordsman skills. However, this skill increased his attack speed more than any other in his arsenal. When executing the skill, the user would send out a total of 5 slashes, with each subsequent slash receiving a 20% attack speed and damage increase. Hence, each subsequent slash was faster and more powerful than the prior one, making it extremely difficult to counter. Both Rainless Path and the mysterious youth were swordsmen, and both parties were level 29. Although they had extraordinary attack power, their defenses were average. However, in terms of attributes, the youth was stronger. The boy had over 7,300 HP, whereas Rainless Path only had over 6,800 HP. If either swordsman failed to defend his opponent's attack, even if they did not die instantly, they would not have much HP remaining. Facing Rainless Path's suicidal attack, the swordsman youth had no choice but to activate Defensive Blade Peng. Pung! Pung! After sparks scattered, both swordsmen pulled away from each other. Though neither received any damage, their defensive blades had been exhausted. For a short time, neither swordsman could use the life-saving skill again after a series of exchanges. Neither side managed to grasp an advantage over each other. Although the swordsman youth had the advantage in attributes, Rainless Path's combat techniques were superior. For a time, the swordsmen were helpless against each other. However, the same could not be said for the battles happening elsewhere. Arrows and spells flew through the air. The bronze carriages added their own magic attacks into the mix, as well. At the rear line, the healers of both sides concentrated on keeping their allies alive. The bridge had transformed into a miniature battlefield. Players could die at any time. When the Red Rain Caravan's guards were killed by red names, they would lose one level and drop 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. On the other hand, the ambushing red names suffered a more severe fate. When they died, not only did they lose 2 or 3 levels, but they also dropped the majority of their equipment. There were even some red names who dropped every single piece of equipment they had upon death. However, the black-robed players who had emerged were frighteningly strong. Killing the Red Rain Caravan's guards was like child's play to these players. In a short moment, these black-robed players had killed 8 guards. How could this be? Red Rain suddenly felt a wave of despair. They should not have had any problems dealing with the 1,000-mile killers. However, these 12 powerful experts had rendered even the Red Rain Caravan powerless. Moreover, these 12 experts were members of the Million Ghosts, a dark guild. Dark guilds were different from ordinary guilds in that they focused on slaughtering other players. The members of dark guilds were all red names. Meanwhile, the Million Ghosts was one of the famous dark guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. The dark guild's strength could rival even that of a first-rate guild. Only, the guild had far fewer members than a first-rate guild. Red Rain had never imagined that the Million Ghosts would lay their hands on this place as well. Rainless Path was similarly anxious. After all, as his fight against the swordsman youth drug on, more people in the caravan would die. Ha ha ha. From today onwards, the trade route between Star Moon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire belongs to the Million Ghosts. You people from Red Rain Caravan, when you return to Starfall City, make sure to tell all the caravans in the city that anyone who crosses this bridge will have to pay a toll. Otherwise, they will share your fate. 1,000-Mile Bear arrogantly declared as he overlooked the battling crowd. The Red Rain Caravan's members could not help but despair at these words. The Million Ghosts intended to use them as an example for the people of Starfall City. So, that's the case. However, are the Million Ghosts very strong? Shifeng asked, chuckling as he looked down on the level 29 Berserker. Dark guilds would normally occupy some high-traffic routes, making a fortune in tolls. However, Shifeng had never imagined that the Million Ghosts Guild would discover the importance of trade routes and begin claiming them so quickly. It was just like how the Candlelight trading firm was charged an export fee when selling their products in other cities. If they exported products to other countries, however, the fees were much higher, charging 30% of the item's price. Hence, once players established a shop in other countries, they normally formed their own caravans to transport their goods, saving a lot on travel expenses. The Candlelight trading firm already possessed shops in a few cities within the Black Dragon Empire. The trading firm similarly had a shop in Starfall City. However, as the level of current players was still somewhat low, Shifeng had not planned to establish his own caravan just yet. Since the Million Ghosts was already eyeing trade routes, Shifeng could not sit idle and do nothing. How dare you provoke the Million Ghosts? A level 29 black-robed berserker charged toward Shifeng, sending a heavy strike at Shifeng's head. In response, Shifeng remained motionless as he allowed the berserker's axe to descend on Himpeng. Before anyone knew it, Fire Dance appeared beside a black-robed berserker and used sneak attack, forcing the berserker into a fainted state for 3 seconds. Immediately after, she used the most powerful burst skill an assassin had, Absolute Strike. When her dagger penetrated the berserker's back, the attack threw the latter forward by 10-yard system, Absolute Strike completion rate 85%, resulting in 100% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency plus 3 to 12,056. The black-robed berserker, who had less than 8,000 HP, dropped like a stone as the berserker slammed heavily into the ground. He dropped 3 pieces of equipment. Since the berserker was a member of a dark guild, even though he was a red name and his name was nearly black, his punishment from the system would not be too severe. Only, he would drop slightly more items than an ordinary player. As for his lost levels, he would only lose one level like everyone else. However, the black-robed berserker's death immediately silenced the battlefield. Everyone's attention shifted towards Fire Dance, who currently wore a black cloak that blurred her appearance. "Who are you?" Thousand Mile Bear asked, his expression turning grave as he stared at Sherfone. The 12 experts the Million Ghosts had sent were all core members of the Dark Guild. Every one of them was extremely powerful. Meanwhile, the berserker that Fire Dance had killed ranked 5th out of the 12 experts. If such a person died from a single hit, even an idiot could tell that Shifeng's group was not ordinary. Red Rain, who had begun to despair, also stared at Shifeng's party in disbelief. So strong. Rainless Path could not help but shiver when he recalled Fire Dance killing the black-robed berserker instantly. When he placed himself in the berserker's shoes, he felt that he would not have even had time to activate Defensive Blade, dying instantly. With such strength, Fire Dance could definitely rank at the very top of Starfall City. She was not someone that he could hope to contend with at this moment. Sherfone waved his hand and said, "Get rid of them. Teach the Million Ghosts that there are some things that they are not allowed to touch." Fire Dance and the others nodded as they dashed towards the Million Ghosts experts. Although there was not much of a level difference between them, in terms of equipment, Fire Dance and the others were leaps and bounds above the Million Ghosts experts. Not to mention the Dark Guild's core members, even the Million Ghosts Guild leader would not have equipment that could compare with a Tier 1 set equipment. Cola charged at a level 29 black-robed assassin and used Divine Shield Strike. The Divine Blue Fire Shield transformed into a blue meteor that struck the assassin and dealt -2,748 damage. In response, the assassin hurriedly spun to Cola's back and used Backstab on the Guardian Knight. However, shifting his feet slightly, Cola easily blocked the attack with the Blue Fire Shield, receiving no damage. Immediately after, Cola followed up with a Hammer of Sanctions and Punishment, finishing off the black-robed assassin. The entire battle was over in a flash. If even an MT like Cola could defeat his opponent so swiftly, there was no need to mention the rest of Shifeng's party. With a wave of her staff, Aqua Rose cast Flame Explosion and finished off one of the bandits instantly. As for Fire Dance, she activated Wind Steps, and like Death's Scythe, she harvested her enemy's head easily. After a short moment, only a few of the 1,000-mile killers remained. As for the Million Ghosts members, only 4 of the black-robed experts still stood. Nobody would have thought that a party of players could actually render these red name experts utterly powerless. "You guys are digging your own graves." Thousand Mile Bear's eyes bulged from his anger. "The Million Ghosts will not let you off the hook. We're retreating." Saying so, Thousand Mile Bear turned and fled. However, activating Silent Steps, Sherfone immediately appeared behind Thousand Mile Bear and sent a chop at the berserker. Shifeng's sword drawing speed was astonishing, and all everyone saw was a silver flash. In the next moment, Thousand Mile Bear's body fell to the ground. The berserker could not believe that someone could actually execute such a fast attack. It was so fast that he had no chance to react. The only thing he could do was watch as his HP descend until it reached 0. Chapter 638, Forming a Caravan. Thousand Mile Bear's instant death stupefied the Million Ghosts members who had been fleeing for their lives. Sherfone was simply too fast. They had only heard Thousand Mile Bear finish his words, and in the next moment, his body hit the ground. And before anyone had noticed, Sherfone stood beside Thousand Mile Bear like the god of death monster. This thought immediately possessed the minds of the Million Ghosts members. They finally understood why Sherfone looked down on the Million Ghosts with such strength. Not even the big 3 in their guild would be his match. Both Red Rain and Rainless Path stared in shock at Sherfone quietly standing in the distance. They were very familiar with Thousand Mile Bear's strength. Even if they worked together, they would need to expend a lot of effort to defeat him. Thousand Mile Bear might even escape. However, as if he stepped on an ant, Sherfone only needed an instant to kill the berserker. They could no longer fathom just how strong Sherfone was, and here I thought that his companions were strong enough. I never imagined that the man himself would be even stronger. Thank goodness I accepted his request. Red Rain was somewhat afraid as she thought back to how she had taken a gold coin from Sherfone. Fortunately, she had not offended Sherfone with her words or actions. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. So that's what a real expert looks like. An indescribable excitement rose in Rainless Path's heart when he recalled Sherfang's attack. which had been as quick as lightning in Starfall City, he was already considered one of the city's peak experts. There were not many worthy opponents for him in the city. However, upon seeing Shi Feng's stunning performance, he finally understood what a real expert was. A real expert was someone who could exert their body and techniques to their limits, someone who could utilize their strength with maximum efficiency, and someone who was more than just slightly stronger than an ordinary player. After 1,000-Mile Bear died, Fire Dance and the others swiftly dispatched the remaining The Million Ghosts members and collected some excellent equipment. Although these level 25 dark gold and fine gold items were of no use to Fire Dance and the others, there were a bunch of people in the guild who would fight over for them. Hence, the party silently pocketed the equipment, not bothering to leave any for the Red Rain Caravan. Many thanks for Big Brother Expert's help. Without you taking action, our Red Rain Caravan would have been obliterated. Red Rain repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Shi Feng. Although Shi Feng hid his name, from the vague appearance Red Rain saw beyond the cloak, she could tell that Shi Feng was not a child. Hence, she referred to Shi Feng as Big Brother Expert. There is no need to thank me. I am only doing my job as a guard. Shi Feng waved his hand. He then shifted his eyes to the Million Ghosts' corpses, commenting softly, "A dark guild is already targeting this trade route. In the future, any caravans that pass through here will have to pay a toll. I wonder what plans Miss Red has for the future." Compared to ordinary guilds, dark guilds were far more overbearing. They would not give up a potential source of income just because of one failure. They would mobilize their forces, attacking again and again like a pack of hungry wolves. They would not give up before achieving their goals. After all, dark guilds had significantly fewer sources of income than ordinary guilds. In order to develop themselves, it was a necessity to resort to such desperate actions. Moreover, as players' levels increased, trade routes would become increasingly prosperous. One could collect astronomical tolls. Moreover, it was a costless business. If a dark guild managed to take control of multiple important trade routes, its income would most likely exceed even the candlelight trading firms, which was why it was impossible for the Million Ghosts to give up on the trade routes. For a caravan of independent players like the Red Rain Caravan, there was no safety to speak of. Even an expert like Rainless Path could not change the outcome. After all, an independent expert's strength was limited. In the past, after Violet Cloud left Ouroboros, she had similarly established her own workshop to serve as her foundation. Otherwise, she would not have become a Tier 6 cleric god. Being questioned by Shi Feng in such a way, Red Rain quickly realized the severity of the situation. Even if an independent caravan were powerful, it could not stand against a large guild. If this path is too risky, then our Red Rain Caravan can only move to other cities to develop ourselves. Red Rain could not help but sigh. She had never imagined that, shortly after the Red Rain Caravan improved and was about to follow a profitable path, an incident like this would happen. Move to other cities, huh? Very quickly, Rainless Path noticed a crucial point. Shaking his head, he said, "Sis, I think the other cities will have the same issue. It's only a matter of how high the tolls they are." Red Rain's mood soured further upon hearing Rainless Path's logic. If that were the case, independent players could no longer survive. "Miss Red, if you still wish to continue transporting goods, I know of a good option. I'm just not sure if you will be interested," Shi Feng said, smiling. "Big Brother Expert, please, tell us." Red Rain was definitely interested in what Shi Feng had to say. The candlelight trading firm has recently begun to hire caravans to ship its goods to other kingdoms and empires. With the backing of the trading firm, you won't have to worry about large guilds robbing you when transporting goods in the future. Shi Feng finally revealed his true goal. Red Rain and her group were experienced in the transportation of goods. As the candlelight trading firm continued to develop, sooner or later, it would require its own caravan. By recruiting the Red Rain Caravan, not only would he establish a foundation for the trading firm in advance, but he could also deepen his connection with Red Rain and Rainless Path. The candlelight trading firm? Is that the famous trading firm that Zero Wing established? Red Rain's breathing grew a little rushed. If the candlelight trading firm were really hiring caravans to transport goods, this would be a heaven-sent opportunity for them. With the support of the trading firm, they would gain an additional layer of protection. The only issue was that they would have to prioritize the candlelight trading firm's goods. However, in the future, the Red Rain Caravan would no longer have to worry about robbery. Zero Wing was currently like the midday sun throughout Star Moon Kingdom. It was a guild that even the super first-rate guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, was helpless against. There was no need to mention the other guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. Thank you for the advice. I'll begin preparing once we return to Star Moon Kingdom. Red Rain repeatedly thanked Shifeng, following which, Red Rain and the others began to clear the battlefield. After completing this shipment, they intended to try their luck with the candlelight trading firm. Standing beside Shifeng, Aqua Rose asked curiously, Guild leader, since when did Candlelight begin recruiting caravans? Why didn't you tell me about this before? It was not an easy task for a caravan to transport goods. The previous battle made this obvious. There were many problems involved in such an operation, and they were extremely troublesome to deal with. I just decided it. Shifeng laughed. Aqua Rose was speechless. She could not help but shift her gaze towards Red Rain, before returning her gaze to Shifeng, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. She looked at Shifeng as if saying, I see. Half an hour later, the Red Rain Caravan arrived at the exit of the Great Forest of Soria. Reaching this point, Shifeng and the others had fulfilled their agreement. After parting with Red Rain and the others, the party advanced into the inner regions of the Great Forest. Roughly 4 hours later, Shifeng's party arrived at a small lake in the forest. Guild leader, aren't we trying to capture a guild mount? Why aren't there any monsters here? Blackie glanced at his surroundings, failing to find a single monster around the lake. No matter how he looked at it, this was not an area for capturing mounts. Shortly after Blackie finished speaking, the sound of wings reached his ears. Turning to the source of the sound, Blackie noticed a golden-winged lion that was over 20 meters long descending from the sky, landing beside the clear lake. A great lord. Blackie gaped as he saw this monster. Every member of the party was shocked. Chapter 639, Rare Mount. Guild leader, don't tell me we're going to capture that? Blackie inquired. He gulped audibly as he stared at the massive figure in the distance. The golden-winged lion king before him was a bona fide great lord. Moreover, it was no ordinary great lord. It was a level 60 great lord. It was definitely part of the ruling class of monsters. It could obliterate them with a sneeze. Golden-winged lion king, demonic beast, great lord. Level 60. HP 30,000,000/30,000,000. Capture it? Shifeng rolled his eyes at Blackie, saying, you must be crazy. Although the golden-winged lion king could be captured, it was a level 60 great lord. He wasn't that good. Unless they had a 100-man team of level 70 tier 2 players or above, they had absolutely no chance of capturing the great lord. Shifeng's reply left Blackie speechless. However, the other members of the party released a sigh of relief. Capturing a monster was several times more difficult than killing one. We'll head over once it leaves, Shifeng said in the team chat. This golden-winged lion king was this area's overlord. Hence, no other monsters dared to approach the area around the lake. However, nobody would have thought that not only was the golden-winged lion king a field boss, but it was also a guardian boss. It was a boss specifically tasked with guarding a treasure in the past. After Fantasy Extinguisher led a team of players to exterminate this golden-winged lion king, they discovered a secret. When that secret got out, it shocked the various large guilds throughout God's domain. Back then, even ordinary players had their own mounts. The various large guilds had also realized the importance of rare mounts and constantly searched for their own unique monster. The commotion these guilds caused as a result had disrupted God's domain's peace and tranquility. However, nobody would have imagined that the Fantasy Shrine had actually managed to obtain a 5-star mount. The star ranking of a mount represented its growth potential. A guild mount's rank could be upgraded when properly nurtured. Furthermore, with a higher star rank, a mount had a higher promotion success rate. The majority of the guild mounts throughout God's domain were 1-star mounts. A 1-star mount started out as a common mount. It was a general mount, and most guilds would not capture a 1-star mount for a guild mount as there was only a 10% chance for it to become a bronze mount. A 2-star mount started out slightly stronger than a 1-star mount, and there was a 20% chance that it could become a bronze mount. As long as guild members were willing to pay the price, they could nurture their 2-star mount into a bronze mount. It was much cheaper than just purchasing a bronze mount. As for 3-star mounts, they were rarely seen. Not only could the additional movement speed they provided initially reach 110%, but there was also a 30% chance that they could nurture them to become bronze mounts. However, few guilds were capable of obtaining 3-star mounts. A 4-star mount was a rare mount. Not only could its initial movement speed reach 115%, but there was also a 50% chance for it to become a bronze mount. Impressively, there was a 15% chance for it to become a mysterious iron mount. This was a potential that 1-star to 3-star mounts did not possess. Hence, 4-star mounts and above were considered rare mounts. Various large guilds throughout God's domain drooled over the idea of their own 4-star mount. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank between a bronze mount and a mysterious iron mount, the latter possessed storage capabilities. Moreover, unlike bronze mounts, mysterious iron mounts' combat capabilities allowed them to make a difference in a battle. 5-star mounts were even more powerful. The additional movement speed they provided initially could reach 120%. Its speed was practically equivalent to an ordinary bronze mount. Only, it did not possess any combat capabilities. However, 5-star mounts had a 70% chance to become bronze mounts. Not only could they be upgraded within a short amount of time, but they also had a 30% chance to become mysterious iron mounts and a 3% chance to become secret silver mounts. The most powerful guild mount Shifeng had seen in the past was a 6-star mount. Its rarity could even rival that of a legendary item. There was a 90% that it could become a bronze mount, 50% chance for mysterious iron rank, and 10% chance for secret silver rank. Just the thought of a guild outfitting its members with secret silver mounts was frightening. After all, unlike mysterious iron mounts or below, secret silver mounts possessed skills that could assist players in battle, increasing their combat power significantly. This was also why so many guilds had been so desperate to collect rare mounts in the past. After Fantasy Extinguisher's team killed the golden-winged Lion King, they discovered a 5-star mount and became one of the few large guilds throughout God's domain to possess one. After over an hour, the golden-winged Lion King finally quenched its thirst and finished its rest. It then flew from the clear lake. "All right, everyone, drink your potions and follow me." Shifeng did not bother to explain much. Immediately, he retrieved a deep blue potion from his bag and emptied the bottle's contents. The underwater breathing potion allowed players to breathe underwater for 2 hours. After drinking the potion, Shifeng led his team and dove into the lake. Although the golden-winged Lion King was a guardian monster, it did not guard this place constantly. It normally left the area for an hour or so, giving players a loophole to exploit. Otherwise, Shifeng would not have been confident of capturing 5-star mount that hid behind a great lord. After swimming for about a dozen minutes or so, the party discovered the ruins of a shrine. However, the shrine's thick, stone doors were currently shut tight. Even after combining their strength, they could not open the doors. It was obvious that they needed some sort of item to gain passage. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, Shifeng activated the 7 luminaries ring space movement and entered the space beyond the stone doors. A minute later, the stone doors slowly opened. Everyone was amazed by this scene. They had not thought that the doors could be opened like this. "I wish I had an item with space movement. I could easily teleport into any shrine I find without wasting effort looking for a way to open the doors," Blackie said enviously. "This method is only viable for shrines that are not magically sealed. You wouldn't be able to teleport into shrines with magic seals or their own spaces." Shifeng wished the same, but there were very few non-magically sealed shrines throughout God's domain. There were even fewer items with skills similar to space movement. Normally, in order to enter this shrine beneath the lake, players were required to obtain the key by killing the golden-winged Lion King. "All right, we don't have much time left. We have around 40 minutes before the Lion King returns. We need to finish the job within these 40 minutes. Shifeng no longer bothered to explain. Immediately, he swam further into the shrine. The shrine was not large, being only 3 stories tall. The first floor was completely flooded. There was nothing special about the second floor beyond the various idols that cluttered the space. However, upon reaching the 3rd floor of the shrine, the party felt as if they had entered a different space entirely. The 3rd floor was actually a forest. Various wild beasts and demonic beasts lived here, and the monsters were all level 50. However, the beasts living here would not actively attack players. Meanwhile, slumbering in this forest's heart was a blue wolf that stood over 3 meters tall. Despite being asleep, blue arcs of electricity flashed around the wolf's body, preventing others from approaching it. Thunder Wolf, Demonic Beast, Lord. Level 50. HP 9000000/9000000. Such a handsome wolf. Kola was immediately mesmerized by the Thunder Wolf. In comparison, the horses of the Red Rain Caravan's bronze carriages looked like ugly toads. The Thunder Wolf was twice as large as a horse. If he could ride the beast through the city, he would become the envy of all. We only have 30 minutes left. Get into position as I taught you. If we fail, we'll have to spend a long time running back to this place, Shifeng hurriedly commanded quickly. Everyone stealthily approached the Thunder Wolf under Shifeng's command. Chapter 640, Astonishing Attack Power. The Thunder Wolf cracked open its eyes upon detecting Shifeng's party. It then emitted a low growl, warning the approaching humans. Although the demonic beasts on the third floor would not actively attack players, they would give warnings when players got too close. If the players refused to heed their warning, they would attack Kola. Make sure you're ready to aggro the wolf. Blackie, focus on using Guardian of Light. Violet, focus on healing. Everyone else, use the hunting scroll when the time arrives. Shifeng hurriedly commanded his team when he noticed the Thunder Wolf beginning to stand normally. It was practically impossible for them to capture a level 50 lord. However, the Thunder Wolf was slightly special. One could use a special method to capture it. The first condition for capturing a wild beast or demonic beast was to lower the monster's HP to exactly 10%. If its HP were above or below 10%, one could not capture the monster. It was a stringent condition, and it was one of the reasons why killing a monster was much easier than capturing one. Kola was currently level 30 and wore a complete Tier 1 set equipment. He also had the Divine Blue Fire Shield. Even so, he could not hope to tank a level 50 lord. Finished with his commands, Shifeng revealed the Bible of Darkness and began activating demon summoning. Emerge, demon. When Shifeng finished chanting the incantation's final verse, the demon gates slowly opened. From behind the gates, a human-shaped demon, an evil blade spirit, stepped out. Sharp spikes and black scales covered the demon's body. This demon was a pure attack type and would not possess any support spells like the Heart Devourer. Evil Blade Spirit, Evil Spirit. Level 36. HP 3000000/3000000. Not bad. At least it's a Tier 2 demon. Shifeng smiled at the Evil Blade Spirit in satisfaction. Although it was not as strong as the Thunder Wolf, it would still be of significant help. It was fully capable of pinning down the Thunder Wolf for a long period. Everyone, assist the Evil Blade Spirit and attack the Thunder Wolf. Make sure you dodge the wolf's lightning attacks. Shifeng then commanded the Evil Blade Spirit to charge at the Thunder Wolf. The Evil Blade Spirit fought like a berserker. Activating Shadow Charge, it appeared before the Thunder Wolf like a ghost. The Blade Spirit's sword-like arms then sliced fiercely at the Thunder Wolf's body. 17, 519-16, 749. 2 damages that were over -10,000 points appeared above the Lord's head, shocking the team. Such a high attack power. Shifeng was also surprised. We lucked out. This to me, a level 36 Lord had no chance against a level 50 Lord. The latter's defense was many times higher. The Thunder Wolf's defense was even greater than an ordinary level 35 Great Lord. For Shifeng, he would have to enter his twofold berserk state to inflict more than -10,000 damage to the Thunder Wolf. Yet, the similarly Lord-ranked Evil Blade Spirit could easily deal more than -10,000 damage. The demon's attack power was stronger than even a high lord of the same level. The Thunder Wolf howled. Countless blue arcs of electricity suddenly appeared and surrounded its body, significantly increasing its speed. It then swung its claws at the Evil Blade Spirit. The Tier 2 Evil Spirit had no opportunity to block or evade before the attack struck and sent it flying backward by more than 10 yards. As it crashed to the ground, the resulting impact formed a large crater. The Thunder Wolf's claws easily sliced through the Evil Blade Spirit's scale armor, leaving multiple scorched scratch marks. The Evil Blade Spirit's HP instantly fell by 41,864. The difference in strength between them was instantly obvious. Isn't its attack a little too powerful? If I don't activate life-saving skills, I'll most likely die with a single hit. Standing a short distance away, Kola gulped when he saw the Thunder Wolf's damage. He no longer dared underestimate the demonic beast. The Thunder Wolf's attack power was many times stronger than even the Great Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King. Just how were they supposed to lower this monster's HP to 10%? Violet, heal the evil blade spirit. Everyone else, attack from a distance. Shifeng was not particularly surprised by this result. Level 50 was another great divide of levels. At level 50, players could become Tier 2 classes. Hence, monsters would become a lot more powerful after reaching level 50 as well. Moreover, the Thunder Wolf was a super attack type demonic beast. Naturally, its attack power was dismaying. However, this astonishing attack power was the key factor in capturing the Thunder Wolf, following which, Shifeng controlled the evil blade spirit and began to lure the Thunder Wolf elsewhere. At the same time, Violet Cloud continuously healed the evil blade spirit. Although each of her heals could only recover several thousand HP for the Tier 2 evil spirit, they added up. As long as the evil blade spirit fought while it fled, it will soon recover to full HP. Meanwhile, Blackie and Aqua Rose were the party's main damage dealers. Unfortunately, when Aqua Rose used the Tier 1 spell, Fire Dragon's Dance, she only caused a little over -1,500 damage. As for Blackie, who wielded an epic staff, he only dealt over -2,000 damage with the Tier 1 spell, Darkness Ball. Against the Thunder Wolf's 9 million HP, their attacks were practically negligible. Only after including the evil blade spirit's attacks did their damage surpass the Lord's battle recovery. After Shifeng lured the Thunder Wolf to a low-lying area, he stopped actively controlling the evil blade spirit and allowed it to attack on its own. This should be the place. Shifeng observed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no problems, he recovered a dark blue Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag. Everyone, distance yourselves 50 yards from the Thunder Wolf. Hearing Shifeng's command, although Blackie and Aqua Rose wondered why he wanted them to stop attacking, they had no choice but to back away from the Thunder Wolf. After seeing Blackie and Aqua Rose retreat, Shifeng unfurled the magic scroll and began chanting the incantation recorded within. At this moment, the evil blade spirit, which confronted the Thunder Wolf head-on, lost HP rapidly. Each of the Thunder Wolf's attacks dealt over -40,000 HP, while its skills dealt over -70,000 damage. The evil blade spirit only had 3 million HP. Very quickly, the demon's HP fell below 2 million. On the other hand, the Thunder Wolf had only lost around 100,000 HP. Blackie, use Guardian of Light on the blade spirit. Shifeng said sternly through the party chat. After completing his preparations immediately, Blackie cast Guardian of Light on the evil blade spirit. Guardian of Light was an additional skill of Mavis's guard. When activated, the skill granted immunity to all magic damage, reduced physical damage taken by 80%, and recovered 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. It was one of the most powerful life-saving skills at this stage of the game. After receiving Guardian of Light, the damage the evil blade spirit received fell sharply from over -40,000 points to just over -2,000 points. Moreover, it also recovered 5% of its HP every second. For the evil blade spirit, that was 150,000 HP every second. Not only did the evil blade spirit stop losing HP, but its HP also recovered rapidly. What's going on? Aqua Rose was surprised the Thunder Wolf had initially dealt over -40,000 damage to the evil blade spirit. Even if its damage were reduced by 80%, it should still deal over -8,000 damage. Yet, now, its attacks only inflicted over -2,000 damage. Before Aqua Rose could make sense of the situation, Shifeng activated the Tier 2 magic scroll, Waterfall, in his hand. Suddenly, a massive magic array appeared above the Thunder Wolf. A torrent of water then gushed out of the magic array, pummeling the Thunder Wolf and causing damages of over -4,000 points to appear above the Lord's head. The magic scroll's effect lasted for 4 seconds. We're finally done. All we need to do now is to watch the show. Shifeng smiled faintly. Watch the show? Doubt flashed in Fire Dance's eyes. Everyone was clearly confused. They did not understand Shifeng's actions. It was merely a Tier 2 magic scroll. Moreover, it wasn't dealing much damage in the next moment. However, everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Suddenly, damages of more than -60,000 points started appearing above the Thunder Wolf's head. This is When Fire Dance noticed the Thunder Wolf's claws falling into the pooled water from the waterfall and it receiving massive amounts of damages as a result, she immediately came to a realization that's right. The Thunder Beast's attacks are mainly lightning-type magical attacks. Using the electrical conductivity of water, although the water will amplify the power of its attacks, it will also become a victim of its own power, Shifeng explained, grinning. If it were any other monster, he would have no method to capture it. Unfortunately for the Thunder Wolf, its attacks were lightning-based, so its greatest weakness was water. Hence, when the Fantasy Shrine had faced enemies with water-type AoE spells, they would not utilize their Thunder Wolf mounts to assist them in battle, as doing so would cause more harm than good for a time. The Thunder Wolf's 9 million HP rapidly decreased. Everyone, get ready. Watching the Thunder Wolf's HP about to reach 10%, Shifeng immediately ordered everyone to retrieve a hunting scroll and begin the capturing process. Chapter 641, Battle Demon. Black Dragon Empire, Sandstone Town. Sandstone Town occupied the Black Dragon Empire's southern border and was the nearest town to the Star Moon Kingdom. Unfortunately, the forces of darkness occupied this town, so ordinary players could not venture here. Only players who had joined the forces of darkness could enter the town safely. The forces of darkness controlled very few towns, so many dark guilds were based in Sandstone Town. Among them, the most powerful dark guild was the Million Ghosts. One could say that the Million Ghosts was Sandstone Town's absolute overlord. 1,000 Miles team was defeated? Impossible. We sent 12 core members to assist them. With the strength of the independent caravans that travel between Starfall City and Copper Mountain City, how could they possibly lose? Inside the conference hall of the Million Ghosts, the Dark Guild's upper echelons were flabbergasted when they received news of Thunder Mile Bear's defeat. Dark guilds were different from ordinary guilds. Their members relied on strength to raise their positions within the guild. Meanwhile, every person who became a core member was an expert who had fought hundreds and thousands of guild members to get to there. There were only slightly more than 100 core members in the Million Ghosts. If these core members were members of any of the ordinary large guilds, everyone would easily become one of the top few experts within the guild. Yet, of the 12 core members they dispatched, not a single one managed to return alive. It was simply inconceivable. What did the 12 that died have to say? The middle-aged man, who occupied the guild leader's seat, asked. This middle-aged man had dark eyes, a stalwart body, bronze skin, and a chiseled face. When this man spoke, the conference hall immediately fell silent. Nobody dared to act presumptuously before this man. This man was the Million Ghosts guild leader, Lifestealer. He was also an intimidating character who the various large guilds in Black Dragon Emperor had nicknamed Battle Demon. In an ordinary guild, the position of guild leader was only a symbol of status, not a symbol of strength. This held true for most guilds in God's domain. However, for dark guilds, the position of guild leader was the symbol of both status and strength. The fact that Lifestealer had become the Million Ghosts guild leader proved that his strength ranked number 1 in the entire guild. Due to Lifestealer's presence in the Million Ghosts, the various large guilds in the several nearby cities avoided provoking the Million Ghosts at all. Even the guild ruling over Bronze Mountain City, the Holy Church of War, deferred to the Million Ghosts. The Holy Church of War was a second-rate guild with control over 5 cities. It was a top-tier second-rate guild that had over 300,000 members. The guild also had 2 experts who ranked on the God's Domain experts list. Yet, such a guild still allowed the Million Ghosts to manage the trade route to Star Moon Kingdom freely. This was all due to the Battle Demon Lifestealer. Their opponents wore cloaks, so they did not see who they were fighting. However, judging by the enemy's tone, it seems that they looked down on the Million Ghosts. They even warned us not to touch the trade routes. They're taking us too lightly. Guild leader, let me lead some men and hunt down those bastards. If we don't do anything about this, the reputation our guild has built will be ruined. Guild leader, I'll go as well. The nearby large guilds should have learned of this by now. The Holy Church will also be watching. If we show them what the consequences are for messing with us, the Holy Church won't dare consider vying for dominance. The elders in the conference hall began stepping up, one after another, all wanting to teach those who dared provoke the Million Ghosts a lesson. It seems that our guild's reputation isn't as well known as it should be, to think that even the people from Star Moon Kingdom dare provoke us. However, there is no need to be anxious. Since they have done such a thing, it shows that they possess certain confidence and background. Have our members stationed in Starfall City investigate this matter. Once we know who we're dealing with, we'll give them a taste of hell. Lifestealer revealed a malicious grin. Seeing the smile on Lifestealer's face, everyone involuntarily shuddered back when the third-rate guild, Divine Flurry, had provoked their guild. Their guild leader had revealed this exact smile. For days after the initial incident, every core member of Divine Flurry died over a dozen times, and the guild disbanded as a result. Now that Lifestealer wore this smile once more, Starfall City would most likely fall into chaos. Meanwhile, inside the shrine in the great forest of Soria. Watching the Thunder Wolf's HP rapidly approach 10%, tension grew in the party. This was the crucial moment to capture the Thunder Wolf, and any mistakes could waste all of their previous efforts. Suddenly, Shurfeng controlled the evil blade spirit to leave the flooded area. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the others dashed towards the Thunder Wolf, each holding a hunting scroll. 12%. 11%. 10%. Start. Shurfeng immediately lured the Thunder Wolf out of the flooded area, the Lord's HP stopping at precisely 10% upon reaching her position. Fire Dance chanted the last verse of the incantation and activated the hunting scroll show. A pitch-black chain emerged from the hunting scroll and bound one of the Thunder Wolf's hind legs. Meanwhile, Fire Dance affixed the scroll on the ground. The hunting scroll's purpose was to trap the targeted beast. However, its effect only lasted 1 short minute. At the same time, everyone else in the party also activated their hunting scrolls, binding all 4 of the Thunder Wolf's limbs and preventing the demonic beast from moving a wool. The Thunder Wolf howled in anger. Suddenly, dense dark clouds condensed above the fight, releasing blue strikes of lightning towards the affixed hunting scrolls. Reacting quickly, Fire Dance activated Wind Steps, utilizing the skill's nearly 1 second invulnerability to block the oncoming lightning strike. However, though she was unscathed from the attack, the hunting scroll was obliterated. Continue using hunting scrolls. Do not let it go no matter what. Shurfeng also retrieved a 5-star cage from his bag and charged at the Thunder Wolf. The second key aspect when capturing a beast was timing. Cages required time to activate. During this period, the target must not escape the cage's range. Otherwise, the capture will fail, rendering the cage useless. Fire Dance and the others understood what they needed to do. They retrieved more hunting scrolls from their bags and activated them. Meanwhile, the Thunder Wolf continuously destroyed the affixed hunting scrolls in a fit of rage. At this moment, Shurfeng found an opportunity as he abruptly leaped into the air, jumping above the Thunder Wolf and activating the cage. Fixing the cage to a specific location required approximately 2 full seconds. However, the 5-star cage's enclosure was not large. A wool. The Thunder Wolf released an angry howl. Suddenly, more dark clouds collected in the sky, the lightning strikes increasing in number as well. Immediately, 2 of the 5 affixed hunting scrolls were destroyed. The Thunder Wolf then made an angled jump, escaping the cage's enclosure in the nick of time. Capture failed. Following which, Fire Dance and the others hurriedly used more hunting scrolls to pin down the demonic beast. However, Shurfeng's second capture attempt also failed. Meanwhile, Shurfeng only had 2 5-star cages remaining. In other words, he only had 2 chances to capture the Thunder Wolf left as expected of a 5-star rare mount. It really is lively. This was the first time Shurfeng had attempted to capture a 5-star mount in either life. The Thunder Wolf was far more difficult to capture than he had expected. However, Shurfeng was not someone to be trifled with. For his third attempt, he activated one of the Abyssal Blade's skills, Abyssal Curse, preventing all targets within a 30-yard radius from moving for 5 seconds. Although the Thunder Wolf was a level 50 lord, the skill would still affect it somewhat suddenly. The Thunder Wolf's movements visibly slowed. Shurfeng then activated Heavenly Dragon's power and used Thunder Flame Explosion on the demonic beast. 679. Although his damage was negligible, Thunder Flame Explosion had a movement speed reduction effect. As a result, the Thunder Wolf's speed dropped further. Use the hunting scrolls quickly. Shurfeng shouted anxiously. Hearing Shurfeng's command, Fire Dance and the others activated their hunting scrolls. This time, 5 chains simultaneously bound the Thunder Wolf. Still not satisfied, Shurfeng activated Abyssal Bind as well. 9 chains suddenly sprouted from the ground, locking the Thunder Wolf in place. However, despite the many restrictions, the chains began to shatter, One after another Feng began setting a cage into position once more. For a moment, everyone forgot to breathe just to hold the Thunder Wolf in position. They had used more than 60 hunting scrolls. Each person only had a few hunting scrolls remaining. The cage's channeling time slowly decreased 2 seconds. 1 second. In you go. Feng roared immediately. A massive steel cage fell from the sky, trapping the Thunder Wolf within. Chapter 642, Formation of the Dark God's Legion. The Thunder Wolf struggled desperately inside the cage, repeatedly slamming its body against its steel bars. The 5-star prison even began showing signs of strain. Seeing this scene, Feng hurriedly chanted an incantation. In the next moment, the magic runes carved into the cage glowed. The cage itself then proceeded to shrink, only stopping when it was squeezing the Thunder Wolf. At this point, the Thunder Wolf no longer had space to generate enough momentum for a powerful charge. It sure is difficult to capture a demonic beast. Aqua Rose swept a glance at the numerous little craters around her, the aftermath of the Thunder Wolf's attacks on the anchors of the chains binding it. Fortunately, the few of them managed to react and evade the Lord's lightning attacks quickly, allowing them to capture the Thunder Wolf without any fatalities. Let's get ready to leave, then. Feng took a look at the time. They were cutting things fine. The golden-winged Lion King would return soon. He then retrieved a bunch of storage space scrolls from his bag. Although they had already captured the Thunder Wolf, the demonic beast's massive frame was over 3 meters tall. In addition, there was the massive steel cage. Transporting the Thunder Wolf out of this place would be extremely troublesome. They would require many players with high strength just to lift the cage and the Thunder Wolf. And even if they did manage to lift them, their movement speed would be significantly reduced. They would also encounter many dangers while carrying the demonic beast. Who knew just how much time they would have to waste conveying the Thunder Wolf back to White River City? Hence, storage space scrolls were available for purchase in God's domain. These scrolls could be used to store large items. Not only was the Thunder Wolf massive, but it was also a living creature. Feng had to use a total of 20 storage space scrolls in order to fit the Thunder Wolf into his bag space. The Thunder Wolf instantly took up 20 slots there. However, the duration of the storage space scrolls was not indefinite. They could only be used to store items for up to half an hour, following which, everyone used return scrolls and departed from the shrine. White River City, Zero Wings Guild residence. After Aqua Rose and the others went to rest, Feng went to the warehouse inside the guild residence by himself. He then placed the Thunder Wolf inside the warehouse, as well as took out several magic crystals from his bag and put them inside the Thunder Wolf's cage. Demonic beasts were different from wild beasts. Their primary source of food was magic crystals. Just a single crystal could sustain a demonic beast for a long time. Now that I've obtained a rare mount, next up will be constructing a stable. When Feng looked at the ferocious Thunder Wolf, he grew eager to construct a stable as soon as possible. Only after he had a stable could he begin taming the Thunder Wolf. Demonic beasts were much more difficult to tame than wild beasts. Moreover, the higher the star ranking of a creature, the longer the time required to gentle it. Complete taming of the Thunder Wolf would need at least 10 to 15 days. If he could finish the stable even a day sooner, he might be able to have the Thunder Wolf trained by the time the guild's core members reached level 40. If he could pair every core member with a Thunder Beast, their combat power would soar through the roof. Only too many materials were required to construct a stable. The stable was different from the other structures inside the guild residence, which needed only money to build. Moreover, many of the materials required for a stable were obtainable only from large-scale team dungeons. I need to speed things up a little bit. Feng then thought about forming the Dark God's Legion. Whether it was the collection of the materials for the stable or for the candlelight trading firm's future development, he needed to form a powerful Dark God's Legion right away. Feng had already experienced the development process of God's domain before, so he knew full well that as players reached higher levels, battles between players would occur more frequently. Guild wars would also grow increasingly intense. If a guild did not possess a formidable legion that could serve as a deterrence, said guild would get embroiled in many wars in the future, following which, Feng instructed Aqua Rose to pick roughly 300 elites to form the Dark God's Legion. Meanwhile, the equipment provided to the members of the Legion would be inferior only to that of Zero Wing's main force. Shortly after Feng began establishing the Dark God's Legion, news of this matter spread like wildfire throughout the entire White River City. The development immediately attracted the attention of the many guilds in the city. However, the ones paying the most attention to this matter were still the independent players at this point. Zero Wing was no longer the small guild it was in the past. Not only did it have over 100,000 members, but it also had the strength to clear the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. Whether it was grinding monsters or questing out in the fields, not a single guild dared to do anything to the members of Zero Wing within the region of White River City. This situation had made many independent players envious of the members of Zero Wing at this stage of the game. Large guilds already occupied all available high-resource maps. As independent players, even when they were out doing a high-level quest, there was a chance that guild players would target and kill them. As a result, leveling up and upgrading equipment became extremely difficult for them. Hence, many independent players were considering joining a powerful guild. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was currently forming a Dark Gods Legion. Moreover, the members of the Legion received treatment that was inferior only to the guild's main force. It should be known that, while every guild had plenty of ordinary teams in its midst, there would be only one main force. Zero Wing's formation of a legion was equivalent to establishing a second main force. This situation tempted many independent players to join Zero Wing for a time. The number of players trying to enter Zero Wing surged once more. Feng spent 2 whole days carefully choosing the members of the Dark Gods Legion. After all, the number of people he could use Light of Darkness on was limited. Even though he could take back the power of darkness he bestowed, he still preferred not to flaunt it. Meanwhile, during this period, Feng produced quite a number of intermediate mana armor kits, which were all meant for the members of the Dark Gods Legion. During these 2 days, many things happened throughout God's domain as well. One of these developments was that many guilds had succeeded in raiding 50-man team dungeons and had moved their competition on to 100-man team dungeons. However, 100-man dungeons were significantly different from 50-man dungeons. One could say that 50-man dungeons were warm-ups for 100-man dungeons. The number of monsters and the monster's strength inside a 100-man dungeon were both significantly higher than in a 50-man dungeon. Of course, the loot from a 100-man dungeon would also make many players drool. Initially, level 30 fine gold equipment was extremely difficult to obtain. However, it much easier to get in a 100-man hard mode dungeon. Even the chieftain-ranked monsters inside the dungeon would drop it. There was also fine gold set equipment specifically meant for the various classes. Nevertheless, the most attractive part about 100-man dungeons would still have to be the forging designs and various sorts of rare potion recipes that were not obtainable from any other place. Getting even a single design or recipe would mean endless riches. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was also desperately trying to raid a 100-man dungeon. However, despite obtaining the power of darkness, the progress of Zero Wing's main force was only subpar at best. A 100-man dungeon had a total of 6 main bosses. Currently, Zero Wing had managed to defeat only 2 of them. They had yet to see what the final boss looked like. Aside from competing over 100-man dungeons, the next thing that excited players the most was the activation of the Colosseum list to experts. This was a relatively good benefit. The Colosseum list also served as an incentive for players to improve their skill completion rates and combat power. The Colosseum list was the combat power rankings of the Divine Colosseum. As long as one managed to rank within the list, they would obtain the corresponding Colosseum points. Players could use these points to exchange for many items such as equipment, skills, potions, rare materials, and many more items. Among them, the greatest attraction was the equipment available. Not only was there level 30 dark gold equipment available, but even level 30 dark gold set equipment was also up for exchange. Due to this reason, divine colosseums throughout God's domain became extremely popular. Many players fought desperately to raise their rankings on the Colosseum list. Large guilds sent their core members one after another to challenge the Divine Colosseum. For a time, many hidden experts emerged throughout God's domain, giving players a great shock. Nobody had thought that there were actually so many experts in God's domain. Meanwhile, Feng was currently seated in a large private room in the Divine Colosseum of White River City. Chapter 643, Astonishing Financial Resources. Inside the towering Divine Colosseum. Dozens of large screens hung inside the main hall of the Divine Colosseum were currently displaying the battle videos of experts who had managed to reach the 4th floor of the Colosseum. The challenges inside the Divine Colosseum were purely meant to test how much combat power a player could exert. The quality of a player's equipment was irrelevant in these challenges. Even a player wearing only bronze equipment could get past the 4th floor. However, ordinary players would have a difficult time just getting through the first floor of the Divine Colosseum, not to mention the fourth. In White River City, experts capable of breaking through the fourth floor were as rare as a phoenix's feather. As for players who did not have any magic crystals to challenge the Divine Colosseum, they could also watch the battle videos of experts at the main hall. Of course, these videos were only released with the consent of the players involved. Players could also use this opportunity to make a name for themselves. Look. Heaven's Burial is here again. Everyone in the hall quickly noticed the arrival of a group of players. These players were uniformly level 30, and they were members of Heaven's Burial's current main force. If not for the fact that they were aiming to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon, these players would have long since leveled up. Even so, their levels were currently far ahead of ordinary players. Besides their levels, the equipment of Heaven's Burial's members was also extremely eye-catching. Most of them boasted level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment, with the most inferior being level 25 dark gold equipment. In contrast, the typical equipment of current ordinary players was only level 25 mysterious iron equipment. Only elite players possessed several pieces of level 25 secret silver equipment. Not only does Heaven's Burial have so many experts, but these experts also come here to train multiple times each day. It makes you wonder just how strong they are. What do you even know? Having more experts in a guild is better, of course. Moreover, by training here, they can increase their rankings on the Colosseum list and earn points to exchange for dark gold equipment. Aside from improving their combat techniques, that's killing two birds with one stone. Why wouldn't they do it? Recently, Heaven's Burial has been growing increasingly stronger. Initially, they had less than 10 members who managed to pass the fourth floor. Now, after only a few days, that number is up to 20. 2 members of the guild even have managed to get to the 6th floor. In the entire White River City, Heaven's Burial is only slightly inferior to Overwhelming Smile and Zero Wing. Isn't that only because the guild is rich? Challenging the trial tower costs 1 magic crystal each time. Normally, when we raid dungeons, we will only get 1 magic crystal after a lot of difficulties. Even then, we still have to split it among several people. After raiding dungeons all day, our turn to get a crystal might still not come. Meanwhile, the members of Heaven's Burial's main force get a daily allowance of 5 magic crystals, so they get to challenge the trial tower 5 times a day. With 100 members in the main force, Heaven's Burial has to spend 500 magic crystals per day. Due to the Divine Colosseum, the current price of magic crystals has long since gone up by several fold. Right now, each crystal is worth 20 silver, yet there is a shortage. There is still room for prices to rise. That's right. I knew I should have stocked up on some magic crystals. I would have been able to make a small fortune by now. It would be great if I could become a member of Heaven's Burial's main force. Many players looked on with envy as the members of Heaven's Burial walked towards the trial tower. Not even the wealthy Overwhelming Smile could afford such extravagance. Currently, 500 magic crystals were equivalent to 100 gold. Of course, a majority of these magic crystals came from the dungeons raided by the guild. Otherwise, even Heaven's Burial would find it extremely taxing to fork out 100 gold every day. Meanwhile, Shurfong, who had rented a large private room in the Divine Colosseum, was currently standing before 300 people. These people were all players he had selected for the Dark Gods Legion. Currently, everyone in the Dark Gods Legion was feeling excited. These members had not expected to be able to meet their legendary guild leader, Black Flame, in person. Moreover, Black Flame was even going to nurture them himself. This training was a privilege that was not available anywhere else in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Nobody in Star Moon Kingdom did not know of one hit Asura, the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom. Tuition with the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom was a privilege beyond price. I'll put this out first. Although you all official members of the Dark Gods Legion and get to enjoy extremely high benefits, the Dark Gods Legion operates on an elimination system. Waiting behind you are 700 reserve members. If your strength is found wanting, a reserve member will take your place, Shurfong said in a somber tone. From today onwards, each of you will receive 10 magic crystals daily to challenge the trial tower. I will rank you based on your battle record in the trial tower. At the end of each week, I will compare the last 30 official members with the top 30 reserve members. The winners will be official members, while the losers will go on the reserve team. Everyone could not help but gasp. The competition was incredibly intense. Up to 30 people might switch out each week. However, everyone was also shocked at Zero Wing's generosity. The Dark Gods Legion had 300 members in all. If every member could spend 10 magic crystals a day, that meant that Zero Wing would expend a total of 3,000 crystals, or 600 gold, daily. This outlay was simply inconceivable. Even a first-rate guild did not boast such frightening financial resources. What no one knew was that, even if Zero Wing had that much money, it was impossible to purchase so many magic crystals. Currently, the various large guilds were treating magic crystals like strategic resources. They would not sell any of their magic crystals at all. One could only purchase a small amount from independent players. However, even before the release of the Divine Colosseum, Shifeng had already tasked Melancholic Smile with purchasing magic crystals in bulk. They had spent practically all the coins they earned stocking up on magic crystals. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm had several warehouses full of magic crystals. Right. I forgot to mention one more thing. The top 30 people will receive an invitation to undergo training together with the guild's top-tier experts. Shifeng laughed. I believe that all of you have probably heard how Zero Wing has a special training ground. Whether you will be able to go there and train will depend on your efforts. Guild leader, you're not tricking us, right? Can we really go to that place? Many Dark Gods members asked in anticipation. They had indeed heard that Zero Wing possessed a specialized training facility in the real world. There, one could ramp up their combat techniques. One could also learn the rumored advanced combat techniques and become a true top-tier expert. Originally, training at that place was a privilege available to only a limited number of core members. Nobody had expected that even official members of the Dark Gods Legion could receive such a treatment. As long as you can enter the top 30, you can naturally go. Shifeng shook his head and laughed. The Big Dipper Training Center completed the renovation of the Greenwater Villa only recently. The villa was outfitted with all kinds of training apparatuses and could now accommodate more people. Otherwise, he really would not be able to extend its use to the members of the Dark Gods Legion. When Shifeng was done speaking, the atmosphere inside the private room instantly changed. Everyone there was flushed with fighting spirit, and they could not help but want to dash to the trial tower right this instant to raise their rankings. After Shifeng distributed the magic crystals and concluded the meeting, everyone promptly rushed out of the private room and ran as fast as they could towards the trial tower. This scene stupefied the players inside the main hall. Chapter 643, Astonishing Financial Resources. Chapter 644, Secret Competition. How rich is Zero Wing? They're actually sending so many people to the trial tower all at once. They should be members of the newly formed Dark Gods Legion. I heard that the benefits they receive are only beneath what Zero Wing's main force enjoys. Being a guild's core member must be great. They get to enter the trial tower every day. On the other hand, independent players like us can only enter once in a long while. I know, right? Magic crystals drop rate is simply too low in party dungeons. It's only higher in team dungeons. As expected of the number 1 guild of White River City. Even Overwhelming Smile can only send 200 members each day, while Heaven's Burial only sends 100 members. On the other hand, Zero Wing is sending 300 people in one go. Moreover, they are only members of the Dark Gods Legion. Everyone was incredibly jealous. Only the members of large guilds had access to such a large supply of magic crystals each day. Independent players had to struggle just to obtain a single crystal. As for small guilds, although they could also afford to supply their members with magic crystals, they could not afford to offer a large amount every day. One could gauge a guild's financial strength in White River City by the number of members that entered the trial tower. What's so amazing about Zero Wing? Can its financial strength compare to Overwhelming Smile? The level 30 Guardian Knight, Lone Tyrant, sneered as he entered the Divine Colosseum. Ever since the Dark Star's disbandment, Lone Tyrant held firm to his hatred of Zero Wing. If not for Zero Wing, Dark Star would have been White River City's ruler, and he would have stood as its emperor. Due to Zero Wing's constant rise, he was now only one of Overwhelming Smile's core members. He was not even the guild's chief MT, he was nothing more than cannon fodder. However, it was also because of this that he was able to experience just how frightening Underworld was. Particularly, after the third evolution of God's domain, Underworld had increased its investment in God's domain by several folds, pouring a massive sum of money into the game. Not only did the organization begin recruiting a large number of experts, but it had also collected a large stock of magic crystals, which were extremely important to current players. Even a first-rate guild could not compete with Underworld's financial resources. Underworld's influence covered a vast expanse of God's domain. It could purchase magic crystals through several avenues. This was an advantage that many first-rate guilds did not possess. With all these magic crystals, Underworld could quickly nurture plenty of experts through the Divine Colosseum. God's domain was not a game that could be dominated by a single player's strength. Even if Shurfeng were stronger, he could only defend White River City. However, White River City was not the only city in Starmoon Kingdom, much less God's domain. As far as Lone Tyrant knew, Underworld had yet to give up on the feast that White River City offered. Hence, the organization had once more invested significant funding in magic crystals, enough to even put a first-rate guild to shame. On the surface, Overwhelming Smile sent only 200 members to the Trial Tower each day. Moreover, every member could only challenge the Trial Tower 3 times a day. In reality, however, Overwhelming Smile secretly sent a large number of hidden experts to challenge the Trial Tower as well. This group of experts consisted of nearly 400 people, double that of what the guild sent openly in total. Overwhelming Smile sent nearly 600 people to the Trial Tower every day, affording each member 3 challenges. The public was already astounded by Heaven's Burial's financial strength. Unfortunately, compared to Overwhelming Smile, Heaven's Burial was nothing. After including the additional resources that War Wolf and his group of top-tier experts had received, Overwhelming Smile was spending nearly 2,000 magic crystals every day. What did Heaven's Burial's expenditure of 500 magic crystals amount to? Lone Tyrant, control your mouth. It is not the time for Overwhelming Smile to display its strength. Let Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial bask in the limelight. Watching the Dark God's Legion enter the Trial Tower, a faint smile appeared on Feng Xuanyang's face. With pride and arrogance, he said, "Black Flame, your complacency won't last." In truth, Feng Xuanyang had not expected Underworld to continue investing in White River City. He had thought that the organization would just let Overwhelming Smile, the guild he controlled, fend for itself. Currently, there were extremely few experts who had managed to pass the 4th floor of the Divine Colosseum. Among them, Zero Wing had the most with a total of 36 people. Overwhelming Smile came in second. It had 29 people in total. Next up was Heaven's Burial. It had 20 people. Assassin's Alliance stood in 4th place. The guild only had 14 people at 5th place. Cloud9 had 12 people at 6th place. Yin Yang Court had 11 people. However, Overwhelming Smile had hidden a large fraction of its forces. For example, their 29 experts did not include War Wolf and his team. In reality, the guild had more than 50 people who had passed the 4th floor. Overwhelming Smile had long since surpassed Zero Wing by leaps and bounds. Moreover, as time passed, that number would only increase. Soon, it would be Overwhelming Smile's turn to rule over White River City. While the various large guilds in White River City competed over the first clear of a 100-man dungeon and compared their progression in the Divine Colosseum, Shurfeng had used the Bible of Darkness to travel to the Evil Ghost domain. After his 2-day absence, Shurfeng found that District 1 had developed rapidly. The shelter had annexed 6 other shelters and invested all of the soul crystals they obtained into promoting the Lion's Bar, upgrading it to a 2-star bar now. The 100 berry wine's production had increased to 50 bottles per day. According to Shurfeng's arrangements, 20 bottles would be held for District 1's shelter, while he would take the remaining 30 with him. Shurfeng had been away for 2 days now, so he had a stockpile of 60 bottles. Shurfeng had also brought with him a huge stock of light stones for Blue Frost and the others. The nights in the dark den were longer than the days. Hence, light stones were far more useful to these players. Having a guild is awesome. I never imagined that we would get our hands on an item like this. Even at night, our top 10 parties will be able to grind safely. Blue Frost expressed his shock as he stared at the light stone in his hand. Not a single shelter in the dark den had anything like the light stones other than grinding and questing. The light stones could also be used during monster attacks to weaken the monsters, making it much easier to defend the shelter. Right. My main goal in coming here this time is to give this to you, Shurfeng said as he retrieved the Chapter of Shelter from his bag. The Chapter of Shelter was an item that could promote a shelter by a single rank, up to a maximum of large shelter. When everyone saw the chapter of shelter, they were stupefied. Up until now, large shelters were something that only guild forces possessed. Although they had thought of upgrading District 1's shelter to a large shelter countless times before, it was simply too difficult for independent players. They would require at least a month to gather the required manpower and resources. That time might be extended further depending on their progression on the quests involved now. However, with the chapter of shelter, they could upgrade District 1's shelter into a large shelter without going through all that trouble. They would then qualify to compete for dominance in the Dark Den. Zero Wing was astonishing. Shifeng's generosity had engraved this notion on Blue Frost and everyone else's hearts. The many guild forces in the Dark Den had spent a ridiculous amount of effort to upgrade a medium shelter to a large shelter. They had gathered all of the resources from the shelters under their control and had spent significant time to do so. On the other hand, Shifeng had completed a similar feat by casually revealing a chapter of shelter. If the other guild forces discovered this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Lotus, begin the preparations. We're going to upgrade the shelter, Blue Frost proclaimed, grinning at the chapter of shelter in Shifeng's hand. Chapter 645, Administrator. The evil ghost domain was vast. It was roughly the 1/5 the size of Star Moon Kingdom. There were also several shelters within the domain. Among these shelters, some were under the control of large guilds. However, not a single shelter within the evil ghost domain had been promoted to a large shelter until today. One could just imagine how difficult it was to promote a medium shelter to a large shelter. When a medium shelter became a large shelter, its player capacity increased from 30,000 to 100,000. Not only would this increase the shelter's defensive capabilities, but the larger population would also improve collection speed of soul crystals by several times. Most importantly, upon becoming a large shelter, a shelter could have 3 specialties, which was 2 more than a medium shelter. Moreover, these specialties' production volumes would increase significantly. Originally, the 1-star Lion's Bar only produced 20 bottles of 100 berry wine per day. After becoming a large shelter, the Lion's Bar's production of 50 bottles a day doubled. In other words, the 2-star Lion's Bar could produce 100 bottles of 100 berry wine each day. The 100 berry wine was a rare tool that could increase a player's compatibility rate with their weapons for a short time, allowing players to grasp the feeling and subtlety of improved compatibility rates. It was the best item for cultivating experts. The 100 berry wine was far more effective than the trial tower of the Divine Colosseum. Otherwise, with no Divine Colosseums inside the Dark Den, these players would stagnate and fall far behind players elsewhere. Half an hour later, the heavenly crystal pillar inside District 1's shelter released a dazzling red light that shot into the sky. A faint red barrier then began to form around the shelter. For a time, aside from Shifeng and the others who were currently inside the heavenly crystal pillar, every player was teleported out of the shelter. In the next moment, the shelter began to expand. At the same time, new buildings began appearing, one after another. A short while later, the medium shelter's size had increased by 10-fold. When the shelter stopped expanding, a system announcement reached out to every player inside the evil ghost domain. Evil ghost domain system announcement. Congratulations to the shelter of District 1 for becoming the first in the evil ghost domain to become a large shelter. Rewarding 1,000 soul crystals to the shelter. All players of District 1 will receive a 2-day protected buff that increases all attributes by 10%. Production volume of the shelter's specialties will be increased by 100% for 7 days. The system announcement excited District 1's stunned players. Our District 1 is too amazing. We actually became a large shelter. We won't have to worry about getting mounts once we reach level 40. Everyone celebrated the new achievement. Currently, the shelter's players were nearing level 40. It wouldn't be long before they reached that milestone. However, upgrading a medium shelter to a large shelter was not achievable in a short amount of time. If they wanted to obtain mounts, they would have no choice but to travel to other large shelters and pay an exorbitant fee to purchase one. Moreover, they had to obtain permission from the ruling parties of said shelters beforehand. Otherwise, they would not be able to purchase a mount even if they could afford one now. However, they no longer had to worry about such problems. They could just buy a mount at cost price from their own shelter. Meanwhile, the various other shelters in the evil ghost domain were stupefied. Normally, to promote a medium shelter to a large shelter, one had to pool the majority of the resources available within a domain and invest a lot of time. Although District 1 was one of the strongest shelters in the evil ghost domain and had annexed several competitors, it should still require a long time before becoming a large shelter yet. After only a few days since District 1 began annexing other shelters, it had successfully upgraded to a large shelter. It was simply inconceivable. Contact the leader of District 1's first party, Blue Frost, immediately. Tell him that our District 9 is willing to submit. How did they manage this so quickly? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to join District 1, rather than joining a guild force, now? We need to head to District 1 and discuss an alliance. Shortly after the system announcement, the top 10 parties of many shelters discussed currying favor with District 1. When a medium shelter became a large shelter, it could hold 70,000 more players than before. It could easily fit the population of 2 or 3 medium shelters. If they could obtain a slot for themselves, they would not have to worry about obtaining mounts in the future. They could also enjoy the various benefits only available in a large shelter. Meanwhile, inside District 1's Heavenly Crystal Pillar, Blue Frost and the others were similarly surprised. Although they had expected the shelter's promotion, they had never expected their hold over the shelter to become more powerful. All along, the shelter belonged to all of its residents. Meanwhile, they, the shelter's top 10 parties, only acted as managers. They were not the owners. The managers were determined through contribution shares. If another party possessed more contribution shares than they did, they would be replaced immediately. Normally, this rule held fast even after a shelter was upgraded. Only after a shelter's promotion, the top 10 ranking parties would receive a massive amount of contribution shares, making it more difficult for other parties to compete for the top 10 positions. However, while it might be difficult for a guild force to take over a powerful shelter by force, it was not entirely impossible. However, after Shifeng used the chapter of shelter, the management system had changed. Shifeng had become the shelter's administrator, and administrator was far more powerful than the managers. Shifeng could now arbitrarily delist players from District 1, exiling them from the district and the benefits the shelter offered. No other player possessed this authority. Of course, this was useless against the shelter's top 10 parties. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of players an administrator could delist each day. Even so, an administrator's authority was plenty frightening. Now, they had the ability to remove potential threats easily, preventing other shelters from scheming against their shelter. More importantly, an administrator had the authority to veto a decision. For example, if the top 10 parties wished to construct something, even if all 10 parties agreed, the administrator could voice their refusal, and the matter would end there. Moreover, the position of administrator was unrelated to contribution shares. In other words, even if someone else accumulated more contribution shares than the administrator, they could not replace the administrator. The only way to overthrow an administrator and take over a shelter was to assault the entire shelter and destroy it. However, it was not easy to assault a large shelter. In other words, currently, the shelter of District 1 was under Zero Wing's complete control. Outsiders could not steal it, so the chapter of shelter has such a function as well. Shifeng also only learned this after using the chapter of shelter. However, with this, he would not have to worry about losing the shelter to other guilds. He could rule with an iron fist. With that out of the way, he could invest more resources in District 1's shelter, transforming it into an iron fortress, following which, Shifeng left the shelter's management to Blue Frost. He then purchased all of the available bottles of 100-berry wine from the Lion's Bar and took the massive batch of gemstones Blue Frost had prepared before returning to White River City. As the shelter had just upgraded to a large shelter, its specialties production had improved. As a result of the 7-day bonus, the Lion's Bar could produce up to 200 bottles of 100-berry wine each day. However, as Blue Frost and the others had already purchased 50 bottles, there were only 150 bottles remaining. Even so, Shifeng was satisfied with this amount. Even one bottle of 100-berry wine could tempt many experts, not to mention 210 bottles. With this many, he could raise the combat power of Zero Wing's core members to a whole new level. Chapter 646, Killing Multiple Birds with One Stone. Shortly after Shifeng used a return scroll and returned to White River City, the shelter of District 1 hummed with activity. Now that the shelter's population potential had increased so drastically, many players in the Evil Ghost domain planned to migrate to District 1 to enjoy the benefits of a large shelter. Hence, reviewing the invitations demanded a considerable amount of work. In addition, the promotion to a large shelter did not mean that players could purchase mounts immediately. There was a need to construct a taming facility first, and the construction of a taming facility required a massive amount of soul crystals. Meanwhile, after District 1's shelter became a large shelter, many guild forces based in the evil ghost domain began to consider it a target. They all wished to conquer the large shelter in the past, although District 1 occupied valuable land, and the shelter was relatively strong. To guild forces, it had been a trivial opponent. After all, independent players ran District 1. It was of no threat to guild forces. Now, however, things had changed. District 1 had become the first district to own a large shelter in the evil ghost domain. This would greatly affect the situation in the evil ghost domain. The medium shelters under their control held no advantage against a large shelter if they could take control of District 1. Not only could they extinguish any looming threats, but they could also increase their own strength. They also wouldn't have to waste effort collecting and pooling their guild's resources to obtain a large shelter for themselves. Most importantly, District 1's large shelter had not been promoted by a guild force. As far as they were concerned, District 1 was like a heap of loose sand. Its residents were not united. They could take advantage of this and take the shelter by storm with this. They could kill two birds with one stone. Why wouldn't they do it? For a time, the many guild forces in the evil ghost domain secretly plotted to insert their own men into District 1's shelter. Meanwhile, although Blue Frost and the others had predicted these guild forces' intentions, not only did they not attempt to stop them, but they also actively encouraged it. After all, they were not afraid of anyone trying to replace them. They earnestly wished the various guild forces would come and offer them more resources. The matter of District 1 joining Zero Wing was only known by a few of District 1's upper echelons. In the eyes of outsiders, District 1 had only obtained a large shelter due to its managers being very united, powerful, and lucky. Moreover, there were only so many guild forces in the evil ghost domain. Everyone knew which shelters belonged to which guild forces. Hence, everyone believed that District 1's shelter had yet to ally themselves with a guild. Normally, if players wished to join a shelter, the shelter's managers would welcome them with open arms. After all, more players would strengthen the shelter itself and increase the number of soul crystals the shelter could obtain. For District 1, however, other than those who had been recruited by the shelter's upper echelons, any player who wished to join District 1 was required to pay a fee of 1 soul crystal. Although the price was high, current players were much higher leveled than before. As a result, the difficulty of obtaining soul crystals and the price of soul crystals had decreased. Compared to Shifeng's initial arrival in the Dark Den, soul crystals' prices had fallen by 2 to 3 times. Currently, every elite party had at least 1 soul crystal on hand at all times. If they worked hard for a week or so, they could collect 6 soul crystals. Obviously, Guild Force's elite teams had a far easier time of collecting the crystals. Even after Blue Frost and the others recruited some players, there should still be 50,000 spots remaining. Charging 1 soul crystal per person, if they managed to fill all 50,000 slots, they would receive an additional 50,000 soul crystals. A player's ownership of 50,000 soul crystals was vastly different from a shelter's ownership. Take the Lion's Bar's promotion for example. If Blue Frost and the others funded the promotion themselves, they would only have to spend 500 soul crystals to promote the bar to 3 stars. However, if they used the shelter's cumulative resources, they would have to spend 10,000 crystals. With 50,000 soul crystals, not only could they easily construct a taming facility, but they could also construct 2 more buildings that supplied specialties and upgrade both buildings to 2 stars. In addition, they would have enough leftovers to upgrade the Lion's Bar to 3 stars, increasing the production volume of the 100-berry wine once more. Meanwhile, Shifeng had returned with a large stock of gemstones and 100-berry wine to White River City. Gemstones were extremely rare. Ordinary players would be reluctant to embed the gemstones they had obtained into their equipment. If the item were destroyed, the gemstones would similarly be destroyed. Players would generally only embed gemstones in top-tier equipment as it was a safer option. When the need arose, they could simply remove the gemstones and reuse them with other top-tier equipment. Currently, Tier 1 gemstones were very cheap in the evil ghost domain. Each crystal only cost 3 silver. In Star Moon Kingdom, however, each Tier 1 gemstone sold for 9 silver. As for Tier 2 gemstones, each sold for 30 silver in the evil ghost domain, while prices in Star Moon Kingdom fluctuated around 1 gold. Star Moon Kingdom's prices were at least 3 times higher. Shifeng had obtained 30,000 Tier 1 gemstones from Blue Frost. These gemstones had either been secretly purchased from the various shelters in the evil ghost domain or traded for light stones. A single stack contained 20 gemstones. Shifeng had returned with a total of 1,500 stacks of Tier 1 gemstones, valued at a total of 900 gold, which practically filled his entire bag. As for Tier 2 gemstones, he had not bothered taking any as he had the Philosopher's Stone. Through alchemy synthesis, he could produce Tier 2 gemstones from Tier 1 gemstones. After returning to White River City, Shifeng first headed towards the Candlelight Trading Firm. At this point, the Candlelight Trading Firm was the most lively location in White River City. It could be considered the business center of all of Star Moon Kingdom. The trading firm was the organization with the highest number of forgers and other lifestyle classes in the entire kingdom. There were all sorts of player-made advanced products for sale on its shelves. If it were available in Star Moon Kingdom, the Candlelight Trading Firm would almost certainly have it. Only certain exclusive items such as the overwhelming trading firm's Fire Dragon Potion were not available, as not even Zero Wing could obtain the designs and recipes for these items. Even so, the wide variety of products they offered was enough to overwhelm players other than Star Moon Kingdom. Thanks to Phoenix Rain's help, the Candlelight Trading Firm had also set up branch shops in the major cities of neighboring kingdoms and empires. The trading firm's daily profits reached several thousand gold. However, this placed a heavy burden on the firm's manager. Melancholic smile. The Candlelight Trading Firm's ability to earn money far surpassed even first-rate guilds. Only super first-rate guilds and super guilds could rival the trading firm now. However, as time progressed, super first-rate guilds and super guilds would definitely surpass the Candlelight Trading Firm due to their massive range of influence in God's domain. The resources and contacts they possess far surpassed the Candlelight Trading Firm. Although the Candlelight Trading Firm could continue to expand, Zero Wing simply did not possess the required strength and manpower to keep up with it. Fortunately, Shifeng had long since prepared for this situation. He had not been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past for nothing. Since the first day he logged into God's domain in this life, he had been thinking of ways to improve his guild's background and had come up with a series of plans. At this point, his plans had finally produced some results. Shifeng retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his personal warehouse and arrived at his exclusive advanced forging room in the Candlelight Trading Firm. He then began to synthesize the Tier 2 gemstones. If he sought out the aid of NPC alchemists to synthesize high-tiered gemstones, not only would he have to foot an exorbitant labor fee, but the success rate was also not particularly high. For Tier 2 gemstones, NPCs only had a 30% success rate. Synthesizing a Tier 2 gemstone required 4 Tier 1 gemstones. With acceptable luck, he might obtain 1 Tier 2 gemstone for every 12 Tier 1 gemstones. However, the Tier 2 gemstones was only 10 times more valuable than Tier 1 gemstones. Hence, it was not profitable to synthesize high-tiered gemstones. On the other hand, the Philosopher's Stone in Shifeng's possession had a 100% success rate for synthesizing Tier 2 gemstones. If he synthesized Tier 2 gemstones using the Philosopher's Stone, he could easily multiply his profit. Naturally, Shifeng could not let this opportunity escape him. Only, Shifeng's goal was not to earn money. Tier 2 gemstones have already become a mainstream item among large guilds. If I want Zero Wing's main force to clear a 100-man dungeon even a day sooner, I will have to set Tier 3 gemstones as the standard. Shifeng took out his Tier 1 gemstones and began the alchemy synthesis. Chapter 647, Realm of Experts. Currently, the highest tiered gemstone one could obtain from monsters in God's domain was a Tier 2. As for Tier 3 gemstones, they only dropped from level 30 and above large-scale dungeons. Meanwhile, NPC alchemists only had a 20% success rate to synthesize Tier 3 gemstones. The cost involved was massive. Currently, Tier 2 gemstones sold for 1 gold. Ignoring the labor fees and with average luck, one would require at least 20 Tier 2 gemstones to synthesize a Tier 3 gemstone. The cost alone was 20 gold. It was simply not realistic for a guild to supply its main force with Tier 3 gemstones. However, the attributes Tier 3 gemstones provided were significantly higher than Tier 2 gemstones. Tier 1 gemstones only increased a single attribute by 3 points. Tier 2 gemstones increased a single attribute by 6 points. As for Tier 3 gemstones, they increased a single attribute by 12 points. If one embedded every piece of equipment they had with Tier 3 gemstones, it would be the equivalent of wearing an additional piece of top-tier equipment. This would significantly increase a player's combat power to the large guild's main forces. upgrading attributes was limited because their equipment had already reached a certain level. If an ordinary player swapped out their full set of bronze equipment for a full set of mysterious iron equipment, their strength would rise by a single level. However, a large guild's main force usually wore the highest quality equipment they could get their hands on. If it were not dark gold rank, then, at the very minimum, they would wear fine gold rank. Hence, it was extremely difficult to upgrade their equipment. If they could receive a bonus to their attributes that had as large of an impact as another piece of dark gold equipment, it would make a huge difference without rest. Shurfong spent half the day synthesizing Tier 2 gemstones. In the end, he transformed the 30,000 Tier 1 gemstones into 7,500 Tier 2 gemstones. The success rate for synthesizing Tier 3 gemstones is actually as high as 80%. Shurfong could not help but grin when he saw the message that the Philosopher's Stone displayed initially. Shurfong would have been satisfied with a 60% success rate. After all, NPC Alchemist's success rate was only 20%. Furthermore, Shurfeng's luck attribute was also relatively high. That would most likely lower his expenditure even further. 4 hours later, Shurfong had a total of 1,674 Tier 3 gemstones, 174 more than his initial estimation. If I sold all these Tier 3 gemstones, just how many more plots of land could I buy for the candlelight trading firm? Shurfong sighed as he stared at the Tier 3 gemstones cluttering the table. It was no wonder why the Philosopher's Stone was a treasure that could incite war between kingdoms and empires. Moreover, it was currently incomplete. Shurfong could not even begin to fathom just how powerful the complete Philosopher's Stone would be in the past. During God's Domain's initial stages, a Tier 3 gemstone could sell for 25 gold. Its price was more than 10 times higher than Tier 2 gemstones. If Shurfong sold all 1,674 Tier 3 gemstones, he could earn over 40,000 gold. That was enough money to purchase 3 or 4 golden lands. Meanwhile, he had only spent 900 gold on the gemstones. However, Shurfong had no intentions of selling the Tier 3 gemstones. What Zero Wing lacked right now was a large group of experts. With these Tier 3 gemstones, he could elevate Zero Wing's strength to a whole new level. That way, the guild would have the power to support and stabilize the candlelight trading firm's development. Just as Shurfong was excitedly contacting Aqua Rose and preparing to replace the main force's Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones, the situation at White River City's Divine Coliseum had reached a boiling point. More experts from Heaven's Burial suddenly broke through the 4th floor of the trial tower. Currently, the guild had a total of 42 members who had reached the 5th floor, double that of their previous record and surpassing Zero Wing's previous record of 36 people. Although 3 more people from Zero Wing have passed through the 4th floor, Heaven's Burial is superior. Another 22 of their people have passed the 4th floor within the same time span. It really makes you wonder just how they have nurtured so many experts. It seems that Heaven's Burial has a chance of replacing Zero Wing as White River City's overlord. Overwhelming Smile isn't doing too bad either. Today, another 8 people have reached the 5th floor, pushing their total to 37. Right now, Overwhelming Smile is only behind Zero Wing by 2 people. In another 1 or 2 days, Overwhelming Smile's number of experts will probably surpass Zero Wing as well. Due to the increase of each guild's number of experts in the Divine Coliseum, many players had begun changing their opinions of Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile. Although one could not tell much by the number of experts, it could indicate a guild's potential in the God's Domain of today. Due to Shurfong repeatedly shattering the concept of strength by numbers, the public no longer evaluated a guild based on how many members it possessed. Then, how could one judge a guild's strength? The first method was by examining the guild's raid progression of large-scale team dungeons. This was the best way to judge the comprehensive strength of a guild. The second method was by reviewing the number of experts a guild possessed. At present, passing the 4th floor was the commonly accepted standard for an expert. Very quickly, this matter attracted the attention of the various large guilds in White River City. Originally, Zero Wing had been White River City's sole ruler. Now, however, it would seem that 3 rulers would sit on the city's throne. Heaven's Burial, in particular, was very mysterious. The guild developed as fast as Zero Wing had in the past. Even the famous Ghost Shadow Workshop had joined Heaven's Burial. One could just imagine how powerful the guild's backing was previously. Zero Wing had relied on Shurfong to shoulder its success. Now, however, Heaven's Burial's potential was even greater than Zero Wing's. Not only did it possess well-known, top-tier experts, but it also had the financial strength to rival Overwhelming Smile. Heaven's Burial was definitely a powerful competitor for a time. Many players were tempted to take part in Heaven's Burial's entrance examination. Heaven's Burial was constantly recruiting guild members. Moreover, its entry requirements were a lot lower than Zero Wings. If they joined Heaven's Burial now, by the time the guild grew into its power and became White River City's overlord, their statuses would rise with the tide. It was just like the Zero Wing of today. Currently, even a normal member of Zero Wing was enviable. Zero Wing's guild residence. The members of the main force had gathered in the conference hall after receiving Shifeng's summons. At this moment, they discussed events among themselves. Did guild leaders summon us because of the Divine Colosseum? Probably. After all, this is a matter concerning the guild's reputation. Zero Wing is the #1 guild in White River City, yet right now, we have fewer experts who have passed the 4th floor than the newly established Heaven's Burial. We have to do something to restore our reputation. How could the Trial Tower's 4th floor be so easy to break through? I am still stuck in the 4th floor's middle sector, not to mention the end. Indeed. Based on what I heard from guild leader, if one cannot display 50% of their actual combat power, they will not be able to overcome the 4th floor. Everyone felt disheartened when they spoke about the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. They all were members of Zero Wing's main force and were the envy of ordinary players. In reality, however, they knew that, without breaking through the Trial Tower's 4th floor, they could not be considered as true experts despite Zero Wing providing far better resources than Heaven's Burial or Overwhelming Smile. For some reason, only a small number of people had managed to reach the realm of experts. As everyone chatted, Shifeng entered the conference hall. Leading Aqua Rose and Fire Dance. The conference hall suddenly fell silent, everyone in the room shifting their gazes towards the Black Cloak Shifeng. Chapter 648, Rapid Improvement. As Shifeng appeared, the atmosphere inside the conference hall became extraordinarily heavy. The benefits that this Zero Wing team enjoyed were far more generous than what Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial offered. Not only had everyone received their own rooms, allowing them to store up the double EXP buff easily, but they also had access to an extravagant number of magic crystals. Each of them received 10 magic crystals each day. This was double what Heaven's Burial's main force received. Yet, in the end, Heaven's Burial had more members reach the 5th floor. If the public learned about the benefits that Zero Wing's main force enjoyed, they would ridicule the team as a bunch of trash. Knowing this, everyone had prepared themselves to receive Shifeng's scolding. Shifeng took his seat on the guild leader's throne. Without saying a word, he took out a cyan wine bottle and placed it on the table. Everyone shifted their gaze to the bottle. Curiously, the wine bottle's information displayed the name, 100-berry wine. It was only a bottle of wine. Guild leader, you're not forcing them to get drunk as a punishment, are you? Aqua Rose could not figure out what Shifeng intended to do. At this moment, rather than admonishing everyone for their arrogance, which had led to their complacency, Shifeng instead revealed a bottle of fine wine. Just what was he trying to do? I am not that extravagant. Shifeng shook his head and laughed. I've prepared this bottle of 100-berry wine as a reward. As for the matter regarding Zero Wing's performance falling behind Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial, it had not surprised Shifeng whatsoever. These two guilds were not as simple as they appeared. Both guilds had been recruiting talents from everywhere, not just White River City. In addition, both guilds possessed powerful backgrounds with long histories. Now that these two guilds had familiarized themselves with God's domain, their advantage began to reveal itself. It would still be a while before a newly established guild like Zero Wing would catch up to these two. This was also why first-rate and second-rate guilds looked down on upstart guilds like Zero Wing. Every time a new game came out, many upstart guilds would appear. They rose very quickly and fell very quickly. These newly recognized guilds were like the nouveau riche. How could they possibly compare to the wealthy aristocrats who had been tested over time? Only those capable of withstanding the test of time were able to set foot into this realm. Reward? Everyone curiously stared at the bottle of 100-berry wine on the table. Every player here was a core member of Zero Wing. They would usually have plenty of excess money to spend, and normally, they would treat themselves at high-class bars and restaurants. After all, The food and wine that these establishments served were far superior to those in the outside world. It had become a trend for many wealthy princes and princesses to dine at these establishments. However, despite frequently enjoying those delicacies, none of them had ever heard of a wine named the 100-berry wine. Moreover, what could they do with only one bottle of wine? This 100-berry wine can assist you with improving your combat techniques. I doubt any of you will take my word for it, so I intend to allow each of you to test it. Everyone will receive one bottle. When you have reached your limit inside the trial tower, drink the whole bottle. At that time, you'll see what I mean, Shifeng laughed. He then took out another 99 bottles from his bag. After this, if any of you want the 100-berry wine again, that will depend on your improvement speed and strength. Once every 3 days, I will reward at least one bottle to the top 10 ranking members in the trial tower. The first place will receive 3 bottles, second and third will receive 2 bottles, and the rest will receive 1. The top 10 to improve the most during the 3 days will also be rewarded. At that time, how many bottles you receive will depend on your own ability. Although Shifeng wished to supply everyone with a bottle of 100-berry wine, enabling them to search for that feeling, the wine's production volume was simply too low. He could only offer it to very few of the guild's elites. Guild leader, can this item really improve a person's combat techniques? Aqua Rose also knew quite a bit about God's domain. However, she had never heard of an item capable of improving a player's combat techniques. If the 100-berry wine was truly capable of such a feat. The rest of the team similarly doubted Shifeng's claim. Improving combat techniques was not something that could be done overnight. The process involved a lot of learning and practice. The Divine Colosseum's trial tower also offered suggestions on how to improve one's combat techniques. Although the guidance was minimal, everyone considered it very helpful. You'll find out once you test it. Shifeng smiled, not bothering to explain. Inside the Divine Colosseum. In order to promote their guilds, Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile publicized their battle videos through the screens in the Colosseum's main hall for free. Many players took the time to study these videos. Zero Wings members are here. Are they trying to wrestle back their glory? Probably. However, the likelihood of them succeeding is slim. Some time ago, a few more experts from Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile broke through the 4th floor. Currently, Heaven's Burial has 49 people who have reached the 5th floor. The guild even has 8 people who have reached the 6th floor. Their position as White River City's #1 guild is solid now. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile is closely following behind, with 45 people who have reached the 5th floor and 6 who have reached the 6th. Both guilds are way above Zero Wing, who only has 39 people on the 5th floor and 4 on the 6th. Many players were not optimistic about Zero Wing's chances. Whether it was the members of the guild's main force or the Dark God's Legion, both had already challenged the trial tower today. I never thought that there would be a moment when Black Flame would panic. However, his actions only bring him more despair. Seated in a room on the 2nd floor, Feng Xianyang quickly noticed Shifeng enter the Divine Colosseum with the other members of Zero Wing's main force. With excitement filling his eyes, he said, "Go, notify War Wolf's team. It's time to show the public who the true ruler of White River City is." Originally, Feng Xianyang had intended to keep Overwhelming Smile's strength hidden for a little while longer. However, after seeing Shifeng personally show up at the Divine Colosseum, he could not suppress the hatred in his heart. Although he could not do anything to Shifeng directly, it would soothe his heart if he could strike a mental blow to Shifeng. As long as War Wolf's team took action, Overwhelming Smile would immediately have a large group of experts pass through the 4th floor. At that time, Zero Wing's efforts to make a comeback would be rendered futile. Its reputation would be in tatters. Meanwhile, the members of Zero Wing's main force, who had just entered the trial tower, felt a burden of expectation. Everyone clearly understood their own combat power. To put it simply, it was extremely difficult for them to break through the 4th floor. However, since Shifeng had told them to give it a try, they could only grit their teeth and follow his commands very quickly. The members of Zero Wing's main force passed through one floor after another. Upon reaching the 4th floor, everyone grew anxious. The trial tower's tests were set according to the player's strength. For every test, the system would generate a perfect doppelganger of the challenger. The doppelganger possessed the same combat power as the challenger. However, the doppelganger's actual combat power varied depending on one's progression in the trial tower. Each floor was also divided into 3 stages: early, middle, and late. Through the battles with their own doppelgangers, players could learn their own shortcomings. Meanwhile, players who were capable of defeating the doppelganger during the 4th floor's late stage would basically be able to display 50% of their actual combat power. These players were regarded as experts of God's domain. However, based on the standard of the current players of God's domain and the time they had to develop themselves, very few were capable of reaching the standard of an expert. Hopefully I can pass through the late stage this time, Blackie prayed as watched his doppelganger before him. He then took out the 100-berry wine from his bag and emptied the bottle's contents, swallowing every last drop. Suddenly, his mind felt clear. Moreover, his compatibility rate with his weapon and equipment began to rise rapidly. The items felt like an extension of his own body. This is amazing. The others were similarly shocked after drinking a bottle of 100-berry wine. Their perception of the world had undergone a complete change when everyone casually used a skill. They immediately discovered their skill completion rates had significantly improved. Even Shadow Sword and the others, who had been stuck at around an 80% completion rate, could now easily achieve an 85% skill completion rate, their combat power soaring after familiarizing themselves with this new sensation. Everyone tackled their respective opponents. Chapter 649, The Number 1 Guild's Background. Shortly after Zero Wing's main force entered the trial tower, both Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial simultaneously dispatched a large number of players to challenge the trial tower as well. Due to the competition between these 3 guilds, the originally quiet Divine Colosseum suddenly grew lively. Many players who had returned to the city to rest had quickly made their way to the Divine Colosseum, hoping to witness this competition's outcome and watch the exciting battle videos compared to the battle videos of normal PvP battles. These battle videos were far more valuable as references. It was especially true for the battle videos after the 4th floor. This was because the system would specifically display the fighting styles of the various classes, making the battle videos much more instructive. Normally, guilds would not release such instructive battle videos to the public, keeping them for their own members. Some experts would even earn money with their battle videos. Other players would have to pay these experts a fee to watch. Many players who wished to improve themselves usually went for this option. As for those who did not wish to spend money, they would come to the Divine Colosseum to observe the battle videos for free. However, that which one can obtain for free lacked value. One would not learn the truly powerful techniques from a free battle video. As a result, the gap between paying and non-paying players widened, little by little. Meanwhile, the 3 great guilds of White River City occupied themselves with their competition. Although the battle videos these guilds publicized was limited to the 4th floor, it was enough to excite many players. I wonder which guild will obtain first place this time. I'm betting on Heaven's Burial. Of the members of Heaven's Burial I saw going in to challenge the trial tower a moment ago, a few were well-known experts of other virtual reality games. Heaven's Burial really is amazing. It has actually recruited so many experts. It won't be long before they try to claim the seat of White River City's overlord. That's right. Now that Ghost Shadow Workshop has joined Heaven's Burial, the guild's strength has soared by leaps and bounds. Ghost Shadow himself still maintains the highest record in the trial tower. Ghost Shadow indeed deserves to be called one of the virtual gaming world's top-tier experts. Even now, no one else has reached the 7th floor. Moreover, he even reached the middle stage of the 7th floor. I heard that Star Moon City's best record stopped at the 6th floor's middle stage. This is simply madness. I'm an elite member of the Assassin's Alliance, but even until now, I am still stuck on the 3rd floor. The 4th floor is still out of my reach. It really makes you wonder just how those experts managed to do it. However, isn't Black Flame Star Moon Kingdom's number 1 expert? Did Black Flame fail to reach the 7th floor? I'm not sure. However, Black Flame's name isn't on the trial list. Maybe he hasn't challenged the trial tower yet. Hasn't challenged it yet? He must be afraid of embarrassing himself. If he fails to surpass Ghost Shadow, he will lose his title as Star Moon Kingdom's number 1 expert. Everyone grew excited as they examined the trial tower's ranking list. Normally, it was extremely difficult for ordinary players to meet experts like Ghost Shadow. They lived in two completely different worlds. Now, not only did they have the chance to see these experts in person, but they also got to watch these famous experts compete against the main force of White River City's #1 guild, Zero Wing. How could they not be excited? Just as everyone chatted about which guild was stronger and which expert was more powerful, something changed on the trial list quick. Look! Someone just passed the 4th floor and reached the 5th. A perceptive player quickly discovered the change. There were 2 ranking lists posted in the Divine Colosseum. One was the tournament list, which catered towards PvP battles, while the other was the trial list. Trial list held the names of the players who managed to clear each floor and the name of the guild they belonged to. However, only the top 300 players on each floor would be displayed. For those who cleared the same floor, they would be ranked based on their clear time. However, the clear time held no particular meaning, as everyone only paid attention to the players on the highest floors. Nobody would care about how fast a person could clear the first 3 floors. Meanwhile, as there had yet to be a total of 300 players in White River City who had reached the 5th floor, it was very easy for players to notice a change to the number of players currently on the 5th floor and identify the person responsible for the change. Werewolf. Who is that? Why haven't I heard of him before? Really though, his clear time sure is short. His clear time for the 4th floor is only longer than Ghost Shadow's. I never thought that Overwhelming Smile would have such a powerful expert. If he has cleared the 4th floor so quickly, he should be able to reach the 6th floor. Suddenly, the crowd fell into a heated discussion in White River City. The players who could reach the 6th floor were as rare as a phoenix's feather. There were less than 20 as of this moment. Moreover, these experts were members of the 3 great guilds. Meanwhile, there was only one person who had managed to reach the 7th floor, and that was the famous Ghost Shadow 6th floor. Feng Xianyang was filled with disdain when he heard the players chattering downstairs. What does the 6th floor amount to? The #1 spot on the trial list will belong to Overwhelming Smile. A moment later, Werewolf cleared the 5th floor, his name entering the 6th floor's list. The 6th floor's list housed very few people, so a new addition was bound to attract attention. At the same time, 5 more players passed through the 4th floor. Among them, 2 were members of Heaven's Burial, 2 were Overwhelming Smile's members, and the last person was Zero Wing's Blackie, who had once ranked #1 on White River City's ranking list. It seems Zero Wing really is crap. 3 more experts from Overwhelming Smile have reached the 5th floor, and 1 has even reached the 6th. As for Heaven's Burial, 2 of their players have passed through the 4th floor as well. On the other hand, despite sending so many people in, only 1 person from Zero Wing has managed to reach the 5th floor. It seems that Zero Wing is no match for the 2 other guilds when it comes to nurturing experts. Everyone made their own judgments upon seeing the obvious differences between the 3 guilds. Ha. Black Flame, do you see now? This is the difference between our guilds. No matter how amazing you are, do you think a guild with the support of only 1 person can surpass a real, large guild? Feng Xianyang celebrated as he looked towards the room Shi Feng resided in. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, something inconceivable happened. The 7th floor's list, which originally only had 1 lonely name on it, suddenly had 2. Who is Werewolf? He has actually passed through the 6th floor and entered the 7th floor. This is madness. It would be awesome if he released his battle video. The main hall suddenly exploded with activity. To the majority of current players, the 7th floor was a legend. It was a floor they could never reach. Meanwhile, sitting in one of the rooms on the 2nd floor, Ghost Shadow frowned when he saw this change. So, there's still such an expert in White River City. A hint of excitement flashed in Ghost Shadow's eyes. It was very lonely being an expert of his caliber. It was extremely difficult to find someone to compete with throughout White River City. There were only 2 experts who he was interested in. The first was Black Flame, while the second was Flame Blood. Now, 1 more had caught his interest, Werewolf. However, while everyone committed Werewolf's name to memory, another name suddenly joined his on the 7th floor's list. Fire Dance. Everyone knew this name, the commander of Zero Wing's main force. Many of Overwhelming Smile's experts had died at her hands. She had even fought valiantly in the Great War with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, making a name for herself. Nobody would have thought that she would once more appear in the limelight. Sure enough, Zero Wing will not be replaced so easily. Ghost Shadow could not help his elation when he saw another person reach the 7th floor. How is this possible? Feng Xianyang stared at the name on the 7th floor's list in disbelief. Fire Dance, Assassin, Affiliated Guild, Zero Wing. No matter how he looked at it, the name belonged to Fire Dance of Zero Wing. However, a short moment later, another new name appeared on the 7th floor's list. Violet Cloud, Cleric, Affiliated Guild, Zero Wing. Chapter 650, Breaking the Record. Chapter 650, Breaking the Record. The appearance of a fourth name on the trial list's 7th floor instantly plunged the Divine Colosseum's main hall into silence. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw Violet Cloud's name. How? Feng Xianyang, who occupied a VIP room, also stared, slack-jawed. Having lost his previous calm, he could barely accept Fire Dance reaching the 7th floor. After all, she was the commander of Zero Wing's main force. However, he could not bring himself to accept Violet Cloud's victory. Aside from the difficulty of reaching the 7th floor, just the fact that there were 2 people in Zero Wing capable of this success was shocking. Yet the second person from Zero Wing to reach the 7th floor was not even a combat class. Instead, she was a cleric, one of the healer classes. It was commonly known that, out of the 12 main classes in God's domain, the healer classes possessed the weakest combat power. It was also a lot more difficult for healer classes to advance in the trial tower, as most of their skills focused on healing rather than dealing damage. Hence, healers never ranked particularly high in the trial tower. Yet, Violet Cloud, a cleric, had actually managed to reach the 7th floor. However, what everyone did not know was that, in reality, Violet Cloud possessed a hidden class. She was not purely a cleric. Regarding combat capabilities, Violet Cloud was slightly stronger than ordinary combat classes. Moreover, Violet Cloud had a bit more control over her own body than Fire Dance. Since Fire Dance had reached the 7th floor, Violet Cloud would naturally be able to do so as well. One could say that this was expected when comparing top combat power. It was obvious, with a glance, which guild was superior. Zero Wing grasped a complete victory. Zero Wing really is the #1 guild. They actually have 2 top-tier experts capable of reaching the 7th floor. If Black Flame also competes, Zero Wing will most likely have 3 people on the 7th floor. Even Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial combined are no match for Zero Wing. But it's still too early to determine anything. Zero Wing has always had many top-tier experts. It is reasonable that they are superior to Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile in this aspect. However, a guild cannot survive by relying on a handful of people. It has to rely on its main force, the guild's backbone. Take a look at Zero Wing's backbone. It is clearly inferior to the other 2 guilds. Zero Wing's potential is still no match for the other 2. We are no longer living in the past. Before, Zero Wing was White River City's absolute overlord. Now, however, just look. The person occupying the top 1 position on the trial list is Heaven's Burial's Ghost Shadow. Zero Wing might not necessarily hold the overlord's seat in the future. Many players in the main hall began discussing the matter, and the majority did not have a favorable view of Zero Wing's future. A guild had to depend on a powerful team for support. Even if an individual was stronger, how much of a difference could they make by themselves? Not to mention, Zero Wing had yet to obtain the #1 position on the trial list. Right? This should be Zero Wing's last remaining card. What's there for me worry about? White River City will definitely be mine. Feng Xianyang calmed himself down. He had too much riding on White River City. At this point, he had already invested everything he had into White River City. As long as he succeeded, he would become the first heir to his family. After being repeatedly defeated by Zero Wing, it had become an instinct of sorts to worry. However, after calming himself and giving the matter some thought, he realized that he had nothing to worry about. There were only so many experts in Zero Wing. On the other hand, in order to take control of White River City, Underworld had invested blood and sweat and had sent the experts it recruited from all over the virtual gaming world to White River City. With White River City under its control, how could Zero Wing possibly hope to compare with Underworld when it came to recruiting talent? This was only the beginning. Now that Overwhelming Smile had surpassed Zero Wing in terms of their respective guilds' backbones, in the future, this gap would only grow. It was only a matter of time before overwhelming smile took control of White River City. Time gradually ticked by. Although it had been quite a shock to the spectators that 2 people from Zero Wing had reached the 7th floor, everyone's attention quickly shifted back to the 5th floor's list. To ordinary players, reaching the 7th floor was an impossible dream. The 5th floor, on the other hand, was not completely out of their reach. Hence, they paid more attention to the 5th floor's list. Look, 2 more people from Heaven's Burial have passed. 3 more from Overwhelming Smile have passed as well. Just as everyone was focused on the 5th floor's list, the list suddenly began to change multiple times. What's going on? I'm not seeing things, right? Why did more than a dozen names suddenly appear on the list? Wow, it's true. The total number of people on the list was 224. Now it's 242. I wonder which guild or independent player succeeded. Many among the spectators greatly admired the independent experts who had reached the 5th floor at this point. There were only a few experts in White River City who had reached the 5th floor. If one were an independent expert, large guilds would shower them with invitations and various offers. They would become famous overnight and would no longer have to live an ordinary life. This situation had driven many independent players into a frenzy. It was one of the reasons why so many independent players were desperately challenging the trial tower. Today's mainstream experts were already on the 5th floor. After some more time passed, when these experts reached the 6th floor, it would be far more difficult for independent players to experience such overnight fame. As everyone began searching for the identity of those 18 experts, they suddenly realized that something amiss. Why does it seem like these people are from Zero Wing? This is a lie, right? All 18 people are actually from Zero Wing? None of the spectators dared to believe their own eyes. They immediately began counting the total number of players Zero Wing had on the 5th floor. In the end, they discovered that there were indeed 18 more 5th floor experts in the guild. Instantly, Zero Wing became the guild with the most experts on the trial tower's 5th floor. However, just as they finished counting, another group of experts managed to pass through the 4th floor. This time, the numbers were even more frightening, with a total of 45 people. Moreover, all 45 were members of Zero Wing. Suddenly, the Divine Colosseum fell silent. Just what was this? Nobody in the main hall could make sense of what was happening. In the morning, Zero Wing's main force had challenged the trial tower. At that time, however, not a single person had passed through the 4th floor. Yet, now, every single one of them passed. Zero Wing now had a total of 103 people on the trial tower's 5th floor, far ahead of Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile. Impossible. This is not possible. Something must have gone wrong with the trial tower. Feng Xianyang abruptly stood, his eyes bulging as he stared at the trial list. If it were just an additional dozen or so people, he would have, at most, been surprised. However, if every single member of Zero Wing's main force was an expert who passed the 4th floor, the term shock was no longer appropriate. This was simply terrifying. To obtain more experts who could pass through the 4th floor, Feng Xianyang had scoured and poached talents from various other cities. He had also received a continuous supply of experts from Underworld. Yet, even so, he still couldn't produce a 100-man team of such experts. What about Zero Wing? Not only was it a guild without any backing whatsoever, but it also lacked a wide array of connections. How did such a guild manage to obtain so many experts? Zero Wing really knows how to hide its strength. Ghost Shadow squinted his eyes at the 5th floor's list. He, too, felt a heavy pressure weigh on him. There was no longer anybody who dared to look down on Zero Wing. Nobody dared disparage the guild anymore, claiming that its position as White River City's overlord was no longer stable. What a joke. If Zero Wing's entire main force consisted of 5th floor experts, which guild in White River City could contend with it? Not to mention White River City, even in all of Starmoon Kingdom, there was not a single guild that was a match for Zero Wing. However, before everyone could recover from their daze, another change occurred on the trial list's 7th floor. This time, however, there was no addition to the list itself. Instead, the rankings had changed. The lofty and overweening Ghost Shadow, who had stood at the very top of the trial list, had fallen. Moreover, he had fallen not just 1, but 2 places, taking the 3rd place on the 7th floor. Meanwhile, the 1st and 2nd ranks on the trial tower's 7th floor now belonged to Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, respectively. Chapter 651, Sensational. __Chapter 651, Sensational. The floors of the trial tower were divided into 3 stages for the trial tower's first 4 floors. The difference between each stage was small. However, from the 5th floor onwards, the required combat power would increase significantly with each subsequent stage. Hence, every time a player passed a stage after reaching the 5th floor, they had to undergo a relatively long period of training to proceed further in the Divine Colosseum. Only experts who had passed through the 4th floor would know how difficult it was to overcome each stage from the 5th floor onwards. Not to mention, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had only recently passed the 6th floor, arriving on the 7th floor. However, of everyone in the Divine Colosseum, the situation shocked Ghost Shadow the most. The record he maintained so far was the middle stage of the 7th floor. In other words, both girls from Zero Wing had at least reached the 7th floor's middle stage and had performed better than he had. He knew full well just how difficult the battles on the 7th floor were. That was no longer a challenge that an ordinary human being could tackle. Not only did the 7th floor have a relatively high requirement of 1 skill completion rate, but more importantly, it also required 1 perfect application, executing skills as if they were executing a normal attack. For example, if an ordinary person and a martial arts master were given identical swords, although the weapons were the same, each person's capabilities with the blade were miles apart. Similarly, the combat power each individual could display was miles apart from each other. In this case, skill completion rate was the weapon. The higher the skill completion rate was, the more power the weapon could display. However, how much of that power was actually displayed still depended on the individual's application. Ghost Shadow recognized himself as one of the top players in the virtual gaming world. He was also a talented individual. After coming into contact with God's domain, he had continuously researched and explored ways to better integrate his skills into his basic attacks, displaying the maximum effect of his skills and eliminating any hindrance in battle. Yet, now, 2 little girls had surpassed him so quickly. It was inconceivable. Have they been holding back all this time? Ghost Shadow wondered. In fact, Ghost Shadow wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Everyone wondered. There was no other explanation. Something like a breakthrough in the face of a crisis was legendary. It might be a coincidence if it were just one person, but it was impossible for 2 people to encounter such a coincidence at the same time. The effect of the 100-berry wine is really impressive. It's a pity that I can only get my hands on so many bottles. Relaxing in a room, Shifeng nodded and smiled as he watched the trial list. Shifeng was not surprised that every member had managed to pass the 4th floor. After all, that was the system-acknowledged standard for an ordinary expert. After drinking the 100-berry wine, a player's compatibility rate would increase significantly. Normally, the wine was capable of increasing a player's skill completion rate by roughly 10%, though the effects grew weaker as one progressed. However, to Zero Wing's core members whose skill completion rates hovered around 70%, their skill completion rates would increase to 80% or more upon drinking the 100-berry wine. Normally, one would pass through the 4th floor so long as they could maintain a stable skill completion rate of 75%. Hence, it was only natural for everyone to reach the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were capable of reaching 85% completion rate with their skills. After drinking the 100-berry wine, their skill completion rates could increase to roughly 90%. Although it was only a meager increase of 5%, the power they could display with their skills would improve by 20% or 30%. The basic requirement for reaching the 7th floor was a skill completion rate of 85%, displaying 100% of a skill's effect. In addition, if one were capable of skillfully applying their skills into their basic attacks, they could normally pass through the 7th floor's early stage. Although Fire Dance and Violet Cloud might still lack actual combat experience and were not proficient with skill application, a skill completion rate of 90% would be sufficient to get them through even the middle stage and pushing them into the 7th floor's late stage. Hence, the fact that the 2 girls had managed to surpass a veteran top-tier expert like Ghost Shadow did not surprise Shifeng at all. If Ghost Shadow could achieve a 90% completion rate with his skills right now, at the very minimum, he could set foot on the 8th floor. It's unfortunate that the 100-berry wine only improves a person's combat power temporarily. A person's comprehension depends on the person. Shifeng sighed as he glanced at the remaining 110 bottles of 100-berry wine in his bag. The 100-berry wine was a strategic tool in nurturing experts. It was no wonder why the fantasy shrine had managed to rise to power so quickly in the past. The 100-berry wine had definitely contributed to this achievement. Shortly after every member of Zero Wing's main force passed through the trial tower's 4th floor, news spread at the speed of light. This reminded everyone just how powerful Zero Wing was. Upon receiving this information, many guilds gave up on their development in White River City, shifting their attention to other cities instead. Against Zero Wing, whose main force consisted entirely of experts who could clear the 4th floor, their guild stood no chance. Rather than wait for their extermination, it would be better for them to develop themselves elsewhere. Who knew? Their chances of achieving success might even be higher somewhere else. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's guild residence. Just how did Zero Wing manage to recruit so many experts? Flame Blood frowned upon receiving news of the Divine Colosseum's latest events. What happened? A short and chubby middle-aged man beside Flame Blood asked in a low tone. Zero Wing just sent its main force to challenge the trial tower. In the end, every member has managed to reach the 5th floor. Among them, 2 have even surpassed Ghost Shadow's record, Flame Blood said, not showing any signs of the arrogance he usually displayed as the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force. On the contrary, he had lowered his posture when he spoke to the chubby middle-aged man. Although the man before Flame Blood was not adept with virtual reality games, the man's position in the real world allowed him to remove Flame Blood from Heaven's Burial easily should he ever wish to. Even the guild leader of Heaven's Burial, Singular Burial, had to treat this middle-aged man with great respect. Interesting. It seems that we won't be able to avoid a confrontation with Zero Wing if we wish to obtain this treasured land, the chubby man said as he caressed his goatee. After a moment of silence, he continued, since we can't beat them with numbers, let's improve the guild's overall strength. Flame Blood, notify Ghost Shadow and tell him that I'll send Daybreak Fog to help out. We need to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon as soon as possible. Daybreak Fog? Flame Blood could not help his surprise at the mention of this name. Are we giving up on Starmoon City? Heaven's Burial's ambition was colossal. The guild aimed to control all of Starmoon Kingdom. The best way to do so was to take control of the kingdom's lifeline first. Its players. The 2 cities with the largest player population in the kingdom were Starmoon City and White River City. Both also had the largest gathering of elite players. As long as Heaven's Burial took control of these 2 cities, controlling the rest of the kingdom was only a matter of time. Of these 2 cities, Flame Blood spearheaded the White River City takeover, while Starmoon City was spearheaded by Daybreak Fog. If one compared these 2 people's fame, Daybreak Fog was superior. Flame Blood was merely one of the previous year's top 10 newcomers. On the other hand, Daybreak Fog had been one of the top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world 2 years ago. Afterward, she had continued to perform magnificently in many virtual reality games. Her fame was only slightly inferior to the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow, as she had made her debut roughly 2 years later than Gentle Snow had. In terms of strength, Daybreak Fog ranked 3rd within Heaven's Burial. If they really sent Daybreak Fog to White River City as support, with her strength and her team, Heaven's Burial might actually have a chance of clearing a 100-man team dungeon. After all, during this period, everyone mostly understood the difficulty of a 100-man team dungeon. From the experience of clearing 50-man team dungeons, they had thought up of plenty of strategies. Now, all they needed to do was to take action. White River City has become Starmoon Kingdom's business center. The number of elite players migrating to the city increases by the day. Starmoon City is no match in this aspect. Hence, we have to prioritize this side for now. Moreover, when comparing the difficulty of 100-man dungeons, White River Cities is easier. If we allow Zero Wing to continue developing unhindered, it will become impossible to take control of White River City in the future. Suddenly, Shifeng received a communication request from a friend. Gentle Snow? Chapter 652, Asura Mode Dungeon. Miss Snow, long time no see. You look tired, Shifeng said, slightly surprised as he saw Gentle Snow's haggard expression through the video chat. Gentle Snow was a well-known superwoman in the virtual gaming world. She also had plenty of capable subordinates under her. After not seeing each other for only a few days, Gentle Snow looked so exhausted. It was surprising. It had been quite a few years since Gentle Snow had made her debut. She should be quite competent at managing a guild by now. In addition, the majority of Ouroboros's elders supported Gentle Snow right now, so managing the guild should not be difficult. I've been busy with guild affairs these past few days, so I haven't gotten much rest. Gentle Snow laughed softly, sweeping the matter under the rug with a single sentence. Inwardly, she envied Shifeng, who could push the majority of guild affairs onto Aqua Rose. Moreover, he only had to focus on White River City. Ouroboros, on the other hand, was competing over dozens of cities, both large and small. However, these cities were still the least of her problems. Starmoon City was the issue. Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had been consolidating their positions in Starmoon City. In addition to several other powerful second-rate guilds, things had become extremely hectic for Gentle Snow. It was especially true for the 3 upstart guilds that had recently appeared in Starmoon City. Cloud 9 Yin Yang Court Heaven's Burial. All 3 possessed extraordinary backgrounds. They even had multiple guild residences in Starmoon Kingdom's major cities. They were developing as fast as a plague. Among the affected cities, Starmoon City received the greatest impact, and White River City was not far behind. Particularly, the manager of Starmoon City's Heaven's Burial, Daybreak Fog, was far more difficult of an opponent than even Galaxy Past of the Star Alliance. So far, Ouroboros had clashed with Heaven's Burial dozens of times, the battles ranging from small skirmishes to large-scale battles. Although Gentle Snow still held the advantage, Ouroboros did not have only one enemy. Both Cloud 9 and the Yin Yang Court eyed Ouroboros like fresh meat. Ouroboros had already been unstable due to Chao Qinghua's theft of several of the guild's core and elite members. Now, before she could settle the turmoil within the guild, she faced so much trouble. In such a precarious situation, how could set aside time to rest? She had not even upgraded her equipment recently, as Gentle Snow knew that Shifeng disliked playing with words. After their casual greetings, she got straight to the point and said, "We have discovered a hidden treasured land near Starmoon City. The area is rich in magic crystals, and I wish to invite Zero Wing to pioneer this treasured land by our side. Are you interested?" Before the Divine Colosseum had been released, magic crystals had not been particularly valuable. Now, however, they were a strategic commodity that every large guild fought over frantically. Although every large guild had a large number of players and was capable of dispatching many teams to raid dungeons each day, team dungeons could only be raided once every 3 days. There were only so many team dungeons available. They could not acquire nearly as many magic crystals as they consumed. Meanwhile, if there was another option, other than team dungeons, for one to obtain magic crystals, this was not an opportunity one could miss. A hidden treasured land? When Shifeng heard these words, the first place that popped up in his mind was the Stoneclaw Mountains. In the past, when Stoneclaw Mountain had been discovered, it incited a great war between every guild in Starmoon Kingdom. The war had been the first kingdom-level war in Starmoon Kingdom. Hundreds of guilds involved themselves, all wanting to get their hands on a share of the profits. That war had caused every guild in Starmoon Kingdom to suffer massive damages. Moreover, Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had even started an all-out war with each other. In the end, taking advantage of the situation, Heaven's Burial, the Yin Yang Court, Cloud 9, and several other second-rate guilds had banded together to form a massive alliance and took over the Stoneclaw Mountains, splitting the profits. Afterward, any players who wished to enter the mountains were required to sign a contract, agreeing to hand over 30% of the magic crystals they harvested. In addition, players were required to pay a fixed fee before they could enter. The various large guilds then split the profits. The Stoneclaw Mountains was a regional dungeon that had formed a space of its own. However, it was not just any dungeon, but an Asura mode dungeon. Ordinary team dungeons were divided into 3 difficulties: normal, hard, and hell. However, regional dungeons were divided into 5 difficulties: normal, hard, hell, Asura, and God. The Stoneclaw Mountains existed within the 4th difficulty level of regional dungeons. The dungeon was level 30 to level 49. In other words, only players that were within the range of level 30 to level 49 could enter the dungeon. Unlike team dungeons, however, there was no limit to the number of players who could enter. It was like White Fog Canyon. Inside the dungeon, players could obtain items that were normally unattainable elsewhere. In White Fog Canyon, players could obtain Starfire ore that increased the success rate of forging. There was also the Warfire set equipment. Unfortunately, Shifeng had already ruined White Fog Canyon. As of this moment, the level 35 Great Lord, Anubis's gatekeeper, still roamed the map. As a result, no players dared to approach. Meanwhile, White Fog Canyon was merely a hard mode regional dungeon, whereas the Stoneclaw Mountains was an Asura mode regional dungeon. Survival was far more difficult in the Stoneclaw Mountains, however. Magic crystals were vastly important. They must be obtained, regardless of the sacrifices. Even Zero Wing was no exception to this currently. Several guilds from Star Moon Kingdom are contesting over the rights of this hidden treasured land. If Zero Wing is willing to help, I can offer 50% of the income. Gentle Snow offered a relatively attractive price to Gentle Snow. Offering 50% of the profits was a big concession on her part. The Stoneclaw Mountains were within the Star Moon City region. It was impossible for Zero Wing to send a large number of players to supervise the map. Hence, the responsibility of supervising the map would fall to Ouroboros. However, Zero Wing possessed extraordinary strength. As of this moment, even Shifeng's strength was a mystery. If Ouroboros and Zero Wing banded together, their chances of coming out on top would be a lot higher. Furthermore, working with other guilds was simply not an option for Ouroboros. Alright, but I have a condition, Shifeng responded after giving it some thought. Zero Wing was based in White River City. There was a limit to how much combat power it could display in the faraway Star Moon City. Even though the guild was powerful, it could not move on the Stoneclaw Mountains by itself. Moreover, it was not realistic for a single guild to monopolize the Stoneclaw Mountains. Tell me. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Shifeng. Her offer had already been bountiful, yet Shifeng still had conditions of his own. It's not really a condition. I just need Ouroboros to help me obtain some materials. I'll even purchase them for 20% above market value. Shifeng laughed. He currently had very few of the materials required to construct the stable and teleportation magic array. It would take a long time to gather the necessary materials if he relied on Zero Wing. However, it would be much easier if he used Gentle Snow's connections to purchase the materials, because most of these materials could only be obtained by large guilds. It was practically an impossible task for independent players. Yet, even if he tried purchasing these materials, other guilds would only sell them to their allies. Give me the list, then. Gentle Snow released a sigh of relief upon hearing Shifeng's condition. She had thought Shifeng intended to take advantage of her current predicament, but it turned out that he still had some humanity left in him. I'll send it to you now. Shifeng then sent a list of the materials required to construct the stable and teleportation magic array to Gentle Snow. You really are daring. Most of these materials are rare drops from large-scale team dungeons. Although my guild can obtain some, 20% above market value is too cheap. I'll need 50% at least. Surprise flashed across Gentle Snow's eyes when she read the list Shifeng had provided. Even if she worked with the Star Alliance, the two guilds could not gather all the materials listed. The cost alone was more than 2,000 gold. Okay, just get them as soon as possible. Shifeng did not care about spending a little more money. If he could get his hands on the materials, he could earn back the money in the blink of an eye. Hearing Shifeng's lack of hesitation, Gentle Snow was slightly shocked. A 50% increase in price would mean more than 3,000 gold. Even to a first-rate guild like Ouroboros, that was a massive amount of money. Yet, Shifeng thought nothing of it. After both sides established a contract, Shifeng contacted Aqua Rose and the others, instructing them to gather the Stoneclaw Mountains could only be dealt with sooner, and not later. The earlier they occupied a favorable location, the greater their advantage would be when the war began. Chapter 653, Overall Improvement. Although the Trial Towers competition ended with Zero Wing's victory, the members of Zero Wing's main force were well aware that it had been due to the 100-berry wine. Otherwise, they would not have achieved such frightening results during the challenge. Everyone had discovered many of their own imperfections, their combat power improving slightly as a result. What a pity. If I could experience that kind of feeling once more, I might reach a stable skill completion rate at 87% and pass this stage. After the 100-berry wine's effects dissipated, Fire Dance challenged the 6th floor's late stage again. This time, she passed it without any issues and could now reach the 7th floor with her own power. Unfortunately, she suffered defeat in the 7th floor's early stage. But the 100-berry wine did allow me to gain an initial understanding of how to use void steps. Guild leader will be surprised if he finds out. Void steps was an advanced style of footwork in Shifeng's trademark technique. Just gaining an initial understanding of how to use the skill was extremely difficult. If Shifeng learned that Fire Dance could use void steps, he would definitely be surprised. He had spent many years in order to learn the technique, yet Fire Dance had managed to grasp it in such a short time. Although Shifeng's guidance largely contributed to her success, the fact that she had learned the technique in such a short time certainly had something to do with her innate talent, huh? Return to the residence? Fire Dance muttered as she read the message Aqua Rose had sent to her. She then chose to teleport out of the trial tower. Inside the conference hall of Zero Wings Guild residence. Without wasting time, Shifeng retrieved all of the synthesized Tier 3 gemstones from his bag. All of you, equip these Tier 3 gemstones. Shifeng had already replaced all his Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 strength attributed gemstones. As a result, his strength attribute had increased by more than 100 points. At this moment, even without activating Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength could match a chieftain of the same level. Even a lord of the same level would struggle to push him back if the main force replaced their Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones as well. Although they would not be as strong as he was, they could still contend with a special elite of the same level. Some, such as Fire Dance and the others, who wore a Tier 1 set equipment, might be capable of more ordinary players' attributes were inferior to common monsters of the same level. They would only be slightly stronger with a full set of bronze equipment. At that time, the only advantage common monsters would have was their higher HP. If a player was fully equipped with secret silver equipment, their attributes should be roughly equal to an elite monster of the same level. Only when one wore a full set of dark gold equipment would they have the same amount of attributes as a special elite of the same rank. As for Zero Wings' main force, although their equipment was a mix of level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment, they had the intermediate mana armor kits to make up for the difference. If they embedded Tier 3 gemstones into every item, their attributes should be roughly the same as if they wore a set of level 30 dark gold equipment. None of the main force's members dared to believe their eyes as they stared at the Tier 3 gemstones on the table. Every jaw hit the floor. Aqua Rose was similarly stunned, speechless. She knew full well just how valuable Tier 3 gemstones were. Moreover, no one had found a source for these gemstones yet. One could only obtain them from alchemy synthesis. However, synthesizing a Tier 3 gemstone would cost at least 20 gold. Meanwhile, there were over 1,000 shining gemstones on the table. In other words, the gemstones scattered across this table were worth over 20,000 gold at the very least. Weary in a hurry, so equip them quickly. Shifeng had already received a status report about the Stoneclaw Mountains. Although things seemed calm on the surface, and the various guilds were busy killing monsters and grinding for magic crystals, the number of guild players gathering in the mountains increased by the minute. Every guild was rapidly mobilizing their forces. Even Stone Forest Town, the closest town to the Stoneclaw Mountains, was surrounded by players. All of these players were members of various large guilds. It seemed that these guilds intended to capture Stone Forest Town. The nearest teleportation array to the Stoneclaw Mountains was over 10 hours on foot. On the other hand, Stone Forest Town was only an hour from the Asura mode dungeon. The town was an absolute treasure. Whether it was for repairing equipment or purchasing consumables, Stone Forest Town was the best option. Otherwise, they would have to waste a day to travel back and forth between Starmoon City and the Stoneclaw Mountains. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town was not under Starmoon Kingdom's control. Instead, the forces of darkness held it. It was one of the towns that players could capture and occupy. As long as the town fell under a guild's control, said guild could hire an army of NPCs to defend the town for 15 days. Even if every guild in Starmoon Kingdom banded together, they would not be able to do anything to the captured Stone Forest Town. After a guild successfully captured Stone Forest Town, said guild would also receive an additional advantage. They could select a resurrection point. When players died, they would revive in their own cities. Of course, players could also choose to revive at the nearest resurrection point. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town was the nearest resurrection point to the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the precondition for reviving in Stone Forest Town was that one needed to capture it. Moreover, only members of the guild that held the town, or those given explicit permission by said guild, could revive there. This would be a huge advantage for capturing the Stoneclaw Mountains in the future. Since Shifeng had learned that the Stoneclaw Mountains had been activated, he would not waste any time. He intended to capture Stone Forest Town with Zero Wings' greatest forces. Unfortunately, other guilds shared the same thoughts. For now, though, he needed to occupy a strategic location as quickly as possible. Otherwise, their tasks would be far more difficult. A short moment later, every member of the main force had replaced their Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones, their attributes increasing significantly, following which, Shifeng led the main force and the Dark God's Legion mightily towards the teleportation hall. Wow, what's Zero Wing up to? Whoa. That's so impressive. I'm actually having trouble breathing right now. Is Zero Wing planning to start a war? The players on the streets could not help but wonder when they saw Zero Wing's frightening momentum. Over 400 players, fully equipped with the current best equipment, marched down the street. No matter where this army went, they would be a force to be reckoned with. They could easily trample a large guild. Not to mention, over 100 of these players were experts who had surpassed the 4th floor of the trial tower. If they participated in a field battle, they could easily stand against several thousand elite players. Meanwhile, a single large guild only had several thousand elite players. Suddenly, the various large guilds in White River City began to panic. Although an army of over 400 players seemed small, its strength was no laughing matter. If they wanted to, they could easily obliterate any guild team that was grinding out in the fields. Does Black Flame intend to move against us? Feng Xianyang trembled upon receiving this news. He was so shocked that he nearly jumped out of his seat. But why? We haven't provoked Zero Wing recently. We even yielded a few high-resource areas to them. They shouldn't have any reason to deal with us. Did some fool go and provoke Black Flame again? At this moment, the upper echelons of the various large guilds in White River City felt threatened. Every one of them immediately withdrew from the fields, returning either to White River City or the nearest town as fast as possible. Chapter 654, Town Capturing. Starmoon City, Stone Forest Town. Ever since the Stoneclaw Mountains had been discovered, the upper echelons of the various large guilds had realized the importance of Stone Forest Town. As a result, the various large guilds in Starmoon City had frantically gathered their members around the town. Upon receiving information regarding the Stoneclaw Mountains, large guilds from other cities also mobilized their forces to Stone Forest Town. However, as the teleportation fees were a problem, they could not dispatch too many members. Most of the members they sent were the guild's elites. After arriving at Stone Forest Town, these guilds would send their main forces to the Stoneclaw Mountains to grind for magic crystals, while leaving behind the majority of their elites to stand guard a short distance away from Stone Forest Town to observe other guilds. At this moment, Stone Forest Town was surrounded. There were over 300,000 players watching the town, making the town's resident players quite uncomfortable. These 300,000 plus players were not ordinary players. They all were the elite members of various large guilds. They were stronger than even 3 million ordinary players. If these elites surged into Stone Forest Town at the same time, although the town was protected by level 55 dark NPCs, these NPCs would most likely fall under the fierce assault of so many elite players. The only fortunate advantage that they had was that these elite players belonged to multiple large guilds. They were not united, each guild having their own intentions, and here I thought this was our chance as dark guilds to rise to power. I didn't think that the Starmoon City's guilds would find out about the Stoneclaw Mountains so soon. Now, we won't even have a place to level up. What are you worried about? Don't forget that Stone Forest Town has the 3 great leaders. Furthermore, the guilds outside are not united. Unless some guild is looking to get itself killed and benefit the other guilds, they won't invade. You're not exactly wrong, but Starmoon City's first-rate guilds, Ouroboros and the Star Alliance, have dispatched most of their elites already. Of the 300,000 plus elite players out there, over 1/3 belong to those 2 guilds. Even if the other guilds don't make a move, those 2 alone are enough to capture the town. Stone Forest Town's red names discussed their current predicament. They were at a loss on what they should do next. Originally, they had simply lived here in peace. When they had nothing better to do, they would kill some players to earn some money or complete some high-level quests. They lived carefree lives. Hence, they had never imagined that such a massive issue would arrive on their doorsteps one day. On a hilltop a short distance away from Stone Forest Town, a group of players quietly observed the town below. These players were uniformly level 30 and wore level 30 fine gold or above equipment. Not far behind these players, there were more than 70,000 players standing at attention. The majority of the players in this army were level 28, with the lowest being level 27. They were 2 or 3 levels higher than the current average level of players. These players were none other than the members of the Star Alliance led by Galaxy Past. Star Alliance was also the guild that had dispatched the most players to Stone Forest Town, an army of 70,000 elite players. This was the strength of a first-rate guild. It was not something a second-rate guild could hope to compete with. Ordinary second-rate guilds would only have over 100,000 members, while a more powerful one would have up to 200,000 or 300,000 players. Of these players, only a maximum of 30,000 or 40,000 would be elite players. After deploying these elites across multiple cities, it would be amazing enough if a second-rate guild could dispatch 20,000 elites for a single expedition. However, compared to a first-rate guild like the Star Alliance, second-rate guilds were not worth mentioning. Guild leader: I've put together a detailed report on Stone Forest Town with the results from my investigation. There are roughly over 1,000 NPCs in the town, and the majority are level 55 elite guards. There are over 100 level 60 tier 1 NPCs and roughly 30 level 60 tier 2 NPCs. If a fight breaks out, more NPCs might show up. However, the largest challenge of capturing the town will be Stone Forest Town's 3 great leaders. Flourishing Willow, who wore dark blue leather armor, reported softly, "Are the 3 great leaders very powerful?" Galaxy Past asked. According to the information I obtained from the red names living there, these leaders are only tier 2 NPCs. However, they possessed very high intelligence. They are far more powerful than ordinary tier 2 NPCs regarding combat power. It is especially true for the great leader, Asura. He is a tier 2 professional mage, and I have heard that he knows how to use large-scale destruction spells. Hearing Flourishing Willow mentioning large-scale destruction spells, everyone frowned. Large-scale destruction spells were Zerg tactics' Achilles' heel. Moreover, a high-intelligence NPC's combat techniques were far more powerful than ordinary players. Based on the settings of God's domain, Asura should be capable of displaying more than 50% of his actual combat power. In other words, he was at least as skilled as an ordinary expert. If a player possessed the attributes of a level 60 tier 2 NPC and large-scale destruction spells, said player would be a natural disaster to the current players of God's domain. Right. I've also received news that White River City's Zero Wing has sent people over. It seems that they have designs on this area as well, Flourishing Willow said. Zero Wing? Galaxy Past laughed. This is the Star Alliance's home ground. Do they think that they can just show up and take a slice of the pie as well? Zero Wing was indeed powerful. However, that was limited to White River City. Stone Forest Town was in the Star Moon City region. How many people could Zero Wing possibly dispatch? Moreover, the ordinary guards one hired could not be used in the fields. Only personal guards could be used. On the off chance that a personal guard died, it would be extremely difficult to revive them. Hence, players would not use their personal guards casually. Even if Zero Wing sent its personal guards, their impact would be minimal. Ignore them. Since we can't capture Stone Forest Town in a short time, have the main force grind for magic crystals for now. However, we can't let Ouroboros relax, either. Look for opportunities to kill some of its members. After all, the Stoneclaw Mountains still belong to our 2 guilds. Galaxy Past smiled lightly. It truly is fortunate that Chao Qinghua stole a large number of experts and elite players from Ouroboros. The Stoneclaw Mountains will belong to the Star Alliance. In Star Moon City, the Star Alliance had far more experts and elite players than Ouroboros. Currently, Ouroboros barely held on. As for the other guilds in Star Moon City, they were nothing to the Star Alliance at this moment. Many guilds that had completed their investigation of Stone Forest Town had decided to give up on the idea of capturing the town. Instead, they shifted their focus towards grinding for magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, as the majority of their elite members had yet to reach level 30 and could not enter the Stoneclaw Mountains, these elite members were tasked with leveling up as fast as possible. Meanwhile, at Ouroboros' base camp, Shifeng had just arrived with his team. Very quickly, Shifeng's group became the center of attention. The group was simply too impressive. Not only were the members of Zero Wing's main force uniformly level 30, but many in the Dark Gods Legion were also level 30. In addition, the most inferior piece of equipment worn by the group was fine gold rank. Most importantly, every member's aura inflicted a deep fear. They felt like a group of primordial beasts. Even those standing quite a distance away could not help but tremble when they glanced at this group of players. This is Zero Wing? Sure enough, their reputation is well deserved. Zero Wing is simply too powerful. We don't even have so much top-tier equipment. The members of Ouroboros could not help discuss Zero Wing's members. Meanwhile, when Gentle Snow emerged to welcome Shifeng and the others, she was similarly surprised. How did Zero Wing manage to recruit so many experts? Gentle Snow could clearly feel that, among the 400 players Shifeng had brought with him, many radiated an intense pressure. There were even a dozen or so people who felt extremely dangerous. Although she had been busy settling the guild's internal affairs, she had not fallen behind or neglected her own development. Throughout Starmoon City, extremely few players were capable of making her feel nervous. There were even fewer experts who felt dangerous to her. Starmoon City should only contain a handful of such experts. Yet, Zero Wing had over a dozen such people. It was simply inconceivable. Chapter 655, Flame Shaman. It had been a relatively long time since God's Domain launched. During this period, even an ordinary player's sensitivity towards danger had increased significantly, not to mention experts. Many a time, experts of God's Domain would not judge an opponent's strength based solely on the other party's weapons and equipment. They also judged their opponent's strength based on the degree of danger they felt from their opponents, and experts' combat power was not limited to their weapons and equipment. Combat techniques and powerful skills also affected a person's combat power. These were hidden aspects, not visible until combat. Hence, one had to rely on intuition to judge a person's strength. Gentle Snow was very confident of her own perception because, up until this day, her intuition had never failed her. It reminded her of her first encounter Yifeng. Although Yifeng's equipment had been pathetic, his level had been very low, and he had not felt threatening in the least. Her intuition had told her that Shifeng was extraordinary. And indeed, her intuition had not been wrong. Time had proven that Shifeng was truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow's intuition currently told her that the group of people in front of her was very deadly. They were not as simple as they appeared. It felt as if every single player had a ferocious beast hidden inside their bodies. Only, these beasts had yet to expose their true nature. Zero Wing is growing more mysterious by the minute. Gentle Snow laughed bitterly as she subtly examined the crowd from Zero Wing. In the past, Zero Wing had been no more than a small, weak guild, yet, before anyone realized it, the guild had grown into a towering existence. Even Ouroboros had to treat Zero Wing seriously. Fortunately, their two guilds had long since formed an alliance. Otherwise, Zero Wing would be a formidable enemy. Let's talk inside, Gentle Snow said as she led the way to a large tent. Shifeng nodded and entered the tent with Aqua Rose and Fire Dance. During God's Domain's early stages, players only had needed to travel for a short time to arrive at their destination. However, as players reached higher levels, the time they spent on travel increased. When going out to the fields to level up, it was typical for players to not return to their respective cities for several days. Meanwhile, when players wished to rest, they could rely on these field tents. HP and mana would recover quickly when consuming food and beverages. However, concentration and stamina would not. Generally, players had to return to a city to rest and recover. With a field tent, however, there was no need to do so. Although the recovery speed while inside a tent could not compare to resting in a city, it was sufficient. Only ordinary players could not afford a field tent. Just an ordinary 6-man tent sold for 10 gold at NPC shops, not to mention 20-man, 50-man, or 100-man tents. Not only did one need enough money to purchase a 100-man tent, but they also needed a certain amount of reputation. The large tent before them was a 100-man tent, and it had cost 200 gold. If one had sufficiently high reputation, they could receive a small discount. However, even then, a 100-man tent would still cost more than 150 gold inside. The tent looked like a guild residence's conference hall. Currently, more than a dozen people sat inside the tent, and every one of them was a member of Ouroboros's upper echelon. They were uniformly level 30, and their equipment was among the best one could find. Meanwhile, the beautiful and vibrant Zhao Yueru relaxed amongst these players, currently dressed in white and red luxurious mage robes. In her hand, she wielded a red jade staff covered in runes. Looking at the faint red glow that surrounded the staff, one could immediately tell it was an extraordinary item. Furthermore, a faint flame-red aura surrounded the caster. She looked like a goddess of fire-flame shaman. Shifeng concealed his surprise when he saw Zhao Yueru, who had undergone a massive change since the last time they met. Flame Shaman was a hidden class, and its legacy rank was similar to the Astromancer. It was considered an advanced legacy. As the name suggested, it was a class that specialized in controlling flames. However, a Flame Shaman was not as balanced as an Elementalist. The class specialized in attacking and destroying everything. In terms of damage output, the class was far superior to an Astromancer. It was an extremely violent class in the past. Zhao Yueru's fame had only started to soar after she class changed into a Flame Shaman. The public had known her as the Flame Witch. Shifeng never imagined that Zhao Yueru would become a Flame Shaman so quickly. Even against an MT of the same level geared with top-tier equipment, a Flame Shaman could finish them off in 2 or 3 moves. A Flame Shaman could practically one-shot an ordinary MT. However, although the class's damage was astounding, it was also because of this that Flame Shamans had very few survival and life-saving abilities. In dungeons and team battles though, they were beyond scary. They were practically tomahawk cruise missiles. After sweeping a glance over everyone present, Shifeng understood the general situation regarding Ouroboros's top combat power. Although Ouroboros had lost many of its top combatants, the guild was still much stronger than second-rate guilds with its remaining forces. This is the data we collected on Stone Forest Town, Gentle Snow said as she handed Shifeng a folder. Slowly, she explained, currently, every guild is trying to occupy the town. However, the town is strong enough to avoid capture even if we combine our guild strengths. I suggest that we strike at the Stoneclaw Mountains first, harvesting magic crystals and building our strength. With both of our guild's experts, we should be able to occupy the high-resource areas within the mountains quickly. We can then use the opportunity to widen the gap between us and the other guilds. Currently, nobody could do strike against Stone Forest Town. The best option right now was to accumulate their strength. This was also why Gentle Snow had asked for Zero Wings' help. There is no need to go through all that trouble. We can just capture Stone Forest Town. Once we occupy the town, it will be simple to obtain the rights over the Stoneclaw Mountains, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He did not agree with Gentle Snow's idea in the past. It was precisely such thinking that had led to the various large guilds ending in a deadlock with each other. As a result, more guilds had involved themselves in the situation in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Once that happened, they would lose the chance to capture Stone Forest Town. At this moment, the various large guilds were still helpless against Stone Forest Town, so they would focus their attention on the Stoneclaw Mountains. This was the best chance to capture Stone Forest Town. Otherwise, if time dragged on, the number of guilds in the area would increase. At that time, the number of experts who were interested in this area would also increase, and their chances of capturing Stone Forest Town would decrease. Hearing Shifeng's resolve, Gentle Snow was momentarily stunned. That was suicide. Immediately, she explained, you should have seen the information regarding the 3 great leaders for yourself. All 3 are high-intelligence NPCs. They are equivalent to expert players who have reached the 5th floor. They also possess large-scale destruction spells. Furthermore, if we attack Stone Forest Town, the other guilds will not sit by and do nothing. They will take advantage of the situation and try to annihilate us. What if we don't give them the chance? Shifeng smiled confidently. On his way here, Shifeng had considered the matter of Stone Forest Town extensively. It was extremely difficult to deal with the 3 great leaders. Not to mention, they would have to give the other guilds the slip. However, there was a simpler method of capturing Stone Forest Town. Chapter 656, Crazy Decision. Don't give them the chance. Gentle Snow grew curious. There were over 300,000 guild elites stationed close to Stone Forest Town. Of them, 70,000 belonged to the Star Alliance, while Ouroboros only had 50,000. Even if both first-rate guilds banded together, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to the other guilds. Hence, every guild was maintaining this temporary peace. Nobody dared provoke anybody else. However, if a guild decided to attack Stone Forest Town, so much commotion would attract the other guild's attention. At that time, no one would not sit by and let someone else capture the town. The other guilds would definitely work together to exterminate the mutual enemy. Because of this, even Star Alliance, with its numerical advantage, would not dare to take action now. However, Shifeng insisted that they attack Stone Forest Town without giving the other guilds the opportunity to retaliate. How would that even be possible? There were level 55 and level 60 NPCs defending the town. Among them, there were even Tier 2 NPCs. A level 60 Tier 2 NPC was even stronger than a level 30 Great Lord. Not to mention, there was more than just one level 60 Tier 2 NPC defending the town. The great leader Surya, who wielded large-scale destruction spells, also defended the town with Ouroboros's 50,000 elites. It would be a bitter battle to capture Stone Forest Town. There was also no certainty that they would succeed. Yes, don't give them the chance, Shifeng nodded as he repeated himself. When the time comes, everyone needs to dispose of the town's NPCs as quickly as possible and leave the rest to me. Shifeng had conquered many towns in the past, so he was quite familiar with the method. It was not an easy task for a guild to gain control of a town first. Players had to dispose of every NPC within the town. Leaving even one NPC alive would result in failure. Second, players had to obtain the town token that the leader of the town guarded. After completing these two tasks, one would obtain the authority to rule over the town. Hence, it was extremely difficult to capture a town with a large number of competitors nearby. In the past, after the Stoneclaw Mountains profits had been distributed, no guild bothered with capturing Stone Forest Town. However, things were slightly different in this life. Currently, various large guilds' main forces and elite members had gathered near the Stoneclaw Mountains, making this the perfect opportunity to capture Stone Forest Town. However, they only had a small time frame to do so, as it took less than 2 hours to travel from the Stoneclaw Mountains to Stone Forest Town on foot or 30 minutes on a mount. Fortunately, no one had reached level 40 yet. Are you planning to hold off all of those guilds by yourself? Gentle Snow asked, flabbergasted. She highly doubted that Shifeng could achieve this feat. They were talking about more than 250,000 elite players. How could one person possibly hold off that many players? Shifeng's words stupefied everyone else in the tent as well. Although they had long since realized that Shifeng was crazy, they had not thought that he was this crazy. Sitting beside Shifeng, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose were similarly shocked. Shortly after, however, they both smiled bitterly. Although they had no doubts that Shifeng could escape the clutches of 250,000 elite players, no matter how they racked their brains, it was impossible to fend off 250,000 elite players, preventing this army from harassing them while they attacked Stone Forest Town. Yet, Shifeng had never once failed to keep his word, regardless of how insane his claims sounded. He would never give his word if he were not confident of keeping it. One man holding off 250,000 elite players? Just thinking about it gave them goosebumps. Relax, it'll be fine. However, whether or not we succeed will depend on how fast you can clear the NPCs in the town, Shifeng said confidently, following which, Shifeng gave Fire Dance and Aqua Rose their respective orders. In the upcoming battle, Fire Dance was tasked with leading the main force, while Aqua Rose was tasked with leading the Dark Gods Legion. As for Gentle Snow and the others, they still hesitated to make a decision. Snow, are we really going to do this? You know how insane this is, right? Zhao Yueru asked softly. Gentle Snow took a deep breath. In the next moment, cold determination flashed in her eyes as she said, "We have no other options. The Star Alliance grows stronger by the day. Other guilds constantly harass us as well. At this rate, the Star Alliance will overtake us." Afterward, Gentle Snow began organizing her guild's forces, preparing for battle. Shifeng, however, was in no hurry. First, he investigated the various large guilds, particularly their main forces. Before they took action, Shifeng used the Bible of Darkness to summon a Tier 2 demon. 3 hours later, Shifeng summoned another Tier 2 demon. The two level 35 Tier 2 demons were as large as small hills. Tier 2 demons were the equivalent of Lord-ranked monsters. It was quite reassuring to have two level 35 lords on their side. I never imagined that Black Flame would have something like this. It's no wonder he was so confident of fending off the other guilds. Gentle Snow was stunned when she saw the two powerful Tier 2 demons. Even a 100-man team could deal with an ordinary Tier 2 demon, although they might struggle. However, a Tier 2 demon under a player's control was far more terrifying. It could annihilate even a 1,000-man elite team. If two Tier 2 demons banded together, their impact would be multiplied several folds. With these two Tier 2 demons, Shifeng could successfully delay the other guilds for some time. Just as Zero Wing and Ouroboros were about to mobilize their forces, the various large guilds received news of this matter. The various large guilds each had their own information network. With Ouroboros mobilizing such a large army, how could news of it escape the eyes and ears of the various large guilds? Has Gentle Snow gone mad? She really believed Black Flame? Does she think Black Flame is a god that can fend off an army of 250,000 players? Galaxy Past, who was currently in the Stoneclaw Mountains, laughed madly when he received this information. Notify the others immediately. If Ouroboros dares attack Stone Forest Town, find an opportunity to strike. Galaxy Past wasn't the only person with such thoughts. The other guild leaders similarly thought that Gentle Snow had lost her mind. Black Flame was similarly insane. Did he really think that their guild's elite members were blockheads that would just stand by and die for him? If all 250,000 players worked together, the ranged attacks alone could kill a lord of the same level instantly, not to mention a player suddenly. The various large guilds surrounding Stone Forest Town began mobilizing their forces, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. Now, all that was left was for Ouroboros and Zero Wing to move. As for the various large guilds' main forces and elite members, they all continued grinding for magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains. News sure flies. However, this isn't too bad either. It would have bothered me if they didn't make a move, Shifeng chuckled. He then activated the aura of Wind's Wind Rider, transforming into a blur as he flew to Stone Forest Town. What is he trying to do? Gentle Snow muttered in confusion. Shifeng's actions even confused Fire Dance and Aqua Rose, as Shifeng had not revealed his true plans. Let's begin, then. Shifeng grinned. Immediately, he swapped the aura of wind for the aura of fire. He then cast Firestorm on Stone Forest Town's NPC stronghold. Suddenly, flames engulfed the third and highest floor of the stronghold. Some nearby players turned to ash instantly. As for the NPCs inside the stronghold, they sustained heavy damage as well. In the blink of an eye, the stronghold's third floor was nothing more than scorched ruins. The crowd watching from afar was stupefied. Shifeng had actually attacked the NPC stronghold by himself. He was seeking death. At this moment, a white-haired old man in black robes emerged from the ruins. This old man was Saria, a level 60 Tier 2 NPC. Looking at Shifeng, Saria shouted angrily, saying, "Intruder! You actually dare to provoke me? I will show you how terrifying it is to anger a mage." Saria, great leader, professional mage. Level 60. HP 5, 500, 000/5, 500, 000. In addition, two NPCs with imposing auras stood beside Saria, and they were the second leader, Lime, and third leader, Paddlelime, second leader, Sword Master. Level 60. HP 6, 500, 000/6, 500, 000. Paddo, third leader, Berserker Master. Level 60. HP 7, 000/7, 000. Shifeng's Firestorm had only dealt around -80,000 damage to the three leaders, a meager amount comparing to the millions of HP they possessed. However, their stronghold's destruction was what truly infuriated the three leaders at this moment. The three leaders glared at Shifeng, their eyes containing the promise of a painful death. Laughing, Shifeng turned and flew away. Nobody can escape our fury. Saria and the other two leaders summoned their mounts and chased after Shifeng. The difference between having a mount and not having a mount was massive. Despite Shifeng having activated Wind Rider, the three NPCs caught up with him very quickly. Shit, they're heading towards us. The spectating guilds quickly noticed that something was off as Shifeng flew towards them. Wind Rider only had a short duration of 24 seconds. Shifeng could cover just enough distance in that time to land right in the middle of the various large guilds. At this moment, Saria, who rode his horse, drew line after line of runes in the air. He then flicked his finger, and suddenly, thunderclouds began to condensing above the army of players turned to ash. Surya revealed a sinister smile as he cast the Tier 2 spell, Lightning Storm, on Shifeng's location. Chapter 657, Pits of Despair. Hearing the rolling thunder above him, Shifeng activated Defensive Blade. He then dashed towards the largest crowd. Although the Tier 2 spell, Lightning Storm, was not a large-scale destruction spell that dealt ridiculously high damage, the spell covered a very wide area, up to a radius of 100 yards. After the Tier 2 professional mage had chanted the spell's full incantation, even Shifeng could not withstand or evade the attack. Hurry! Get rid of Black Flame. The upper echelons of the various large guilds saw through Shifeng's ploy. He intended to kill them with a borrowed sword. Hence, as long as they killed Shifeng first, their problems would be solved. However, Shifeng's attributes were far above the standard of current players. Even the strongest powerhouses of the various guilds could not compete with Shifeng in terms of basic attributes. Moreover, as Shifeng had buried himself in the crowd, nobody dared to launch casual attacks. It was especially true for the ranged classes. It would be very easy for their attacks to hit their allies. Only the melee classes could attempt to pin Shifeng down. However, could elite players possibly predict Shifeng's actions? Moreover, Shifeng was extremely cunning as he dashed towards the healers. Hurry up, use control skills. Don't worry about friendly fire. The upper echelons hurriedly commanded as the magical classes began chanting their spells. The thunderclouds in the sky reached their climax. In the next moment, blue lightning descended from the sky. For a moment, it looked as if the end of the world were upon them as bright lightning and booming thunder took over the field. When the lightning strike stopped, silence fell. Everyone was stupefied. All players that were within spell's range had received over -5,000 damage each time the lightning descended. After more than a dozen lightning strikes, even the high HP MTs who had activated shield wall and such life-saving skills gave up the ghost. Meanwhile, with his extreme speed, Shifeng managed to escape Surya's lightning storm after receiving a couple of lightning strikes. Everyone else, however, met a tragic end. In order to deal with Zero Wing and Ouroboros, the various large guilds had prepared and gathered together. Shifeng just so happened to land in the middle of that crowd. After the lightning storm ended, nobody within the spell's effective radius of 100 yards had lived. Instead, only weapons and equipment occupied the space. This scene caused witnesses to gasp and shiver. Is this the power of a Tier 2 NPC mage? Gentle Snow's expression turned grim as she looked at the hollowed, scorched area that had previously held a sea of people. Previously, Gentle Snow had thought it was feasible to capture Stone Forest Town with only 50,000 elite players if they did not have to worry about the other guilds' harassment. After watching this, however, even if they had an army several times larger, capturing the town was utterly impossible. From a rough estimate, around 8,000 people must have died from that single spell. When Surya saw that Shifeng was still alive, unharmed even, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He then began chanting another Tier 2 spell. Meanwhile, the two other leaders of Stone Forest Town began to massacre the players before them as they charged toward Shifeng. Against level 28 and level 29 elite players, the two level 60 Tier 2 NPCs only needed one hit to end their lives. The two NPCs were like meat grinders as they butchered the various guilds' elites. As for Shifeng, he did not bother putting up a heroic fight against the NPCs. Instead, he simply turned around and fled, running to the highest concentration of players. Not only could he reduce the number of enemies this way, but he could also utilize the elite players to pin down the three great leaders, giving him more time to escape with his life. The strength of level 60 Tier 2 NPCs with high intelligence was no laughing matter. Even a level 35 Great Lord would not be a match for these NPCs. Otherwise, the various large guilds would not have hesitated to capture the town. Black Flame, are you trying to make an enemy of every guild here? An upper echelon from one of the guilds shouted, veins popping from anger. Everyone had already witnessed the three great leaders' strength. If they did not stop Shifeng, their guilds would suffer tremendous losses. The guild members that had accompanied them were not normal members. These members were their guild's foundations. If even a fraction of these players died, it would set their guilds back tremendously, not to mention if they lost half or even 3/4. Losing half or more of their members would deal an irrecoverable blow. Black Flame, even if Zero Wing is more powerful, your guild will pay if you oppose every guild present. We can still negotiate for peace if you stop now. Don't make the wrong decision here. Watching the slaughter of their guild members, the upper echelons of the various large guilds tried their best to stop Shifeng. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. Shifeng was simply too fast. Their guild's experts were currently grinding in the faraway Stoneclaw Mountains. With just their elite members present, they could not pin down Shifeng. Sure, don't say I never gave you a chance. Instruct your guild leaders sign a contract stating that your guilds will no longer meddle with matters pertaining to Stone Forest Town immediately. Shifeng replied. Black Flame, don't go overboard. If you don't stop now, don't blame us for taking action against Zero Wing's members. Walk away from Stone Forest Town. Even without reporting Shifeng's demands to their higher-ups, they knew it was impossible. If Zero Wing and Ouroboros occupied a strategic location like Stone Forest Town, it would only be a matter of time before the Stoneclaw Mountains would fell their hands as well. Hence, they could not agree to this condition at this point. None of the large guilds dared to strike the three great leaders in fear of shifting the NPCs' aggro towards themselves as for having their members scatter and flee. Although they could reduce their losses by doing so, once scattered, they would no longer be a threat to Ouroboros and Zero Wing. However, dealing with Zero Wing's 400 members would be a piece of cake for their armies. Even Shifeng could not save his allies. At that time, both sides would end in mutual destruction, with neither side obtaining any benefits. What a pity. You leave me with no choice, then. Shifeng then proceeded to dash towards the next crowd of players. You will regret this. The upper echelons of the various guilds had never imagined that Shifeng would be so decisive and unafraid of their mutual destruction. At this moment, the guild leaders of the various guilds, who currently resided in the faraway Stoneclaw Mountains, had received news of the attack. Black Flame has truly lost his mind this time. He actually dares to declare war against all of our guilds. Since he wants to play, let's play. Tell them to send a small detachment to take out Black Flame. Everyone else is to split up and delay Ouroboros and Zero Wing as much as possible. I doubt that Black Flame will lead the three great leaders towards his own allies. Galaxy Past laughed. Immediately, he commanded, everyone, retreat from the Stoneclaw Mountains and hurry to Stone Forest Town. Also, contact the other guild leaders. I want to show Black Flame and Gentle Snow that they are doing nothing more than digging their own graves. Before this occurred, the Star Alliance and Ouroboros had both been intimidating guilds. Hence, none of the other guilds would have worked with either one of them. Now, however, the situation changed as Ouroboros actively stirred up trouble. The nail that stuck out would be hammered down if the Star Alliance could band together with the other guilds to deal with Ouroboros. Not only could they obliterate Ouroboros in one fell swoop, but it would also have a better chance of obtaining Stone Forest Town. After all, within the Star Moon Kingdom, no other guild could possibly stand against the Star Alliance. Once Ouroboros was gone, the Star Alliance's word would become law. A short moment later, sure enough, the guild leaders of the various large guilds had formed an alliance with the Star Alliance to deal with both Ouroboros and Zero Wing after the various large guilds surrounding Stone Forest Town banded together. According to Galaxy Past's plans, they sent out a force of 80,000 players to suppress Ouroboros and Zero Wing. As for the remaining forces, they scattered and circled the town, preventing anyone from escaping Black Flame. It's too late. Today, we'll teach you the consequences for antagonizing the masses. The upper echelons of the various guilds directed their members to suppress Ouroboros and Zero Wing. Even if the three great leaders were more powerful, with everyone spreading out, even if the NPCs had free reign, they would only kill a limited number. Against an army of 250,000, that number would only be a drop in the bucket. Meanwhile, the various large guilds had forced Ouroboros and Zero Wing into a corner. It was extremely easy for an army of 250,000 elites to suppress 50,000 elites. Not to mention, the experts of each respective guild were on their way. When their main forces arrived, Ouroboros and Zero Wing would be finished. They banded together as expected. Shifeng frowned. However, he just shook his head and laughed. Since you want to go for mutual destruction, I'll show you the pits of despair. The three great leaders protecting Stone Forest Town had not revealed all of their strength. Stone Forest Town was in such close proximity to the Stoneclaw Mountains. With the massive benefits from the mountains, how could Stone Forest Town possibly be an ordinary town? Chapter 658, Nightmare Descends. Aqua, lead everyone away from the town immediately, Shifeng said through a whisper understood. Aqua Rose was slightly stunned by this command. Originally, she had thought Shifeng would use Zero Wing's trump card. She had not expected him to order a retreat and give up on Stone Forest Town however, since Shifeng had given the command, Aqua Rose had no choice but to lead everyone away. Gentle Snow's army similarly retreated throughout Star Moon Kingdom. There was not a single guild that could stand against an army of 250,000 elite players. If they continued fighting, only death awaited them in truth, though, even if they did fight, their enemy would not leave unscathed either. Both sides would be destroyed in terms of equipment. Zero Wing's main force was far superior to the other guild's experts, not to mention their elite players. After the main force had swapped out their Tier 2 gemstones for Tier 3 gemstones, their attributes were simply overwhelming. In addition, there were currently no enemy experts to pin them down. As a result, the Zero Wing's main force swept like a scythe across the enemy forces, leaving only devastation in its wake. Spell after spell bombarded Kola, Yi Wumian, and Turtledove, who stood at the forefront of the team. However, these spells had not even tickled the 3 MTs. Even the most powerful attack only dealt slightly over -1,000 damage. However, all 3 MTs had over 10,000 HP each. Moreover, the majority of their enemies' attacks had not even landed. These MTs only needed a single heal to recover to full HP. There were also the 2 Tier 2 demons. Both Tier 2 demons were melee fighters with over 3 million HP each. Under Shifeng's control, both demons were like gods of destruction. The 2 demons were unstoppable as they targeted the enemy healers. Also, although Shifeng could not control the 2 demons perfectly, he could maneuver them to avoid as many attacks as possible. In terms of basic attributes, the 2 level 35 Tier 2 demons were much stronger than even Shifeng. Even their strength was superior to Shifeng's, who wore Tier 3 strength attributed gemstones. So, how could ordinary players hope to touch them? Only if everyone concentrated their attacks on the 2 demons and sealed off their escape routes would the 2 demons receive some form of damage. However, with Zero Wing's healers and the demons' innate battle recovery, they could very quickly recover the lost HP against the 2 Tier 2 demons' assault. The various large guilds suffered scores of deaths with every passing second. After only a few minutes of battle, the coalition of guilds had lost nearly 7,000 elite players. Zero Wing claimed just as many lives as the 3 great leaders. The members of the various large guilds felt like a knife had been plunged into their hearts as they watched. Without any of their guild's experts, they were helpless against a team like this. This was also why the various large guilds were desperately trying to nurture experts and frantically fighting over the Stoneclaw Mountains. The only consolation was that Ouroboros suffered similar losses. Since the battle had begun, Ouroboros had lost over 2,000 members. As both sides watched their companions die, an intense fighting spirit began to fill their hearts. At this moment, the area around Stone Forest Town was like an ancient battlefield. Meanwhile, the red names in Stone Forest Town were dumbfounded. Players were killing each other all over the place. There were players dying every second. Even experts would be insignificant in a war of this scale. In comparison, their kill counts were a joke. While Ouroboros and Zero Wing retreated from Stone Forest Town, Shifeng activated Windwalk and crushed a speed scroll as he dashed towards the town. Meanwhile, the 3 great leaders followed closely behind. Ha. Black Flame is finally scared. Too bad that it's too late for regrets. Brothers, charge. Don't let anyone from Ouroboros or Zero Wing get away. With the Star Alliance taking the lead, the other guilds enthusiastically chased after Ouroboros and Zero Wing's remaining members. However, as the 2 guilds charged at the enemy encirclement, everyone finally witnessed Zero Wing's strength. With just 400 members, Zero Wing had easily torn apart the encirclement of over 10,000 players. Casting stars of light, over 1,000 players died by Blackie's hand in the blink of an eye. As for Fire Dance, she was like a ferocious beast as she charged into the enemy crowd. With a swing of her short swords, she easily sent players flying and dispersed the crowd. There was even less need to mention the strength-based classes like Kola and Rampant Blade crashing into the enemy frontlines with his shield. Kola easily sent 5 level 28 and level 29 MTs flying, damages of over -1,000 points appearing above the enemy players' heads. After absorbing an accumulated damage of 5,000 points, He then activated Bluefire's shield, causing 150% damage to an area of 3 by 10 yards in front of him. The enemy players before him lost over half of their HPAs for Rampant Blade. He brandished his Bluefire double-edged sword, killing an enemy player with each hit. From time to time, he would also trigger the Bluefire dance, instantly wiping out a group of elites. However, when it came to group killing capabilities, Aqua Rose was the strongest of them all. Not only was she a glass cannon, but she also had the Bluefire heart. She could summon 3 elite-ranked Bluefire crows to assist her in battle. Although the Bluefire crows were only elite-ranked and were the same level as Aqua Rose, level 30, their attack power would increase based on Aqua Rose's intelligence attribute. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose currently wore a complete Tier 1 set equipment. In addition, she was also fully equipped with Tier 3 gemstones. Her total intelligence was over 400 points. Overall, each elite-ranked Bluefire crow could rival a special elite of the same level. However, the Bluefire crow's most impressive aspect was their growth skill. 1 minute after the Bluefire crows had been summoned, they could grow from elites to special elites. After 5 minutes, they would become chieftains. After 10 minutes, they would become lords. After 18 minutes, they would become high lords. Finally, at 27 minutes, they would become great lords. At that time, even though the Bluefire crows would only last for 3 more minutes, 3 level 30 great lords could easily wipe out an army of 1,000 level 30 elite players. By this point, 18 minutes had passed since the Bluefire crow's summoning, so all 3 were already high lords. Their damage could rival even great lords. Aside from MT classes, the Bluefire crows only needed 1 strike to kill the other classes. How is Zero Wing so strong? Even though they have so few people, they've killed over 10,000 of our troops. Yet, we've only managed to claim over a dozen or so lives. For a time, after seeing how powerful Fire Dance and the other members of Zero Wing were, the enemy guild members refused charge forward, afraid that they would die instantly as well. Before this, everyone had only heard that Zero Wing was very strong. However, no one had ever actually witnessed their exact strength. Now, however, these guilds finally saw it for themselves. An army of 10,000 elite players was nothing to these experts. This scene also shocked Ouroboros's members. With just 400 players, they had instilled fear into tens of thousands of players. As an enemy, they were a frightening force to reckon with. As an ally, however, they were incredibly dependable. Very easily, Zero Wing punched a hole through the encirclement of the various large guilds, creating a path of escape. However, facing the encirclement of over 200,000 players, even Zero Wing's members could only do so much. Ouroboros, which had started this war with an army of 50,000 players, had less than 30,000 members remaining. Should they continue fighting, they would most likely suffer complete and utter annihilation. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town suddenly began to collapse, the buildings within the town crumbling, one after another. A massive obelisk then emerged in the heart of the town, and Shifeng stood atop this obelisk. What's going on? This commotion instantly attracted everyone's attention as they felt the ground beneath their feet quake. It was like an earthquake measuring 7 on the Richter scale had hit the area around Stone Forest Town. What are you trying to do? Saria shouted anxiously at Shifeng, an expression of horror on his face. The 2 other leaders similarly stopped their pursuit as they glared at Shifeng. This obelisk was their group's greatest secret. They had never imagined that Shifeng would know about it or to rush into their stronghold to activate it. Of course, I want to witness the depths of hell. At this moment, Shifeng looked ragged. Not only had he needed to avoid all the traps inside the stronghold, but he also had to dodge the 3 great leaders. Only after using all his usable life-saving skills had he managed to activate the greatest taboo obelisk in the Star Moon City region. Saying so, Shifeng swung the Abyssal blade, shattering the dazzling crystal ball on top of the obelisk. Stop! The 3 great leaders shouted in horror. Chapter 659, Town Token. What's going on? Seeing the 3 great leaders' panicked expressions, the players in Stone Forest Town turned to Shifeng, who stood on top of the obelisk. The 3 great leaders were level 60 Tier 2 NPCs. At this stage of the game, these NPCs could squish players like ants, yet such powerful NPCs were actually afraid. What was going on? After Shifeng shattered the crystal ball, he switched the 7 luminaries ring to the aura of space and used space movement to escape the town. In the next moment, a massive five-fold magic array appeared above Stone Forest Town, enveloping it suddenly. Mana rain began to fall on the town, such a high mana density. My spell effects have doubled. This feels awesome. Many magical class players in the down grew excited at this moment. The members of Ouroboros and the various large guilds had stopped fighting as they shifted their gazes towards the phenomenon in Stone Forest Town. The five-fold magic array covered the sky above the town and currently released a colorful brilliance. Even from so far away, they could feel the dense mana filling the city suddenly. Stone Forest Town became a paradise for players. The higher the density of mana in the environment, the clearer and more active a player's mind was. These areas were helpful for improving a person's skill completion rate. Unfortunately, locations with high mana density were extremely rare in God's domain. Although the environmental mana in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower was quite dense, it was nothing compared to Stone Forest Town. Seeing that Stone Forest Town had such a valuable atmosphere, the various guilds' upper echelons began to drool. Regardless of the sacrifice, we must have a guild residence in Stone Forest Town. Ruthless greed flashed in these echelons' eyes. Setting aside the mana crystals of the Stoneclaw Mountains, capturing Stone Forest Town for its atmosphere was worth every sacrifice. If they possessed Stone Forest Town, they could send their guild's elites here to improve themselves. Although development here would not be as efficient as in the Divine Colosseum, they would not have to spend a single mana crystal on training. They could save a lot of money. Moreover, if they allowed their members to train in Stone Forest Town for long periods, the rate at which they nurtured experts would definitely surpass the other guilds. With a large group of experts, becoming even a super first-rate guild would be entirely possible without hesitation. The upper echelons of the various large guilds immediately reported this to their respective guild leaders. I never imagined that Stone Forest Town would have such a secret. I don't care what it takes. We must obtain Stone Forest Town. Hearing this news, the various guild leaders gave their orders. For a time, none of these guilds paid Ouroboros or Zero Wing any attention. Their members began to surge into Stone Forest Town. Moreover, with the dense mana surrounding the town, the closer these players got to the town, the stronger their combat power became. It was especially true for magical class players. Their combat power more than doubled. At this moment, it would be a piece of cake to clear out Stone Forest Town's NPCs. Although the NPCs in the city had also grown stronger due to the environmental mana, only the magical class NPCs received a damage buff. Their skill completion rates had not changed. However, that was not the case for players. The dense mana created a conducive environment that improved both spell effects and skill completion rate. Players had received a much greater boost to their combat power than the NPCs. Hence, capturing the town became much easier. Guild leader, just what did you do to Stone Forest Town? Aqua Rose could not bring herself to believe what she saw. Stone Forest Town was practically a cultivating heaven for players now. In addition, there were also the Stoneclaw Mountains magic crystals. Any guild that claimed the town would definitely become Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. Don't ask. Order everyone retreat from the town this instant, Shi Feng said sternly. He had long since distanced himself from the town in the past. When the Stoneclaw Mountains came into being, the dungeon had incited a war between Star Moon City's large guilds. Back then, however, nobody had claimed Stone Forest Town for themselves. Only after a long time had passed did the Star Alliance launch an assault on Stone Forest Town. Naturally, Stone Forest Town had not been a match for the first-rate guild. However, just before the guild captured the town, Saria had activated the obelisk. Shortly after, Star Alliance's army was obliterated. Initially, when Shi Feng planned the attack on Stone Forest Town, he had intended to finish off Saria quickly, giving him no opportunity to activate the obelisk. However, since the situation no longer permitted that, he had no choice but to activate the obelisk himself under Shi Feng's command. Even though Aqua Rose and the others were reluctant, they quickly retreated from Stone Forest Town. Snow, let's go. As long as we snatch the town token dropped by the great leader, Stone Forest Town will belong to us. At that time, even if the Star Alliance and the other guilds band together, they will not be a match for us, Zhao Yueru suggested anxiously as she watched the guilds frantically surge into Stone Forest Town. If the other guilds obtained Stone Forest Town, Ouroboros would struggle to survive in Star Moon City. Glancing at Aqua Rose and the others, who gradually fled the town, Gentle Snow shook her head and said, let's retreat. But what about Stone Forest Town? With that many elite players, they could definitely exhaust the 3 great leaders to death. Not to mention, the other guild's experts are currently making their way here. Zhao Yueru asked curiously. Black Flame told us to leave Stone Forest Town. He must have a reason. Otherwise, with 0 wing strength, they could compete for the town token. Since they aren't trying to fight over it, there must be something wrong with Stone Forest Town. Moreover, Black Flame caused this himself. He must know more than we do. It's best that we retreat and observe the situation for now. Stone Forest Town tempted Gentle Snow as well, but she chose to maintain her calm because she knew that a calm mind was the strongest weapon in such a situation. Zhao Yueru sighed. Although she was disappointed, her friend had never been wrong. In the end, she could only turn and retreat after glancing at Stone Forest Town. Ouroboros's other members also began to retreat. Time passed. Little by little the battle inside Stone Forest Town grew more intense as time passed. The environmental mana also grew denser. The players in the town fought madly in the thick mana. After more than 10 minutes of frantic battle, the majority of the NPCs inside Stone Forest Town had died. Only a few Tier 2 NPCs remained, desperately fighting for their lives. The elite players that surged into the town in waves were simply too much to handle, even for the 3 great leaders. At this moment, the 3 NPCs each had less than 30% of their HP remaining. On the other hand, there were still over 150,000 elite players in the city. Victory was in sight for the various guilds. Kill. Surya only has about 1 million HP left. Focus on avoiding his large-scale destruction spells. Guild leader has issued the command. Whoever secures the town token will be directly promoted to a guild elder, rewarded with a set of top-tier equipment and 5 million credits. The guild's upper echelons secretly sent commands through their respective guild channels. Aside from the guild elder position, owning a set of top-tier equipment was everyone's dreams. In addition, there was also the reward of 5 million credits. The town token's importance was obvious. To ordinary players, 5 million credits was an astronomical amount. If they had that kind of money, they wouldn't have to work a single day for the rest of their lives. In addition to the position of elder, they could enjoy a life of luxury. Suddenly, everyone began attacking with even greater enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Ouroboros and 0 Wings members, who watched from afar, grew anxious. Guild leader, at this rate, some other guild will claim the town token, Aqua Rose said anxiously as she looked to Sherfong, who maintained an extraordinary calm. However, as soon as Aqua Rose finished speaking, Surya, who was inside Stone Forest Town, suddenly bellowed. The sound wave sending all players within a radius of 30 yards flying. Before anyone noticed it, Surya's white hair had become a lustrous black. As if he had grown younger by several decades, his appearance morphed from one of an old man to that of a handsome youth. However, unlike ordinary people, this youth's eyes were pure black like 2 black pits. Those eyes contained no emotion, and just looking at them would send shivers down one's spine. Night's finally coming. Sherfone grew serious as he watched the distant Surya. Aqua, have everyone prepare. Chapter 660, Awakened. The obelisk functioned as a seal. Meanwhile, crushing the crystal ball on top of the obelisk was equivalent to undoing the seal. Sealed inside the obelisk was something horrifying. Players only discovered later on that the thing sealed inside the obelisk was an awakened. It was akin to mutants among monsters. However, while a mutant was a mutation of a monster, an awakened was a mutation of an NPC. The probability of an awakened appearing was extremely low. Even Sherfong had never personally witnessed an awakened during his decade of experience playing God's Domain. He had only heard bits of information about them. What followed the emergence of every awakened was a disaster. After the Star Alliance had accidentally triggered one such disaster in the past, more than 100,000 of its elites had crossed the river Styx. Even Galaxy Past had failed to escape back then. Compared to mutants, an awakened was much more frightening. Unlike mutants, an awakened was born with extremely high intelligence. It was the enemy of all living creatures. In addition, an awakened could rival even a fallen angel, a higher being, of the same tier, so it was ridiculously powerful. The person sealed inside the obelisk was originally a Tier 5 divine mage. As the person was also an awakened, his strength was the equal of a fallen angel's of the same tier. Only Tier 6 gods could suppress him. Fortunately, with the Awakened's body already obliterated and just its soul remaining in existence, it could only possess the body of another NPC, even after the removal of the seal. Meanwhile, at this moment, the Awakened had taken over Suria's body and devoured the old man's soul, becoming the new owner of the body after the possession. Suria's strength underwent a heaven-defying change. He was no longer an existence that the old Suria could compare to. Are we really going to take action now? Aqua Rose's eyes widened as she stared at Suria, who was hovering in midair in the distance. Unconsciously, she had started holding her breath at this moment. Suria was no longer a level 60 tier 2 NPC but already a true monster. Just looking at Suria from a distance, Aqua Rose instinctively felt the need to run as far away as possible from him. Suria, Awakened, Great Mage. Level 50. HP 30,000,000/30,000,000. Not only had Suria's body suddenly undergone a massive transformation, but even his statistics had also experienced an earth-shaking change. Although the NPC's level had fallen quite a bit, his HP had recovered back to full status. His class had even risen from a Tier 2 professional mage to a Tier 3 great mage, his strength increasing disproportionately. A Tier 3 NPC was equivalent to a great lord of the same level. On the other hand, a Tier 3 awakened NPC possessed a strength that could rival even a Tier 4 NPC of the same level. A Tier 4 NPC was not an existence that current players could challenge at all at this moment. The members of the various large guilds, who had been frantically attacking Suria before, were similarly stunned after his transformation was complete. Suria flexed his body tentatively. A moment later, the surrounding air began trembling. Immediately after, Suria pointed a finger towards the sky. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts flashed down and gathered around Suria's fingertip, forming a 2-story tall ball of lightning prepared to dodge. With so many people remaining, even a Tier 3 great mage is no match for us. A commanding level 29 elementalist shouted. However, as soon as the elementalist finished speaking, Suria pointed his finger towards this elementalist. The massive ball of lightning promptly transformed into a rushing river that poured down onto the elementalist, devouring the elementalist and all the players around him. Under the effects of the Tier 3 spell lightning stream, no players within an area of 15 by 100 yards survived in the blink of an eye. Several hundred people died. However, Suria was still not satisfied. He then proceeded to use multiple Tier 3 spells in quick succession. Whether it was the players or NPCs inside Stone Forest Town, Suria did not let a single person off the hook. In the awakened NPC's hands, Tier 3 spells were like simple toys. He could forego chanting incantations, immediately casting his spells, not giving his targets any time to dodge at all. After just a short moment, despite everyone standing sparsely apart from each other, Suria still managed to kill nearly 6,000 players. Meanwhile, the attacking players discovered that far from damaging the awakened NPC, their onslaught couldn't even penetrate Suria's magical shield at all. Suddenly, the players inside Stone Forest Town fell silent. No longer did they possess the enthusiasm from before. Run. Everyone, retreat from this place quickly. Many guilds finally realized that they were nothing against the Tier 3 great mage at all and that the only thing they could do was run for their lives. Otherwise, none of them would leave this place alive. Guild leader, that monster is too scary. Look, the other guilds are all retreating. If we charge ahead right now, only death awaits us. Aqua Rose was deeply pessimistic about defeating such a powerful NPC. They would only suffer like the other guilds had if they tried fighting that monstrous existence. Who says we need to defeat him? We just need to seal him again. Feng laughed. In the past, when the seal on the obelisk was undone, the Awakened had gone on a rampage, throwing the players within the Starmoon City region into a panic. Moreover, as time passed, the Awakened had continuously risen in both levels and tiers. Even a coalition of the various guilds residing in Starmoon City had been utterly helpless against the Awakened in the end. However, this incident was still solved back then. A player had discovered inside the obelisk the method to reseal the Awakened, utilizing an immense amount of magic crystals to repair the sealing crystal ball. Otherwise, with the strength of the players back then, it would have been absolutely impossible to stop the roaming Awakened. Should they encounter him, the only fate that awaited them was death. Meanwhile, now that Suria was busy butchering the members of the various large guilds, it was the perfect opportunity to reseal the awakened NPC. Shurfeng spent about 10 minutes running back to Stone Forest Town. During this period, Saria slaughtered over 100,000 players. At this moment, less than 50,000 players of the original 150,000 plus remained. When the various guild leaders learned of this death toll, they nearly vomited blood and passed out. Meanwhile, the guild that suffered the greatest loss was the Star Alliance. From their initial 70,000 elite members, less than 20,000 remained. Moreover, this number continued to decrease. With this, the Star Alliance is finished. After losing so many elite members, they will take a long time recovering from this loss. Zhao Yueru giggled as she pressed her hand to her chest. Although Ouroboros had suffered severe casualties in this war as well, having less than 30,000 elite members surviving out of the original 50,000, those were inconsequential compared to the losses of the other guilds. With this, Ouroboros would become the #1 guild of Starmoon City. Is this Black Flame's true plan? This moment drove home to Gentle Snow how fearsome Shurfeng was. Just a single Stone Forest town had plunged so many elite members of the various large guilds to their deaths. If not for them working together with Zero Wing, Ouroboros would most likely have been one of those guilds right now. While Saria was hunting the members of the various guilds, Shurfeng took the opportunity to dash towards the obelisk. Arriving at the top of the obelisk, Shurfeng immediately retrieved 10,000 magic crystals from his bag and placed them atop the altar on which the crystal ball had originally sat. To any guild, 10,000 magic crystals was a massive sum. Fortunately, Shurfeng had tasked Melancholic Smile to purchase them in bulk before the appearance of the Divine Colosseum. If not for capturing Stone Forest Town, Shurfeng would not have readily parted with 10,000 magic crystals. In the next moment, the 10,000 magic crystals transformed into droplets of transparent liquid that quickly agglomerated into a sealing crystal ball. Despicable human. Saria panicked when he noticed the reformation of the crystal ball that had kept him sealed all this time. Using instantaneous movement, he flashed toward Shurfeng. You best return to where you came from, Shurfeng muttered in a low tone as he looked at the rapidly approaching Saria. He then pressed his hand on the sealing crystal ball, muttering, "Fivefold seal, activate." All at once, a fivefold magic array appeared above Stone Forest Town once more, illuminating the area around the town. No. Saria shouted defiantly as he attempted to use Tier 3 spells to attack the sealing crystal ball. Unfortunately for him, under the suppression of the fivefold magic array, he failed to cast even a single spell. In the next moment, golden chains descended from the magic array and wrapped around Saria's body. Shurfeng had seen these golden chains before. Chains of order. Even gods were helpless against them, what more of Saria? These chains then dragged Saria above the obelisk. Suddenly, a blue chain emerged from the tip of the obelisk and pierced through his body. In the next moment, Saria released an agonized scream as the blue chain dragged a half-transparent soul out of his body and into the sealing crystal ball. Meanwhile, Saria's body, which had long since lost its original soul, died with the sealing of the awakened soul. A pile of loot also showered the ground along with the NPC's death. Chapter 661, Harvest after the battle. He died. Everyone looked at the corpse of Saria, which had fallen on top of the obelisk like a broken rag doll, in disbelief. The Saria that had sent over 200,000 elite players running for their lives like dogs had perished almost instantly. It was like waking up to find that everything that happened before had been merely a bad dream. Just what did he do? Gentle Snow did not dare believe this situation was real. Such a powerful NPC like Saria had actually been no more than a toy for Shurfeng. All this time, the various large guilds had been dancing on the palm of Shurfeng's hand, as if these large guilds were at his beck and call. This feat was much more frightening than just relying on pure strength to defeat the various guilds. With this ability of his alone, he could easily instill fear in every guild in Starmoon Kingdom. While everyone was still stunned at the sudden development, some of the guild upper echelons quickly reacted. The town token. The town token was an item that dropped only from the leader of the town. Now that Saria had died, he would naturally drop the town token. As long as they obtained the town token, they could turn Stone Forest Town into a guild town. They would also receive protection from the kingdom for a limited time, during which, they could set up shops and establish their own guild residences, allowing a smooth transfer of town management. In addition, the maps around Stone Forest Town ranged from level 30 to level 50. Players were sure to come to this area in the future, meaning the town had a very strategic location. Not to mention, the Stoneclaw Mountains were only a short distance away. Everyone, charge. We must get that town token no matter what. The upper echelons of the various guilds issued commands one after another, passing down the same order from their respective guild leaders. The various large guilds had already suffered tremendous losses from the war. If they still failed to obtain the town token, then wouldn't all their efforts have benefited their enemy instead? Under a unified command, everyone charged madly towards the heart of Stone Forest Town, all fully intent on killing Shifeng and taking the town token. At this time, General Snow had also reacted, immediately shouting, "Everyone, protect Black Flame as he retreats. Don't let the enemy succeed." After the town token dropped, a marker would appear on the player who picked it up. The marker would disappear only after 2 hours. The town token would also drop upon death. Moreover, during this period, the player holding the town token would not be able to use return scrolls and similar items. Hence, Shifeng could not escape to the city using a return scroll. He could only endure and survive through the 2 hours. At this point, Shifeng was the closest to Suria's corpse. Everyone else was still quite a distance away. It was obvious to everyone that the town token would fall into Shifeng's hands. Although the opposing guilds had less than 50,000 elite members left alive, these still posed a threat to Shifeng. Not to mention, there was still a large group of experts on their way to the town. Fortunately, with 30,000 elite members, protecting Shifeng's retreat would be a walk in the park for Ouroboros. Once he was out of harm's way, he only needed to hide in a secluded location and wait out the 2 hours. Meanwhile, with the sealing of the Awakened now completed, the obelisk had also begun sinking back into the ground, disappearing from view. As for Shifeng himself, he was leisurely picking up the loot Suria dropped, paying no mind to the rapidly approaching army. Once an item was in his hands, it was practically impossible for anybody to steal it from him. Despite being only a Tier 2 NPC, the loot Suria dropped was quite bountiful. Suria had dropped more than 20 items, though the majority of them were magic crystals and some rare materials. Of the items dropped, the most valuable was the town token. The next was a magic array design. The rest were some level 50 weapons and equipment. However, the items were of low quality, uniformly of secret silver rank. Moreover, current players could not equip these items. Although this basic mana gathering magic array is a good item, unfortunately, it costs too many magic crystals to operate. At present, no guild will be able to sustain a magic array like this. Shifeng inwardly felt disappointed as he looked at the tattered design in his hand. The basic mana gathering magic array could gather and condense mana into an area of 30 by 30 yards, allowing players to meditate and improve on their skill completion rates within it. Although the density of the mana inside the magic array would be slightly higher than in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower, the magic array cost 50 magic crystals per hour to maintain. In terms of development functions, the Trial Tower had the main god system showing players the perfect combat style of each class. This aspect of the Trial Tower was superior to the basic mana gathering magic array, which did not supply players with any opponents. However, the magic array provided a perfect environment when players wished to train in the usage of their skills. After all, the Trial Tower would not give players any time to drill their skills. Unfortunately, the optimum number of players the basic mana gathering magic array could accommodate was roughly 8 to 10. This capacity made the magic array very costly. Moreover, there would not be any noticeable effects if one only trained for 1 or 2 hours. Players usually had to train within the magic array for 5 or 6 hours. In other words, a guild would have to expend around 30 magic crystals per person, an exorbitant price for the current guilds of God's domain. Storing away the basic mana gathering magic array design, Shifeng took out a golden key from his bag. Of the items Suria dropped, this was the third most valuable treasure, the key to Stone Forest Town's treasury. Every town occupied by a force of darkness would have its own treasury, just like the time when Zero Wing had raided Creek Town. However, as they had been on a crusade quest back then, the system had reduced the amount of treasure they could obtain significantly. Even so, it had still been a considerable harvest. On the other hand, since they had managed to actually capture Stone Forest Town without the aid of a crusade quest, the amount of treasure they could obtain would no doubt be enough to make guilds go crazy over it. However, this was a secret known only to players who had captured a town. Currently, the various large guilds of Starmoon City were still ignorant of this matter. Aqua, I'll leave this key with you. Take the main force and the Dark God's Legion, and clean out the treasury. Afterwards, reconvene back at White River City. Saying so, Shifeng passed the golden key to Aqua Rose. He then made a straight dash out of Stone Forest Town. Although he could easily shake off the various large guilds, he had no choice but to spend some time playing around with these guilds to buy some time for Aqua Rose and the other shit. Black Flames escaped. After him. We can't let Black Flame get away no matter what. When the various large guilds saw Shifeng exiting Stone Forest Town and running towards the Limestone Hills, they immediately changed their course and headed in that direction as well. Looking at the elite army chasing behind him, Shifeng reduced his speed to give his pursuers some false hope as he slowly lured them away from the town. Guild leader, the town token has already fallen into Zero Wings and Ouroboros's hands. Our men most likely won't be able to keep up with Black Flame's speed. With this, it will become a lot more difficult for us to compete for the Stoneclaw Mountains. Purple Eye frowned when she watched the video from the members at Stone Forest Town. Stone Forest Town provided a geographical advantage in capturing the Stoneclaw Mountains. Now that Zero Wing and Ouroboros had secured the town, they had at least a 50% chance of claiming the dungeon for themselves. Not to mention, with the massive loss that the various guilds of Starmoon City had just suffered, nobody was capable of hindering Ouroboros and Zero Wing. Given some time, the odds that the two guilds would claim the Stoneclaw Mountains would rise to 70% to 80%. It seems that I really underestimated Black Flame. However, ultimately, Starmoon City is still the Star Alliance's territory. Even if Zero Wing and Ouroboros have obtained Stone Forest Town, they should not even dream of monopolizing the Stoneclaw Mountains, Galaxy Pass said, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. Let's return to Starmoon City for now. Purple, contact the other guilds and have them spread the news about the Stoneclaw Mountains. I want to see just how Zero Wing and Ouroboros intend to swallow up the Stoneclaw Mountains. Time passed quickly. After Shifeng toyed around with the various large guilds for 2 hours, he immediately used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. However, Shifeng did not return directly to the guild residence. Instead, he brought the town token of Stone Forest Town to the Adventurers Association. Chapter 662, Guild Town. Ever since players had started paying attention to the guard system, the Adventurers Association had seen increased traffic with every passing day. Many players who were not proficient in battles had focused their attention on NPC guards. Many were also taking advantage of this growing popularity to make a fortune for themselves. At this point, physical class bronze guards sold for 120 gold. The selling price for a magical class bronze guard, on the other hand, was over 300 gold. Meanwhile, physical class mysterious iron guards sold for 600 gold, not to mention magical class mysterious iron guards. As long as one managed to obtain a physical class mysterious iron guard, a player could easily get rich overnight if they sold said guard. Hence, more and more players came to the Adventurers Association to test their foresight and luck. As a result, the Adventurers Association was packed every day with players, who would chat idly while waiting for their turn, and the Adventurers Association had become the #1 source of information in every city. Many independent players would come to the Adventurers Association to either exchange or collect information regarding God's domain. Before Shifeng even entered the building, he had already heard plenty of people discussing the Stoneclaw Mountains. A regional dungeon appeared over at Starmoon City. I heard that even the small mobs there drop magic crystals. It can't be true, right? Shouldn't it just have a slightly higher drop rate compared to team dungeons? Ha ha ha. This is something else that I heard from a friend of mine over at Starmoon City. Because of the Stoneclaw Mountains, every guild in Starmoon City is in chaos. The guilds even waged war a few hours ago. In the end, the various large guilds suffered tremendous losses. For now, the Stoneclaw Mountains remain unclaimed. Currently, as long as you are level 30, even an independent player can enter the dungeon freely. It's a pity that my level is still too low. Otherwise, I would have been grinding for magic crystals there already. I've also found out about this matter from one of my friends who's in a guild. According to him, you can obtain 1 or 2 magic crystals just by grinding inside the Stoneclaw Mountains for an hour. The efficiency there is higher than even in a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Currently, guilds in the various cities across the kingdom are organizing teams to set out for the Stoneclaw Mountains. All of you have outdated information. There aren't just magic crystals inside the Stoneclaw Mountains. The monsters inside also drop plenty of level 30 or above top-tier equipment. The potential income there is much higher than even from large-scale team dungeons. Not to mention the cities in Starmoon Kingdom, many players from the surrounding kingdoms and Black Dragon Empire are also heading towards the Stoneclaw Mountains. The rumors immediately tempted the many players inside the association who heard about the Stoneclaw Mountains. Unfortunately, none of them had reached level 30 yet. Otherwise, they, too, could get a share of the pie. They've released news about it already? Shifeng smirked faintly. Unfortunately, doing so is useless with Stone Forest Town under his control. The Stoneclaw Mountains were practically in his hands already. There were bound to be unreconciled guilds that would try to stir up some trouble. However, these guilds did not truly know what Stone Forest Town's becoming a guild town signified. Upon Shifeng's entry into the Adventurers Association's reception hall, Aqua Rose, who had long since been waiting for him, immediately walked up to him. Smiling sweetly, she said, "Guild leader, we've struck gold this time." Shifeng simply laughed in response, not bothering to probe deeper into Aqua Rose's words as he led the woman up to the second floor. The hall on the first floor catered to individual players, while the one on the second floor specialized in managing guild affairs. Guild leader, are you not curious about what we found inside the treasury? Aqua Rose pouted slightly. Originally, she had wanted to tease Shifeng a little bit with the answer. She had not expected Shifeng to be completely uninterested. The harvest they gained from Stone Forest Town this time was more bountiful than the one from Creek Town. Just the amount of coins they obtained exceeded 3,000 gold. There were also more than 400 Tier 1 magic scrolls, over 100 Tier 2 magic scrolls, over 2,000 magic crystals, over 1,000 Tier 1 gemstones, and over 300 Tier 2 gemstones. In addition, they had found a large number of rare materials as well as many level 50 bronze and mysterious iron equipment. Normally, such a harvest would require a very long time for Zero Wing to amass. However, they had managed to get it from just a single town battle. If the other guilds knew, the various guild leaders would most likely die from anger, yet Shifeng remained utterly indifferent to it. Have you brought the money? Shifeng turned around and asked Aqua Rose. I've retrieved the money from the guild and the candlelight trading firm. Aqua Rose nodded, then handed all the coins to Shifeng. Before she had come to the Adventurers Association, Shifeng had tasked her with making a trip to the candlelight trading firm to collect all the funds the trading firm had earned recently. She had also retrieved Zero Wing's income from guild quests when Aqua Rose was collecting the money. Despite having been an honorary elder of Twilight Echo, a long-established first-rate guild, even she received a fright. She had never imagined that Zero Wing actually possessed that much money. There was a total of 13,000 gold. Not to mention one first-rate guild, even 3 or 4 first-rate guilds combined would not possess that much liquid funds. Including what I have here, it should be enough. Shifeng accepted the money and quickly arrived before a counter. Greetings, Lord Count. How may I be of service to you today? The blonde NPC beauty asked with a smile. I wish to construct a guild town. Here is the town token, Shifeng said, placing the town token on the countertop. A moment, please. After the NPC clerk accepted the town token, she began manipulating the crystal ball on the counter. This is the town token for Stone Forest Town. Stone Forest Town is situated within the Starmoon City region. If you wish to construct a guild town, you will have to pay a registration fee of 6,000 gold as well as a basic construction fee of 5,000 gold. In the future, you will also have to pay a monthly management fee of 5,000 gold. Does my lord wish to hire any guards? Yes. Shifeng nodded. Okay. The offers we have here are as follows: 10 level 150 common guards for 10 gold per 3 days, 10 level 150 elite guards for 50 gold per 3 days, 10 level 150 tier 1 guards for 100 gold per 3 days, and 10 level 150 tier 2 guards for 300 gold per 3 days. May I know how many guards my lord wishes to employ? The NPC clerk reported. Meanwhile, standing beside Shifeng, Aqua Rose was shocked when she heard these prices. She never imagined that hiring guards would be so costly. However, what Aqua Rose did not know was that their guild could get these guards only because they had just established the town. Once 15 days passed, they would no longer receive such a treatment. Hire 300 common guards, 40 elite guards, and 10 tier 1 guards for 15 days, Shifeng replied after making a rough estimate based on the size of Stone Forest Town. Normally, a town of such a size required around 500 NPCs. However, he lacked funds at the moment, thus he could hire only this many. Okay. The total is 15,000 gold. However, as my lord is a count of the city, you receive a 10% discount, lowering the total to 13,500 gold, the NPC clerk said, smiling in contrast to the sincere smile on the female NPC's face. Aqua Rose had an extraordinarily gloomy expression on her face right now. If Shifeng were not a count of White River City, entitling him to a 10% discount, the money she brought definitely would not have been sufficient. However, Shifeng paid the 13,500 gold without hesitation. After all, he knew full well that, compared to the money he just spent, he would earn even more money from Stone Forest Town in the future. The wealth a guild town could bring was originally quite daunting already, not to mention Stone Forest Town with its close proximity to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Chapter 663, Preparing a Town. After handing over 13,500 gold, the NPC clerk handed Shifeng a deed. With this deed, Stone Forest Town would only belong to Shifeng from this point forward. He could construct any building he desired within the town's confines without restriction. I finally have some capital. Shifeng was inwardly overjoyed as he looked at the deed of Stone Forest Town. There were countless guilds in God's domain. If a guild wanted to stand on its own feet, it first needed its own guild residence. If a guild wanted to develop and flourish, then it needed its own guild town. A guild was a massive machine, a machine that required a large sum of money to operate and maintain. Although a guild could earn a lot of money through trading firms during the early stages of the game, it was chump change compared to what a guild town could generate. However, as players reached higher levels, they would have more sources to earn an income. Hence, coins would depreciate as time passed. Meanwhile, guild towns were different. A guild could construct various establishments in their own town. A town also offered a wide array of business models for the guild. Guild towns were different from NPC towns that only accepted coins. In guild towns, the ruling guild could even require credits as payment. In God's domain, NPC towns were very restricting. For example, it was extremely difficult for players to purchase their own houses or shops. However, guild towns did not have those restrictions. Only money was necessary. Furthermore, guild towns were generally constructed off the beaten path, providing players on the front lines a place to rest and reorganize without needing waste time traveling back to cities. It was especially true for a strategic town like Stone Forest Town. It was very easy to lure players to the town. Most likely, once the town began operating, its player traffic would even surpass White River City. One could easily earn a ton of money just by opening a small shop there, not to mention the money one could earn from controlling the entire town. Unfortunately, in order to develop the town, Shifeng needed to construct various buildings such as restaurants, an auction house, an adventurers association, shops, bars, hotels, and other establishments. The cost would be significant. I need more money. Shifeng could not help but sigh as he considered the cost. The various large guilds in Starmoon City were of the mind that, as long as they obtained Stone Forest Town, they could easily earn a large sum of money. If these guilds really had obtained Stone Forest City, most likely, the only thing they would have done was stare at it. Aside from the construction cost of various lifestyle buildings, just the basic construction and registration fees were enough to bleed a first-rate guild dry. Even with Zero Wing's financial strength, it would be extremely taxing to operate Stone Forest Town. Afterward, the cost would continue to climb as they prepared to open Stone Forest Town to the public. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, 2 days had gone by. For people in the real world, 2 days was nothing. To players in Starmoon Kingdom, however, they had spent every waking moment grinding to reach level 30 and enter the Stoneclaw Mountains for magic crystals. During these 2 short days, the number of players that had entered the Stoneclaw Mountains had increased significantly. Every guild in Starmoon City had fallen silent as they busied themselves with their own agendas, acting as if the war at Stone Forest Town had never occurred. Shifeng had focused solely on reconstructing Stone Forest Town, executing his initial plans for the town. Although Shifeng could have relegated this task to Aqua Rose, for assurance's sake, he chose to do it himself. After all, he had several carefully considered plans in mind. He was also more familiar with the town's layout. Furthermore, he had his own plans for his guild's future. Hence, it was best if he dealt with the town's reconstruction in the meantime. Aqua Rose tagged along with Fire Dance's team to raid the 100-man team dungeon. Frost Prison as a 100-man team dungeon, ordinary dungeons could not compare to the Frost Prison. The bosses inside were all great lords. The least valuable items that dropped in the dungeon were level 30 fine gold equipment. There was also a high chance for dark gold equipment to drop. To current players, such equipment was among the best. Hence, the various large guilds desperately raided dungeons. Of course, they focused on these dungeons for the fame of obtaining first clears, but they also did so to prepare for the Stoneclaw Mountains as an Asura mode regional dungeon. How could the Stoneclaw Mountains be easy? Even these guilds' main forces would find the dungeon difficult to survive. Moreover, they could only grind in the dungeon's outermost region to obtain a large number of magic crystals. They needed to venture further into the Stoneclaw Mountains. Hence, the various large guilds focused on avenues to improve their equipment. The fastest way to do so was through 100-man team dungeons. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's dungeon progression thus far was quite efficient with the power of darkness and the improvements they had gained from challenging the Trial Tower repeatedly. Zero Wing's main force had reached the final boss, the Frost Giant. At this moment, they only needed a little luck to clear the dungeon. The basics should be finished by now. With this, I can finally launch Stone Forest Town. Sherfone glanced at the time, feeling that construction of the town's basic infrastructure should be complete normally. After a guild obtained a town, the town would have to undergo a construction period of 2 or 3 days. However, in truth, Sherfone had spent most of the time completing Zero Wing's guild residence in Stone Forest Town. Compared to Zero Wing's guild residence in White River City, the guild residence in Stone Forest Town was larger and more extravagant, while Zero Wing's residence in White River City could only accommodate a few tens of thousands of people at one time. The newly constructed guild residence in Stone Forest Town could accommodate up to 100,000 people. Moreover, as Zero Wing was a 2-star guild, there were plenty of 2-star private rooms in the new residence. In comparison, White River City's guild residence did not even have enough private rooms for the guild's core members. Guild leader, here are the materials you requested, Melancholic Smile said as she entered the advanced forging room and unloaded the collection of rare materials onto the large stone table. By this point, Melancholic Smile had become an intermediate forger thanks to the large amount of resources that she had been given access to. Currently, she was very close to becoming an advanced forger. In addition, she was also one of the 8 great intermediate forgers in Star Moon Kingdom. Among these 8 great intermediate forgers, 4 belonged to the Candlelight trading firm. Throughout Star Moon Kingdom, not a single trading firm could compete with Candlelight Good. Notify Coco and the others. We'll be going on a trip in a moment. Sherfone nodded as he stored his plans. He then took inventory of the materials. Melancholic Smile nodded in confusion. She did not understand why Sherfone suddenly wanted her and the others to accompany him. They were simply forgers. They had no combat capabilities whatsoever. Gathering these materials sure took a lot of time. If not for gentle snow, who knows how long it would have taken. After confirming that nothing was missing, Sherfone smiled satisfactorily. These were the materials he needed to construct a teleportation magic array. Every one of these items was extremely rare, even to large guilds. Gentle Snow had only obtained these materials for Sherfone after using her personal connections, following which, Sherfone stored the materials and led Melancholic Smile and the others towards Stone Forest Town. Arriving in Stone Forest Town, the town was no longer a gathering place for red names. All around, one could see level 150 guards patrolling the streets. Any player who wished to attack Stone Forest Town had to go through them first. Level 150 guards. Even a common guard at this level could kill current players instantly, not to mention Tier 1 and Tier 2 guards. Even an army of hundreds of thousands of players would fail to capture the town now. Chapter 664, New Residents. The construction of Stone Forest Town's basic infrastructure was finally complete. A massive, 8-story tall building dominated the town's heart. Zero Wing's 6-winged guild emblem graced the front of this building, and even from afar, one could see it clearly. This fortress-like superstructure was none other than Zero Wing's new guild residence. Aside from Zero Wing's residence, the second most eye-catching architecture was a 7-story shop. Sherfone had prepared this for the Candlelight trading firm. To construct this shop, Feng had paid a total of 1,500 gold in material fees. Fortunately, he was in charge of the town. Otherwise, the price of the land alone would have emptied Zero Wing's coffers. The town also possessed plenty of two-story buildings for other players to use. If not for his lack of funds, Feng would have preferred five-story buildings rather than two-story. After all, these buildings were all within Stone Forest Town's golden area. The taller the building was, the more he could charge, and Feng had specifically designed the town to allow its main street to lead towards the Stoneclaw Mountains. Any players that entered the town with intentions of heading towards the Stoneclaw Mountains would have to travel down the main street. Hence, the flow of traffic would have to pass by these shops, ensuring that they would not go unnoticed. Furthermore, Feng had also constructed a hotel and smithy, infrastructures that were most important to players. Only, as his funds were limited at the moment, the hotel and smithy were quite ordinary. He could only reconstruct them in the future. When Melancholic Smile saw the town, her eyes instantly lit up. Although she did not participate in any combat, she was well informed. She had long since known that Zero Wing had taken control of Stone Forest Town. However, she had never imagined that Zero Wing would be capable of so much. The Candlelight Trading Firm's two-star shop in White River City was only 5 stories tall, yet the shop here was 7 stories tall. Moreover, it occupied a much larger area. Not only could the shop here accommodate many more lifestyle players, but there was also no need to fuss about lacking space for a warehouse. At this point, the Candlelight Trading Firm was developing faster and faster. Although they had set up branches in many important cities, there was simply not enough space to store the materials they collected due to Feng's hoarding requests. After they had filled their shop's warehouses, they had no choice but to rent warehouses from the bank. However, such a massive shop in Stone Forest Town would solve much of their storage problem. Feng quickly led Melancholic Smile and the others to Zero Wing's new guild residence. This is the design for the teleportation magic array. Take a look. I hope that you can manufacture it as soon as possible, Feng said as he revealed the design. Any player, regardless of class, could manufacture the teleportation magic array. Only, as the manufacturing process was too complex and cumbersome, it was not a job for a single person. Moreover, highly skilled forging players would have a higher success rate with the teleportation array. Hence, Feng asked Melancholic Smile and the other intermediate forgers to construct it for him. Teleportation magic array design? Everyone was thunderstruck. Although they were not combat players, they knew full well just how valuable a teleportation magic array was. Their trip to Stone Forest Town had proven this. In total, they had spent over 10 hours traveling from White River City to Stone Forest Town. There were only 48 hours in a day in God's domain, and most players would only be online for roughly 20 to 30 of those hours. Hence, it was extremely frustrating to spend more than 10 hours on travel. Unfortunately, players had no choice but to travel here, as this was the leveling map for players level 30 and above. The Stoneclaw Mountains also loomed nearby, reminding players of the benefits it offered if there were a teleportation magic array. However, many things would become easier if they constructed a teleportation magic array in Stone Forest Town. They could teleport between the town and other cities. They could save more than 10 hours of travel time. While others wasted more than 10 hours of their day, they could use that time to focus on more important matters. It would be extremely easy to shake off the other guilds. However, what no one knew was that Feng had other plans for the teleportation array in this town. The teleportation magic array's manufacturing process is so complex. Cream Coco's interest was more than piqued when forging weapons and equipment. Forgers would often engrave runes or other strange images on the items. She was absolutely clueless about the meaning behind these runes and images. However, as they played an important role in determining her forging success rate, she often retreated to the library for research. Unfortunately, what she could learn from the library was limited. Although she had learned plenty, her understanding of runes and images was still half-baked. The teleportation magic array was intensely magical. The array utilized a massive number of runes and images. The teleportation magic array design was different from ordinary forging designs. The design referred to many concepts that were not available in the library's database. Guild leader, this will be a massive undertaking. With the few of us here, it will take a very long time to complete. Melancholic Smile laughed bitterly after a brief examination of the design. I know. However, the teleportation magic array is exceptionally difficult to manufacture. even basic forgers will struggle to meet the minimum requirements. Hence, I've asked the few of you. After you discuss and distribute the tasks, make a photocopy of the part of the design you will work on and find me for the materials you require. Shi Feng had already predicted that his forgers would need a lot of time to complete the task. However, he would rather waste a little time than deal with unnecessary failures. Fortunately, the teleportation magic array was an assembly of parts. Even if Melancholic Smile and the others failed to manufacture certain parts, they would not need to restart the process from scratch. However, the materials he had on hand were limited. He really did not dare risk letting basic forgers try their hand after Melancholic Smile and the others finished splitting up the workload and photocopied the teleportation magic array design. Shi Feng stored the design and headed towards the first floor's lounge. The teleportation magic array design was different from ordinary designs. It was not a learning type design. After a player clicked to learn an ordinary design, said design would become useless, and the player would have learned to produce the item recorded. However, the teleportation magic array design could not be learned in such a way. Players could only mimic the procedures recorded. Moreover, the design was a consumable item. Once players completed all procedures and managed to manufacture the teleportation magic array, it would not be functional yet. The actual design was needed to activate the teleportation array because the design itself contained special magic. This special magic was required to fix the teleportation coordinates to the array in question. The teleportation magic array design could be used to fix transfer coordinates up to 10 times. The design did not allow players to learn and produce an unlimited number of teleportation magic arrays. Inside the guild's lounge, Shi Feng retrieved a magic scroll. However, unlike ordinary magic scrolls, which were only the size of a book, this magic scroll was as large as he was. Shi Feng had spent 300 gold to obtain this magic scroll. Its function was to bind coordinates. It allowed guild members to use transfer scrolls to teleport to the guild residence they were bound to previously. As Zero Wings guild residents occupied White River City, even without using a transfer scroll, Zero Wings members could just use a return scroll to return to White River City. Hence, this magic scroll would have only been a waste of money. However, things were different now that Zero Wing had a residence in Stone Forest Town. Even if the town did not possess a teleportation array, guild members could simply purchase a transfer scroll from the guild hall and teleport to Stone Forest Town. Chapter 665, New Discovery. The Stoneclaw Mountains' outermost region. Due to the Star Alliance's advertising, the stream of players rushing towards the Stoneclaw Mountains increased by the minute. Even experts from the surrounding kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire arrived in droves. Although there was a minimum level requirement of 30 to enter the regional dungeon, easily more than 50,000 players had pushed into the Stoneclaw Mountains thus far. Moreover, as time passed, this number would continue to increase. Boss Red, there's a half-orc settlement ahead of us. The settlement houses over 300 elite half-orcs and over 20 special elites. There are also 4 Wolfman chieftains and 1 Wolfman lord. A settlement? Red Feather smiled. Excellent. Notify Willow's team immediately. If we combined our strength, we should be able to take down the settlement. Although the Stoneclaw Mountains were a treasured land, that did not mean that players could obtain magic crystals and equipment easily. After experimenting for some time, the various large guilds had discovered certain patterns. Compared to monsters in settlements, the dungeon's roaming monsters were far less profitable. The difference in drop rate for magic crystals was particularly massive. Often enough, the harvest one could obtain after taking down a single monster settlement could top even an entire day's worth of income for a 100-man team. However, settlements were extremely rare. Moreover, even a 100-man team would find it very difficult to take down a settlement. Normally, when a team managed to discover a settlement, they could only circle and watch. However, the Star Alliance did not need to waste their time. Boss Red, my equipment had already reached the red caution line. I doubt the remaining durability will last me through a big battle, a shield warrior spoke up after seeing the warning sign beside his equipment's durability. The Stoneclaw Mountains terrain was complex. Not only were there a large number of monsters here, but the monsters were also quite powerful individually. If a team were too large, not only would they monsters discover them easily, but they would also set off a chain reaction, making it harder for the team to survive. Ever since the battle for Stone Forest Town, the Star Alliance's overall strength had decreased significantly. Fortunately, their top combatants had not received any damage, so the guild's loss did not affect their progression in 100-man team dungeons and the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the half-orcs in the Stoneclaw Mountains were very powerful. Their armor break ability had caused players massive headaches. Equipment that normally lasted for a long time would drop to a critical durability after only a dozen or so battles. If an item's durability reached 0, repairing it would no longer be possible. At that time, it could only be disassembled for its raw materials. In truth, it wasn't just the lead MT's equipment that had reached a critical point. The equipment of the other MTs and melee players in Red Feather's team had also reached a critical level. Weapons and equipment were different. One could recover a weapon's durability through advanced whetstones. However, there were no items available that could recover equipment's durability. Players could only bring their equipment to a smithy for repairs. This was also why players did not normally pay much attention to their equipment during battle. Players would typically attack and defend with their weapons. Very rarely would their equipment receive a blow. Hence, their equipment's durability decreased slowly. However, the monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains were different. Their armor break ability already made them fairly powerful, but they also possessed relatively high intelligence. They would often find opportunities to strike at a player's vital points, quickly decreasing their equipment's durability. What about your backup equipment? Red Feather frowned slightly. I've used it already. This is my final set. The Shield Warrior was also quite frustrated after entering the Stoneclaw Mountains. The various large guilds quickly discovered that the dungeon exhausted their equipment's durability. It was especially true for the MTs. Hence, they had specifically prepared multiple sets of equipment in advance to replace their equipment when needed. However, after one day of grinding, they had exhausted their backup equipment. Damn it. A round trip will take us an entire day. If we wait, some other team will snatch this settlement, Red Feather growled with frustration. He then asked, what about the party that was sent to replace our equipment? Everyone knew how much trouble it was to go back and forth to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Hence, the various large guilds had arranged parties to deliver replacement equipment for their teams to save time. Boss, I just asked, and the supply party says that it'll take them another 8 hours or so to reach the dungeon's entrance. 8 hours? Red Feather doubted that this settlement would remain undiscovered for another 8 hours. At this point, the number of teams that came to grind for magic crystals continuously increased. Although the Star Alliance had the home ground advantage, it was only slightly stronger than the first-rate guilds of the surrounding kingdoms and empires. Not to mention, even the super first-rate guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, had joined the party. We'll retreat and meet up with the supply party. Have Willow's team watch over this half-orc settlement. We must not let someone else obtain it. Saying so, Red Feather prepared his team to leave the Stoneclaw Mountains. Since the lead MT's equipment was already in the red, it would not be wise to engage in battle. And since they could not participate in fights, their best option was to meet up with the supply party at the same time. The various teams around the Stoneclaw Mountains struggled with the same headache. If they used level 30 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, they could replace the items as often as they wanted to. However, the monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains were just too powerful and numerous. Without level 30 fine gold or above equipment, they would not last long. If they used secret silver equipment, the equipment could become scrap at any given moment. Yet, level 30 fine gold or above equipment was simply too rare. The various large guilds could only secure a limited stock. Hence, each team possessed very little backup equipment. Most teams were usually forced to rest after grinding for half a day, only to resume after their supply parties arrived. Meanwhile, in Stone Forest Town. The town, which had been heavily guarded and had refused entrance to outsiders, suddenly removed the banha. The guards that usually patrol the town's perimeter gone. Hey, look over there. Independent players are entering and leaving Stone Forest Town. The various guild supply parties quickly discovered the change. Unable to help their curiosity, some of these players approached the town. Originally, Stone Forest Town had not possessed a tall exterior wall. Ever since the town fell into Zero Wing's control, the Adventurers Association had automatically built one for the town, making it difficult for players to investigate the situation inside. Zero Wing's guild residence is huge. Isn't that the Candlelight Trading Firm? It's in operation already? There's a hotel over there. Quick, look. There's a smithy. The players who entered the town were immediately mesmerized. Just a few days ago, Stone Forest Town had been a pile of ruins, yet the town had become brand new and offered far more than it had previously. Crap, I need to notify the guild. Zero Wing is amazing. It's only been a few days, and already, they have a smithy and hotel. Compared to the majestic guild residence and trading firm, the players that entered Stone Forest Town paid more attention to the two facilities that could repair their equipment and allow them to recover their stamina and concentration very quickly. News about Stone Forest Town spread to every team in the Stoneclaw Mountains, shocking the various guilds. After Shurfeng had obtained the town token, the guilds had launched an extensive investigation on the town's construction. However, they were immediately flabbergasted. Nobody could have imagined that constructing a town was actually so expensive. The initial investment alone required cost over 10,000 gold. If one wanted the town to operate properly, they would have to spend even more money. Most likely, even though Zero Wing was very wealthy, it would be a long time before the guild could operate Stone Forest Town. None of the guild would have ever imagined that Zero Wing could get the job done in just a few days. Chapter 666, Shocking Income. What? Stone Forest Town is open to outsiders? And it has a smithy that can repair equipment? When the various teams in Stoneclaw Mountain received this information, they acted as if they had just found out that the sky was falling. Stone Forest Town was just an hour away from the Stoneclaw Mountains. Even a round trip would just take 2 hours. It was far less time compared to the supply parties that took over 10 hours to travel from Starmoon City. Let's go, we're going to Stone Forest Town. The leaders of the various teams immediately issued orders upon receiving this news and quickly made their way to Stone Forest Town. In truth, they were going to Stone Forest Town not just to repair their equipment, but to hasten their stamina and concentration recovery as well. The recovery rate in the field tents was just too slow. In just a few hours, the previously quiet Stone Forest Town became very lively. Guild leader, I understand sheltering Ouroboros' members, but why are you allowing everyone to rest in town? Aren't we giving away our advantage? Aqua Rose asked in confusion. Currently, she stood on the guild residence's observation deck, looking down at the members of the various large guilds. Seeing their merry spirits, it looked as if they were celebrating New Year's Eve. Although more guilds gathered in the Stoneclaw Mountains as time passed, none of them had any chance of capturing Stone Forest Town. If they limited entry to Zero Wing and Ouroboros' members, both guilds could obtain far more magic crystals than their competitors. At that time, they could definitely nurture experts much faster than the other guilds and could use the opportunity to widen the gap between themselves and the other guilds. Yet, now, after struggling through so many challenges to reconstruct the town, Shurfeng chose to permit entry to everyone. How were they supposed to widen the gap now? You're placing too much importance on the profit right before your eyes. At the end of the day, the Stoneclaw Mountains is only a regional dungeon. It is not the only place players can obtain magic crystals. Moreover, as everyone's levels increase, the various guilds' core members will be able to use mounts at level 40. At that time, we will regain our lead, Shurfeng said, laughing. Moreover, I didn't build this town just so we could obtain more magic crystals. It's also meant to earn money for the guild. Earn money? Aqua Rose was confused. Although we have the advantage of owning the town, most likely, the various large guilds will use the consumables they produced rather than purchase the items from the candlelight trading firm. How are we supposed to make money? Look at the smithy. Shurfeng pointed towards the smithy in the distance. At the moment, there was a very long line outside of the smithy. That's where we'll make our money. Currently, there were several hundred players outside the smithy. Every one of them carried an entire team's worth of equipment. Several hundred players meant several hundred 100-man teams' equipment. One could just imagine how profitable the equipment repair business was. However, we don't claim the smithy's repair fees. We only collect taxes. Aqua Rose was even more confused. Now we collect a fixed tax. However, don't forget that all the properties in the town are under our control. I have merely hired NPCs to man the smithy and repair equipment. As for prices, I have the final say, Shurfeng explained with satisfaction. Hence, I've tripled the smithy's repair fees. These players can decide whether or not they want to pay the fee to repair their equipment. Aqua Rose gasped. She then said, "Triple? Why would anyone agree to that?" It was not cheap to repair a piece of equipment. Repair fees were a guild's largest expenditure. Raising the fees to 3 times the original price would be fatal to a guild. That's the point. I don't want them to spend coins to repair their equipment because, aside from paying triple the original repair fee, there is another method of payment. This is something that can only be done in a guild town. Not only is it possible to pay for items and services using credits in a guild town, but it is also possible to use certain items such as magic crystals as a form of currency. Shifeng smiled faintly. If they pay with magic crystals, considering the current market value, the repair fees will only cost 1.5 times the usual rate. Meanwhile, all of the magic crystals the smithy receives will belong to us. We just need to pay some coins in return. Before this, Shifeng had already received a report from Ouroboros regarding the income of the various guild teams and had set the repair fees accordingly. If he set the repair fees at market rate, their rival guilds would gain the advantage. Meanwhile, 1.5 times the market rate was just barely within the various large guilds' budgets. Hence, the guilds who had lined up outside the smithy to repair their equipment were gnashing their teeth while they waited with more than 10,000 pieces of equipment needing repairs. Just how many magic crystals would it cost? Doesn't that mean that the various large guilds are currently earning magic crystals for Zero Wing? A realization suddenly struck Aqua Rose. It was no wonder why Shifeng so generously allowed the various guilds to enter Stone Forest Town compared to grinding for magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains themselves. Not only would they earn far more magic crystals by letting the various large guilds grind for them, but they could also save plenty of time and manpower. This is just the start. Soon, they will discover that, the moment they set foot in Stone Forest Town, the magic crystals in their inventories ceased to belong to them. Shifeng had never intended to monopolize the Stoneclaw Mountains for himself. With so much free labor available, why should he waste the time of Zero Wing's core members? In fact, the hotel and leisure centers employed a similar business model as well. These establishments' prices were set according to normal rates if one paid with magic crystals, but double when using coins. In other words, Stone Forest Town had already become a goldmine for magic crystals. Based on Shifeng's initial estimates, the town could earn more than 2,000 magic crystals in a single day. Moreover, as time progressed and more players entered the town, this number would increase if it were up to Zero Wing's main force and the Dark God's Legion to grind for magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Even if they slaved all day, they would never obtain 1,000 magic crystals, let alone 2,000 with a steady income of 2,000 magic crystals each day from Stone Forest Town. In addition to the magic crystals the guild normally obtained from dungeons, Shifeng could support Zero Wing's massive daily expenditures. Otherwise, the magic crystals Shifeng had accumulated previously would last for only so long. Meanwhile, the various large guilds in Stone Forest Town were complaining about and gnashing their teeth at Zero Wing. However, they were utterly helpless against the guild as Stone Forest Town was under Zero Wing's control. Helpless, they could only hand over a portion of the magic crystals they had obtained. After all, they could earn more magic crystals during the time they saved by traveling here rather than to Starmoon City. Overall, they would still earn more than they had been. After Shifeng finished with Stone Forest Town's affairs, he passed the management of the town's daily affairs to Aqua Rose. He then returned to White River City to focus on claiming the first clear of the Frost Prison as a 100-man team dungeon. The Frost Prison was incredibly difficult. Even until now, one could count on a single hand the number of guilds that had obtained the first clear of a 100-man hard-mode team dungeon throughout God's domain. As for Starmoon Kingdom, no one had earned this achievement yet. This was not due to everyone lacking appropriate equipment. Rather, it was because everyone's combat techniques were not up to snuff. Even Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smiles experts had quite a ways to go before meeting the minimum requirement. Hence, the various large guilds in Starmoon Kingdom were all stuck at the final boss of their respective 100-man team dungeons. Precisely because of this, Shifeng had never bothered leading Zero Wing's team to raid the Frost Prison. Now, however, the situation had changed. In order to improve the strength of Zero Wing's main force, he had invested a large number of magic crystals into the team, allowing them to practice and improve their combat techniques at the Divine Colosseum undisturbed. He had even given them a taste of the 100-berry wine's effects. After a period of training, every member of the main force was now capable of reaching the trial tower's 5th floor by relying on their own abilities, finally becoming experts. Chapter 667, 12 Sacred Nights. Inside the Frost Prison. The final boss, the Frost Giant, roared, causing the entire Frost Cavern to shake. In the next moment, countless icicles on the ceiling of the cave abruptly broke off and fell. The 100 level 30 players in the cave desperately dodged the descending icicles. If struck by these icicles, even an MT who had activated a life-saving skill would not be able to survive a single hit, much less any other classes. Everyone, pay attention to dodging, but don't waste too much stamina either. The boss only has 30% HP remaining, Werewolf hurriedly reminded his team after throwing himself to the floor to avoid the Frost Giant's steel hammer. At the moment Werewolf's maximum HP was already more than 9,000. He was only behind Cola, who was equipped with a complete Tier 1 set equipment, by over 1,000 HP. He could definitely be considered one of the highest HP MTs in the game compared to the Frost Giant, which was the size of a small hill. Werewolf's HP was like a mere speck of dust. Frost Giant, Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 32. HP 45,000/45,000,000. As the ruler of the Frost Prison, a 100-man team dungeon, the Frost Giant was considerably more powerful than any boss they had faced previously. Not only did it possess extremely high HP, but its massive 5-story tall body could cause great destruction with every action. Even Werewolf would receive nearly -4,000 damage when he blocked one of the Frost Giant's attacks with his shield. If he received a direct hit, his base damage would certainly exceed -6,000 points. In addition, the Great Lord also possessed a Frost Domain. The Frost Domain had a coverage area of 200 yards. Not only would everyone within the domain's movement and attack speed reduce by 40%, but the domain would also their stamina consumption rate by several times. It was common knowledge that, in God's domain, every movement a player made consumed stamina. However, as stamina was a hidden attribute, players were unable to check for their own stamina. Once they consumed their stamina to a certain degree, players would no longer be able to fight. They could only resume combat after resting for a time. In ordinary battles, players would not be able to exhaust their stamina completely even after 3 to 4 hours of continuous fighting. However, when a player's movements increased in intensity, their stamina consumption rate would also increase correspondingly. Meanwhile, the battles conducted in a large-scale team dungeon would be undeniably intense. Inside a large-scale team dungeon, even the slightest mistake could lead to a team wipe. Therefore, the burden placed on a player's stamina was incredibly significant. Under the effects of the Frost Domain, players would only be able to fight for a short time before they collapsed from exhaustion. In such an extreme battle, ordinary players would only last 5 or 6 minutes. Even elite players would last just 2 or 3 minutes longer. Only players who possessed powerful control over their own bodies could minimize their stamina consumption to the very minimum and last more than 12 minutes in the battle against the Frost Giant. However, very few players were capable of achieving such a high degree of control. After being struck by another wave of icicles, several more players fell flat on the floor from overexhaustion. They were unable to attack the boss, even if they wanted to. How many people are still able to fight? Werewolf asked through the team chat as he lifted his large shield to intercept the Frost Giant. Boss Wolf, we just lost another 4 more melees, and 1 ranged. We only have 76 people left, an oracle standing at the rear line replied. 76. Werewolf looked at the Frost Giant's HP. Currently, the Great Lord still had 27% of its HP remaining, which was roughly 12,150,000 HP. With their current damage output, they would have to continue attacking the boss for another 3 minutes or so to end the battle. However, after experiencing so many battles against this boss, Werewolf knew very clearly that the further they proceeded into the battle, the more players would become overexhausted. It was simply impossible to finish the battle in 3 minutes. Is it still impossible? The Frost Giant did not have many powerful skills. As long as one familiarized themselves with the Great Lord's skills, they could mostly evade the powerful moves of the boss. However, instead of dying to one of the boss's skills, the team had died from overexhaustion. If this matter were made known to others, they they would certainly become a laughingstock. 5 minutes later, a group of people appeared at the resurrection point of the Frost Prison. This group of people was none other than the members of Overwhelming Smile Boss. The Frost Giant's combat technique requirement is simply too high. If we want to clear the dungeon, we'll need to have Underworld send more experts to us. It's no solution to continue losing EXP here, Soaring Snake, clad in black armor, suggested. Although Underworld is paying great attention to White River City, its main focus is still on the Frostwolf Kingdom and the Snowstorm Kingdom. The organization won't be willing to dispatch many experts to us. Besides, we can now bring the final boss down to less than 10% HP. As long as we have over a dozen people still alive near the end, we can clear the dungeon. Warwolf shook his head, denying Soaring Snake's suggestion. He then said, "It's a pity Yulan is too busy with managing the trading firm and guild over at Maple City. With her skills and wisdom, we might have already cleared the dungeon by now." Hearing Warwolf say so, everyone could not help but nod their heads in agreement. When one spoke about the experts of Overwhelming Smile, the strongest expert was definitely Warwolf. However, nobody could ever guess that the second strongest expert in the guild was actually Yulan. Yulan's harmless appearance must not fool one. When it came to an actual fight, even the prideful and talented Soaring Snake was not a match for her, so much so that Soaring Snake could not even shave off 1/3 of Yulan's HP before being defeated. The fight between Yulan and Soaring Snake had stupefied everyone. Originally, Soaring Snake was considered one of the top few experts of Ouroboros. After receiving Warwolf's knowledge of numerous combat techniques, Soaring Snake's strength had soared by leaps and bounds. Yet, he was still not a match for Yulan. "Let's head back," Warwolf said through the team chat. He no longer wished to waste any more time here. Just as the members of Overwhelming Smile were about to leave, the sound of a system announcement entered everyone's ears. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 4 million EXP, 70 silver, 100 White River City reputation points, and 40 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 5 million EXP, 5 Tier 2 gemstones of random attributes, 100 White River City reputation points, and 50 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. God's Domain Southern Continent System Announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 6 million EXP, 1 Tier 3 gemstone of random attributes, 100 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points, and 10 Humanity reputation points. The announcement repeated 3 times. The teams raiding the Frost Prison were instantly stupefied. Nobody would have thought that the first guild to clear a 100-man team dungeon in Star Moon Kingdom would be the newly established Heaven's Burial. Heaven's Burial? Warwolf's expression turned grim, a hint of confusion flashing across his eyes. Although there were many experts in Heaven's Burial, they should be about equal in strength to Overwhelming Smile. Yet, Heaven's Burial had actually managed to raid the hard mode Frost Prison so quickly. No matter how he thought about it, there was something fishy. A short moment later, a group of players appeared at the Frost Prison teleportation gate. These people all wore the emblem of Heaven's Burial on their chests, and they were uniformly level 30. Meanwhile, the leader of the team, the cleric, Flame Blood, looked at Warwolf and smiled. Beside Flame Blood, there were also many faces that Warwolf had never seen before. Meanwhile, every one of these new arrivals emitted sharp and frightening auras that were stronger than even Warwolf's team leader Wolf. "It seems that Heaven's Burial has managed to come out slightly on top this time," Flame Blood said as he walked up to greet Warwolf. "I've always thought that Zero Wing was our greatest opponent. I never thought that Heaven's Burial had hidden its strength so deeply. However, although Overwhelming Smile has lost this time, the results will not necessarily be the same the next time," Warwolf replied, smiling. He could not help but take a look at the few people standing beside Flame Blood. This time, he was fully convinced of his loss because even he could not see through the strength of the Guardian Knight beside Flame Blood. The man gave off a feeling similar to a mountain. Despite having used an advanced identification skill on the Guardian Knight, all Warwolf managed to see was the fact that the Guardian Knight had over 10,000 HP, nearly 1,000 more than he did. The Guardian Knight's strength was definitely above his own with such a powerful MT, in addition to top-tier experts like Flame Blood, Ghost Shadow, and several other experts who were a match for the Guardian Knight expert. It was very reasonable for Heaven's Burial to clear the hard-mode Frost Prison in the middle of the two's conversation. Shifeng had arrived before the dungeon together with his team. The expressions on each of their faces at the moment were very ugly. None of them would have thought that Heaven's Burial would obtain the first clear of the Frost Prison Guild leader Black Flame. It is truly a pity. If you had come here a little earlier, the first clear of this dungeon might have belonged to Zero Wing instead. Flame Blood laughed elegantly. The achievement of obtaining the first clear of a 100-man team dungeon this time would lift Heaven's Burial's reputation to a whole new level. Although it still could not become White River City's #1 guild, at the very least, everyone would no longer think that Heaven's Burial was inferior to Zero Wing. In terms of dungeon raiding capabilities, others might even think that Heaven's Burial was slightly superior. Shifeng did not make a response regarding Heaven's Burial's unexpected performance. Sweeping his gaze across the members of Heaven's Burial, his attention immediately fell onto a single person. Why is one of the 12 sacred knights here? Shifeng was inwardly stunned when he saw the Guardian Knight standing beside Flame Blood. Chapter 668, Challenge. Other than those extraordinarily rare, God-ranked experts, there had been countless experts in God's domain. There had even been many Tier 5 experts in the past. The top 12 Tier 5 players of every class had been known as the 12 Sacred Experts. Tier 5 experts were considered treasures to any guild. They were geniuses that could not be ignored. Any guild that managed to nurture a Tier 5 expert would celebrate for days. Meanwhile, the 12 Sacred Experts were a group of players standing at the very peak of Tier 5 classes. They had been geniuses among geniuses. Right now, the Guardian Knight standing beside Flame Blood had been one of the famous 12 Sacred Knights, Lightning Blade. Not only was his blade work astonishingly fast, but he was also famous for having an impenetrable defense. In the past, even the 12 Sacred Assassins had been unable to break through his defense. Lightning Blade had ranked 8th among the 12 Sacred Knights. However, the most frightening aspect about him was the fact that he had been an independent player. Had Lightning Blade joined a first-rate guild early on in the past, he might have had the chance to join the Tier 6 God-ranked player. Shifeng never imagined that Heaven's Burial could actually rope in such a peerless expert. He was slightly surprised. There was no doubting the importance of an MT to a team. Heaven's Burial had already recruited many experts of the virtual gaming world. Now, they had even managed to recruit such a powerful MT. Lightning Blade's entry into the guild instantly elevated the strength of Heaven's Burial's main force by several levels. Yuri, the famous one-hit Asura, Black Flame? Lightning Blade shifted his gaze to Shifeng. Grinning, he said, I heard that you were Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. I have always enjoyed challenging experts. Why don't we have a duel? I want to see whether the rumored one-hit Asura is actually as godly as they say, being able to send anyone to the afterlife with just one hit. Or maybe everything was just a big lie. The moment Lightning Blade finished his words, the surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. At this moment, every member of Zero Wing radiated an intense killing intent. Shifeng was their guild leader. How dare anyone just walk up to him and issue a challenge, not to mention doing so with such a disrespectful tone. This was an insult to Zero Wing itself. However, as the leader of Heaven's Burial's team, rather than stopping Lightning Blade, Flame Blood simply stood by his side, smiling. Although it was not wise to provoke Zero Wing, Heaven's Burial's momentum was in full swing. It was also a good thing to have Lightning Blade test the depths of Shifeng's strength. Not only would this improve the guild's reputation, but it would also serve as a foundation to deal with Shifeng in the future. Moreover, in the event that Lightning Blade managed to defeat Shifeng, Heaven's Burial's fame would soar. Standing by the side, Warwolf played the role of an observer in this fight. If Shifeng refused Lightning Blade's challenge, Heaven's Burial would definitely spread the news of this matter, claiming that Shifeng was afraid to accept the challenge. Shifeng's position as the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom would definitely be at risk. However, if he accepted the challenge, he would also risk revealing his strength to his enemies. If this happened, he would not have as many hidden advantages in future battles. Violet Cloud suddenly stepped forward and said, Don't you think it's a little too early for you to challenge our guild leader? However, I'll be your opponent. You? A cleric? Lightning Blade glanced at the young and slender Violet Cloud. With disdain, he said, I have no interest in unripened little girls like you. Black Flame, you can't possibly send a little girl into battle just because you're afraid of facing me, right? Little girl? Violet Cloud remained unperturbed by the Guardian Knight's insult. Smiling calmly, she said, if you can't even defeat a little girl like me, what qualifications do you have to face our guild leader? Then, are you saying that, as long as I beat you, your guild leader will fight me? Lightning Blade countered with a question of his own. I guarantee it. Shifeng nodded. Okay, I look forward to experiencing guild leader Black Flame's brilliant moves, Lightning Blade laughed. He then shifted his gaze towards Violet Cloud, following which, both teams distanced themselves from each other, creating a space for the fighter's lightning. Be careful of that girl. She's not as simple as she looks. She's an expert who has reached the later stage of the 7th floor. She should be just as strong, if not stronger, than Ghost Shadow. Flame Blood warned the MT Lightning Blade was an expert that Heaven's Burial had spared no expense to recruit. The Guardian Knight's strength spoke for itself. Even Ghost Shadow had failed to damage him, as Lightning Blade had blocked every one of the assassin's attacks. With his exceedingly high HP and lightning quick attacks, Lightning Blade eventually wore Ghost Shadow down, claiming his life. One could say that Lightning Blade had a massive advantage in PvP battles against a low-damage cleric. It would be child's play for Lightning Blade to secure a victory. However, a little caution never hurt anybody. Relax. I've known about this for a while. I'm just trying to agitate Black Flame so that he will agree to a duel. Lightning Blade no longer had a prideful and arrogant air around himself. On the contrary, he remained calm and attached great importance to this duel. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shifeng secretly passed a bottle of 100-berry wine to Violet Cloud, saying softly, drink this before you fight him. Do not let him within 10 yards of you. Though Shifeng was unsure of Lightning Blade's current strength, he did know one of his weaknesses. While knowing this weakness would do little good to ordinary experts, to Violet Cloud, however, it would help her tremendously in the upcoming battle. Guild leader, is Lightning Blade so strong that Violet Cloud needs to drink 100-berry wine? Fire Dance was confused by Shifeng's actions in Zero Wing. When speaking about combat techniques, Violet Cloud was even superior to her. Meanwhile, in terms of strength, she was only slightly superior to Violet Cloud due to the advantage of her class and weapons. They both wore the best available equipment in all of God's domain. With their current standards, there were very few people who could defeat them in Star Moon Kingdom. Even against an expert like War Wolf, Fire Dance was confident that both she and Violet Cloud had more than a 60% chance of defeating him. If we're going to win, we have to win brilliantly, Shifeng laughed. He did not think that the current Violet Cloud was inferior to Lightning Blade. The girl was even an astromancer, a hidden class. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, everyone could not help but roll their eyes at their guild leader. This was simply extravagant. Normally, they had to fight tooth for nail against each other to obtain a single bottle, exhausting themselves. Yet, now, Shifeng let a bottle go to waste just for a flashy win. If they had known something like this would happen, they would have volunteered. That was the 100-berry wine. Drinking just one bottle could allow one to become a top-tier expert. 2 bottles could push one to the apex of Star Moon Kingdom without hesitation. Violet Cloud emptied the bottle of 100-berry wine, a faint blush appearing on her white, delicate cheeks. Tasting her lips, it was obvious she still could not get enough of the beverage. She was adorable. The members of Heaven's Burial were surprised when they saw Zero Wings members watch Violet Cloud enviously. What was going on with Zero Wings members? Was participating in the duel really something to be jealous of? This will be interesting. That young lady easily toyed with Nimble Snake in the past. War Wolf wore a playful smile. He then shifted his gaze to Lightning Blade, a cunning spark flashing in his eyes. This is a good chance to see just how powerful that Guardian Knight is. I actually feel a significant pressure from him. Standing by his side, Nimble Snake nodded in agreement with War Wolf's words. Violet Cloud's combat techniques were indeed very powerful. She had actually reached the 7th floor of the Trial Tower. However, actual combat and challenging the Trial Tower were 2 entirely different things. Previously, he had lost to Violet Cloud due to the latter having the advantage in tiers. Otherwise, the outcome would not have necessarily ended in Violet Cloud's favor. His strength had improved significantly since then. If they faced each other again, he would definitely win against Violet Cloud. Once both combatants were ready, Lightning Blade and Violet Cloud initiated the dual system countdown. 5-second system countdown. 4 seconds. System, duel, start. Chapter 669, Divine Exemption. When the duel began, everyone's attention promptly shifted towards the two fighters. One was a Guardian Knight, while the other was a Cleric. Neither was a high-damage class. In this matchup, however, Lightning Blade held the advantage due to the Guardian Knight's magic resistance aura and several interrupt skills. To Violet Cloud, a fragile and healing-oriented class, this duel was somewhat disadvantageous for her in terms of HP. Violet Cloud had over 7,000, far above the average for magical classes. However, compared to an MT like Lightning Blade, who had over 10,000 HP, it would not save her fall. Lightning Blade immediately charged at Violet Cloud. Tightening his grip on the massive shield in his left hand, he executed Shield Bash. As his entire person crashed into Violet Cloud, Lightning Blade's right arm began to swing, his saber slicing the air as it transformed into a streak of light that flew towards Violet Cloud's delicate neck. The entire process was flawless and happened in the blink of an eye. He had not given Violet Cloud any chance to cast her skills. Such a proficient two-stage attack. Warwolf could not help but praise the MT as he watched Lightning Blade's performance. Ordinary players would find it difficult just to evade the oncoming shield. Moreover, as the shield came at them, players would instinctively focus on the shield, thereby ignoring Lightning Blade's closely following saber. Against such a two-stage attack, even an expert at their peak would be distracted by the shield momentarily and miss the opportunity to deal with Lightning Blade's saber. It was very easy for one to fall prey to Lightning Blade's attack. Violet Cloud hurriedly sidestepped, evading the Guardian Knight's shield bash with the least amount of movement. At the same time, she instinctively activated Truth Shield, an instant cast skill. Boom. 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 3 consecutive slashes struck the same spot on the golden shield, and the shield began to show signs of shattering. Reacting, Lightning Blade sent a hammer of sanctions descending on Violet Cloud's head. Moving her feet, Violet Cloud gracefully evaded the Guardian Knight's hammer of sanctions. Your reaction speed is impressive, I'll give you that. Unfortunately, although you might be able to avoid my hammer of sanctions, you won't avoid this move, Lightning Blade sneered. Immediately, he executed Cross Slash, the attack colliding with the golden shield protecting Violet Cloud. Boom. Unable to bear the weight of the attack, the golden shield shattered. In addition, Violet Cloud received over -400 damage. If not for the Truth Shield absorbing a large portion of the damage, she would have lost a lot more HP. After shattering the Cleric's Truth Shield, Lightning Blade followed up with several more slashes that were aimed at Violet Cloud's vital points. Responding quickly, Violet Cloud immediately activated Terrorizing Roar, causing all enemies within range to lose control of their characters. With a calm expression, Lightning Blade let out a low shout. In the next moment, his body released a golden brilliance tier 1 skill, Divine Exemption. For the next 7 seconds, he became immune to all control skills. Violet Cloud's Terrorizing Roar was rendered completely useless. After effortlessly diffusing the skill, Lightning Blade's saber continued to fall towards Violet Cloud without losing any momentum. Violet Cloud was caught off guard. Although she tried to block with her staff, the Guardian Knight's attacks were simply too fast. In the end, she received a few hits instantly. Violet Cloud was sent flying, her HP rapidly decreasing. Every attack had devoured over 500 HP. After 3 consecutive strikes, Violet Cloud had lost over 1,500 HP. Now, she had less than 5,000 HP remaining. While Divine Exemption was still in effect, Lightning Blade continued to pursue his enemy ruthlessly. Easily dodging Violet Cloud's sacred sanctions, he swiftly appeared before the Cleric. Once again, Divine Storm. Consecutive Holy Slash. Although Violet Cloud constantly tried to put more distance between herself and Lightning Blade, Guardian Knights possessed skills that could enhance their movement speed. Hence, Violet Cloud could only desperately try to defend against the oncoming attacks, her HP rapidly decreasing in the process. Even though she had activated instant recovery to heal herself, the healing she received could not keep up with the damage Lightning Blade dished out. After a short moment, Violet Cloud's HP fell below 3,000. If any other healer class fought Lightning Blade right now, the duel would have long since ended. Lightning Blade's attacks are becoming faster and fiercer. He's not giving that cleric any chances to catch her breath. Although the cleric class does have a few control skills, none of them are effective against Lightning Blade. Smiling faintly, Flame Blood said, however, Violet Cloud really is strong. Even though a cleric is not a combat class, she has still survived against Lightning Blade until now. With her skills, it's no wonder she set foot on the 7th floor. Standing by the side, Ghost Shadow nodded in agreement with Flame Blood's words. At the end of the day, a cleric was not a PvP class. If Fire Dance were the one fighting in this match, Zero Wing might have had a chance of emerging victorious. Yuri quite good. However, I won't give you any more chances to heal. Grunting, Lightning Blade's body suddenly expanded slightly as he used the Berserk skill, Light Force, increasing his strength and endurance by 30%, and defense by 60% for 20 seconds. Suddenly, Lightning Blade's HP rose to more than 13,000. His damage also increased significantly. Guild leader Black Flame, it is truly a pity that this battle is going to end so quickly, Flame Blood said as he turned to Shifeng, smiling. The outcome was obvious now. Lightning Blade still had more than 13,000 HP, whereas Violet Cloud had less than 3,000 HP. Though Violet Cloud could technically heal herself, skills such as Healing Light and Greater Healing required one to chant and channel for at least 1 or 2 seconds. Against an expert such as Lightning Blade, Violet Cloud would not have any chance to cast such time-consuming skills. She could only use instant cast skills to heal herself for a small amount of HP. However, now that Lightning Blade had activated a Berserk skill, that small amount of healing was practically negligible. When Lightning Blade activated Berserk mode, even Ghost Shadow, who was proficient in melee combat, would have no choice but to activate Vanish to evade the Guardian Knight's attacks temporarily. Otherwise, he would not survive 3 to 5 moves. Indeed, I had not expected that Lightning Blade would be so impatient, not giving Violet Cloud any extra time. Shifeng nodded. Hearing Shifeng's words, Flame Blood could not help but be surprised. He had not imagined that Shifeng would be so straightforward. With anticipation, he said, "Ha ha ha. Lightning indeed possesses such a personality. However, this is also because he very much looks forward to fighting you, Guild leader Black Flame." "Fighting me?" Shifeng shook his head. Calmly smiling, he said, "I'm afraid a loser doesn't qualify to challenge me." "Loser?" Confusion appeared on Flame Blood's eyes. Is Guild leader Black Flame referring to Lightning Blade? Who else would I be referring to? Shifeng rolled his eyes at the cleric. "You have an interesting sense of humor." Flame Blood understood that Shifeng was in denial. "Let's see who will lose, then." Although Shifeng's voice was not loud, experts with keen 5 sense could hear him clearly, even from a distance. When Lightning Blade heard Shifeng's words, his mouth inadvertently twitched, wrathful flames appearing in his eyes. "I had intended to show some mercy. Now, however, I'll teach you the meaning of despair. If you want to blame someone, blame your guild leader." Lightning Blade transformed into an afterimage and arrived before Violet Cloud, the blade of his saber vanishing as he swung the weapon. At this moment, one could only see the afterimage of his arm. Moreover, the Guardian Knight no longer aimed at Violet Cloud's vital points, but at her limbs instead. Just as Lightning Blade's saber was about to strike Violet Cloud, the saber suddenly stopped an inch before Violet Cloud's arm, unable to proceed. "What's going on?" Lightning Blade muttered in shock. No matter how much strength he used, so much so that the veins in his arms bulged with the effort, his saber could not reach Violet Cloud's body. It was as if he had just struck a steel wall. "Guild leader, couldn't you have let me play a little longer?" Violet Cloud pouted. Chapter 670, Difference in Skills. Everyone was stunned when they saw the sudden change between the combatants after activating his Berserk skill. Lightning Blade was extraordinarily powerful, particularly in terms of strength, yet his slash, which was backed up by that powerful strength, could not actually touch Violet Cloud. Lightning Blade's saber was frozen 1 inch before reaching Violet Cloud. It was simply inconceivable. A protection skill? Warwolf reacted quickly. There were many kinds of protection skills in God's domain, such as a swordsman's parry or a berserker's block. Magical classes also had corresponding skills. Only, these skills were extremely rare because magical classes were not melee classes. They faced significantly fewer dangers. Hence, these types of skills were very rare. Everyone suddenly came to a realization protection skills were extremely rare. However, with 0 wing strength, it would not be difficult to obtain one such a skill book for Violet Cloud, so she has a protection skill. However, how many of my attacks do you think your protection skill can withstand? Lightning Blade growled. You are only prolonging your suffering. Saying so, Lightning Blade began brandishing his saber once again. Generally, protection skills could only block a certain number of attacks. Moreover, that number was very low. It was a skill only meant for crucial moments. Standing at a distance, Sherfong could clearly see what was going through Lightning Blade's mind, and he could not help but shake his head. The protection skill Violet Cloud had used was not any ordinary protection skill. The skill was called Absolute Space, and it was a Tier 1 legacy skill unique to Astromancers. When activated, Absolute Space nullified all attacks the caster received for 5 seconds. During this time, the caster was not allowed to move but could cast spells to attack. It was a near-invincible skill. Despite Lightning Blade relentless assault, the latter did not receive a single point of damage. In the meantime, Violet Cloud casually used lesser healing and recovery, her HP rising rapidly. In the blink of an eye, her HP recovered to more than 6,000. She also had plenty of time left on Absolute Space. Taking this opportunity, Violet Cloud began to chant an incantation. Her finger traced line after line of runes in the air. Just as the duration of Absolute Space was about to expire, Violet Cloud pointed her finger at Lightning Blade, the tip of her finger releasing a black beam at the Guardian Knight before her Tier 1 spell, Black Coffin. Realizing that something was amiss, Lightning Blade hurriedly tried to dodge. However, before he could do so, 4 pitch-black walls emerged from the ground around him, sealing him in completely. When Nimble Snake saw this, his teeth ground together. This move was precisely the one that Violet Cloud had used to defeat him in the arena. Now that Lightning Blade had similarly fallen prey to it, the outcome of the battle might change drastically. Black Coffin could trap its target for 3 long seconds. Violet Cloud took the opportunity to create some distance between herself and the trapped Guardian Knight. She then leisurely chanted an incantation. The spell she cast this time created a much bigger commotion. As Violet Cloud began chanting, a black magic array appeared in midair. In the next moment, the mana in the surrounding area frantically gathered at the magic array. Soon, the black coffin began to fade out of existence. Escaping the coffin, Lightning Blade was immediately greeted by the sight of a black magic array spewing numerous black balls of light. 1, 2. Very quickly, the number increased to 36. Every black ball of light was as large as a basketball, and they covered the entire space above the duel venue. Go! Violet Cloud shouted her command. The black balls of light filling the sky then bombarded Lightning Blade. Violet Cloud's attack came from all directions. Even when Lightning Blade tried to defend himself with his shield, many black balls struck him from his flanks and rear. Unable to endure the barrage, Lightning Blade began to move, attempting to evade the balls of light. After taking 4 steps, however, the Guardian Knight no longer dared to move about carelessly. With each step, he discovered that he would lose over 600 HP. Lightning Blade only had over 13,000 HP. If each step destroyed more than 600 HP, he would be finished with his 22nd step. Yet, against the omnidirectional bombardment of the 36 mana balls, even if he had amazing skills, the balls would still devour his HP. Moreover, whenever the mana balls collided with his body, the impact felt like he had been struck by a sledgehammer. Not only did they contain a massive amount of power, but they could also deal over -300 damage. Every time the mana balls attacked him, roughly 5 or 6 would find their way through his defense, causing over -1,500 damage in an instant. Damn it. Seeing as he could neither move nor defend himself properly, Lightning Blade had no choice but to cast Protection Blessing, reducing the damage he received by 50%. However, if this continued, he would not last for long. Even with Protection Blessing, everyone was currently stupefied by the duel before Themis. She really a cleric? This question hovered in everyone's mind. This attack method had already surpassed their understanding of the game's skills. In the past, skills had been straightforward. This was the first time they had seen such a flexible and diversified method of combat. Until now, Everyone had believed that magical classes stood no chance against physical classes in PvP and that their only advantage was being capable of high damage in dungeons. However, Violet Cloud's strategy had thoroughly changed everyone's minds. Violet Cloud's skill combination was simply too frightening. Not only was Lightning Blade unable to move, but he even faced the attacks of the numerous black balls of lights. If anyone else stood in Lightning Blade's place, the bombardment would have long since turned them into mincemeat. Even highly skilled experts like Flame Blood, Ghost Shadow, and War Wolf felt powerless as they watched Violet Cloud's attacks. At this moment, Flame Blood's expression twisted. He could no longer maintain his previous calm. How was this even a duel? This was a slaughter. Is this the true strength of an expert who has reached the later stage of the 7th floor? At this moment, Flame Blood could not help but shift his gaze towards Sherfong and Fire Dance, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. If both Fire Dance and Sherfong were stronger than Violet Cloud, then Zero Wing was truly a terrifying guild. How did she become so strong? Nimble Snake was horrified as he watched Lightning Blade's destruction. Even his leader, War Wolf, would not be a match for Violet Cloud. While everyone was mesmerized by Violet Cloud's performance, Lightning Blade, who stood in the duel site, felt depression overtake him. If only 20 black balls of light attacked him, he might barely cope and avoid receiving any damage. However, dealing with 36 was far beyond his capabilities at this moment. Regrets swallowed Lightning Blade. If he had known earlier that Violet Cloud had such an attack method, he would never have agreed to duel her. A bona fide top-tier expert like himself had actually become a punching bag, unable to resist in the least. It was utterly humiliating. The 100-berry wine is the best. I actually achieved a 91% skill completion rate, allowing me to summon so many mana balls. I wonder just how many I can summon if I achieve a 100% skill completion rate. Violet Cloud inwardly rejoiced while she controlled the mana balls in the sky. In the past, she had only achieved a 90% skill completion rate and summoned a maximum of 30 mana balls. Now, however, she had increased her completion rate by 1%, and just this 1% had increased the maximum mana balls by 6. If she could raise her skill completion rate to 100%, her skills would be absolutely terrifying. Time crawled by before 10 seconds had passed. Lightning Blade's 13,000 HP depleted completely. From beginning to end, the Guardian Knight had not been able to resist in the slightest. Chapter 671, True Form. Defeated. Lightning Blade had been thoroughly defeated. Nobody would have imagined that Zero Wing had such a powerful character as Violet Cloud. The arrogance Heaven's Burial's members had displayed had been utterly extinguished. Others might not realize exactly how strong Lightning Blade was, but they knew. In the entire guild, nobody could win against Lightning Blade in a one-on-one match, let alone obtain victory so effortlessly. Does anybody from Heaven's Burial still dare to challenge our guild leader? Violet Cloud shifted her gaze towards Heaven's Burial's members, a faint smile appearing on her face. Provocatively, she said, I really want to see just who among you qualifies to do so. Nobody from Heaven's Burial dared respond. None of the spectators were weaklings. Through Lightning Blade's battle, they could determine Violet Cloud's standards. They would only be asking for humiliation if they tried to challenge her. Unlike everyone else, however, Ghost Shadow revealed a look of interest. Unfortunately, just as he was about to open his mouth and speak, the woman beside him stopped his words. This woman wore a gorgeous red mage's robe, which failed tremendously to hide her magnificent cleavage. She also wore a white beret on her head, covering her silky blue hair, which scattered around her waist. In her hand, she held an eye-catching, white jade staff that radiated a faint golden glow. Daybreak, why are you stopping me? Ghost Shadow demanded. Dissatisfied. Daybreak Fog was in charge of Heaven's Burial's affairs in Starmoon City. Her position in the guild was higher than even Flame Blood's. Her strength could not be underestimated. If not for Daybreak Fog's help, even with Lightning Blade present, Heaven's Burial would not have cleared the frozen prison today. Don't humiliate the guild any further. You are no match for her. There's too much of a difference in strength between your skills. We have already completed our task here. You will have your chance in the future, Daybreak Fog said as she raised an eyebrow at Ghost Shadow. She had not used a persuasive tone, but a commanding one. Flame Blood nodded in agreement. Now that Heaven's Burial had obtained the first clear of the Frost Prison, their reputation flourished. However, if Violet Cloud defeated their several great experts, all of their efforts would go to waste. Zero Wing certainly has many experts. In the future, we will have many opportunities to clash with them. Today, we have other matters to attend to, so we will not keep you any longer. Flame Blood gave Shifeng a cupped fist salute before turning away after watching Flame Blood and the others leave. Warwolf saluted Shifeng before leaving with his team as well. Guild leader, are we still going to raid the Frost Prison? Fire Dance asked softly. Now that Heaven's Burial had obtained the Frost Prison's first clear, there was no point in raiding the dungeon. Rather than obtaining some materials and equipment, grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains for magic crystals and high-level equipment would be more effective. After all, the Stoneclaw Mountains was a level 30 to level 49 regional dungeon. Not only did it drop much higher level equipment, but it also offered higher quality equipment. By grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains, they could prepare to raid the next large-scale team dungeon. It was more efficient than grinding for a bunch of level 30 equipment in the Frost Prison. Of course, we're going. They've only obtained the first clear of hard mode, not hell mode. My goal has always been the first clear of hell mode. Even if Heaven's Burial has obtained the first clear of hard mode, it doesn't affect us one bit. Shifeng shook his head and laughed. The materials for constructing a stable were not that easily obtainable. The drop rate for these materials in a 100-man hard mode team dungeon was very low. Sometimes, the materials he required would not even drop. If he wished to obtain the necessary materials to construct a stable as soon as possible, he would have to clear hell mode. By relying only on 100-man hard mode team dungeons, they would not gather all the necessary materials even if they raided the dungeon 100 times. On the other hand, they could obtain what he needed from hell mode team dungeons refreshed once every 3 days. Raiding a team dungeon 100 times would require at least 300 days. Though, when players reached higher levels, lower-level dungeons would become much easier to raid. At that time, the number of teams the guild could form to raid these dungeons would also increase. However, that was still a long ways off. Currently, Shifeng was in a hurry to construct a stable and nurture the Thunder Wolf. Nurturing a 5-star mount required a lot of time and effort. After all, he did not wish to see the Thunder Wolf still in the process of being tamed while the mainstream players had already purchased their own mounts. Everyone was rendered speechless. Guild leader, with our recent improvement, we might be able to manage hard mode, but I think that hell mode is still out of our reach. Fire Dance refused to believe that hell mode was only slightly harder than hard mode. Indeed. In terms of techniques, the majority of the team is still far from qualified. Though, in terms of equipment and attributes, everyone has already passed the minimum requirements. Shifeng then grinned and said, however, techniques can be made up for. Made up? A light suddenly shone in Fire Dance's eyes. Guild leader, are you planning on using the 100-berry wine? If one spoke of a method to improve one's combat techniques for a short period, then the only thing that came to everyone's mind was the 100-berry wine. Only, the 100-berry wine was too rare. Currently, everyone could only obtain it through Shifeng. They had not even heard of the beverage being available elsewhere. Let's enter the dungeon before we continue this conversation. Shifeng nodded. The 100-berry wine was indeed extremely rare. However, some time ago, he had made another trip to District 1's shelter and had obtained another 300 bottles. Hence, he had no problem wasting a few to obtain the first clear of the Hell Mode Frost Prison. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's successful raid of the Frost Prison had become major news throughout Starmoon Kingdom. For a time, everyone in the kingdom knew of the guild named Heaven's Burial. Heaven's Burial is too amazing. Even the 2 first-rate guilds in Starmoon City have yet to obtain the first clear of a 100-man team dungeon. Yet, Heaven's Burial succeeded. A 100-man dungeon. That place is a goldmine for fine gold and dark gold equipment. Our guild has only managed to raid 50-man hard mode team dungeons so far. I wonder when I'll obtain a complete top-tier set equipment for myself? Top-tier set equipment? I don't need so much. I only hope to wear a full set of secret silver equipment. My friends would die from envy. A full set of secret silver equipment? Just the level 25 secret silver weapon my friend wields is already enough to make me drool. When he showed me the weapon, he even brought our friends and me into a dungeon to show off that weapon in action. Bronze or mysterious iron weapons can never hope to compare to how cool his weapon is. I heard that Heaven's Burial is mass recruiting right now. The benefits they offer are excellent. The guild often brings newcomers with good potential into large-scale team dungeons. We should still make it for the recruitment if we hurry. Players throughout Starmoon Kingdom were talking about Heaven's Burial on the forums for a time. Heaven's Burial's member count soared. Unlike Zero Wing, however, Heaven's Burial did not have any financial issues. Players could join the guild as long as they reached the minimum requirements. The guild also began to show signs of becoming the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, inside the Frost Prison, Shurfeng and the others finally arrived at the Frost Giant's entrenchment. Compared to the hard-mode Frost Giant, the Hell-mode Frost Giant was much larger. It was as tall as an 8-story building. Moreover, sharp icicles covered its body. Cold air also flowed from the Frost Giant's body, reducing the mobility of those affected. Before the battle had even begun, everyone could feel the cold air wash over them, causing them to shiver. Nobody knew that the Hell-mode Frost Giant was the Frost Giant's true form. Frost Giant, Elemental Being, Grand Lord. Level 32. HP 60,000/60,000,000. Chapter 672, Terror of a Grand Lord. Shortly after Shurfeng and the others entered the Hell-mode Frost Prison, the various guilds received news of the matter. Black Flame really is interesting. After we've just claimed the first clear of hard mode, he immediately leads Zero Wing to raid Hell mode, Daybreak Fog said, a hint of interest flashing in her eyes. Smirking, she asked, Flame Blood, what do you think of this? They should just be testing the waters. At this point, there isn't any point in raiding the hard mode Frost Prison. Aside from challenging Hell mode, their only other option is to challenge the 100-man team dungeons of other cities. However, the team will have to prepare and familiarize themselves with the other 100-man team dungeons to raid them successfully, Flame Blood said quietly as he read the report from his subordinates. Unfortunately, with Zero Wing's current teams, it is simply impossible to raid the Hell mode Frost Prison. That is no longer an issue of being strong enough or not. Indeed. Maybe I am just overthinking things. That is, after all, a 100-man Hell mode dungeon. Daybreak Fog had previously met Shurfeng. Although she had not seen exactly how skilled the man was, judging from his past performances and the various experts around him, he was not someone who would make foolish decisions. Forget it. What Zero Wing does no longer matters to us. I only visited to help you with the dungeon. Guild leader has already declared that our true focus is the Stoneclaw Mountains. As for the matters in White River City, leave them to Elder Seven Treasures. What is it that requires all of us to head there? Aren't the Stoneclaw Mountains just a place to grind for magic crystals? Flame Blood asked, confused. These two were the strongest combatants within the guild. It would not be wise to station them all in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Haven't you ever wondered how the Stoneclaw Mountains activated? Daybreak Fog laughed. I have no clue. Does guild leader know? Flame Blood shook his head and asked. Not only does he know about it, but guild leader is responsible for activating the Stoneclaw Mountains. When Daybreak Fog spoke about Heaven's Burial's guild leader, singular burial, adulation filled her voice. She had left the super guild she had been a part of and joined Heaven's Burial without hesitation because of this man. Meanwhile, Singular Burial had personally dragged the Stoneclaw Mountains that every guild in Starmoon Kingdom fought over into existence. Flame Blood and the others were astonished. They were unable to regain their wits for quite some time at this point in time. The Stoneclaw Mountains had affected players throughout Starmoon Kingdom, as well as the Black Dragon Empire and several other neighboring kingdoms. Its influence transcended any single event that had occurred in God's domain so far. It can't be, right? As expected of our guild leader. He has actually managed such a feat. Everyone could not contain their excitement. Activating the Stoneclaw Mountains is merely one part of a quest. The follow-up quests are inside the Stoneclaw Mountains. As long as we complete this quest, Starmoon City will fall under our control. Hence, this matter takes precedence over everything else, Daybreak Fog said sternly, her tone hinting that she would not take no for an answer. Since that is the case, let's prepare to head over there immediately. Flame Blood fully agreed with Daybreak Fog's words. If they could obtain Star Moon City for themselves, it would become somewhat easier to obtain White River City. Frost Prison. Why is a Grand Lord so much stronger than a Great Lord? Fire Dance frowned as she observed the Frost Giant. Currently, her senses warned her that she must not provoke the Frost Giant under any circumstances. Although the Grand Lord ranked Frost Giant only had 15 million more HP than the Great Lord version, the difference between them felt like the difference between heaven and earth. The team members could not help but shudder. The Grand Lord's aura was so dense that it made them feel like they were submerged in water, reducing their mobility significantly. Just how were they supposed to fight like this? Let's rest here for now, Shifeng said in the team chat. He was not in a hurry to start the battle. The Hell Mode Frost Prison was no trivial matter. Even with the assistance of the 100-berry wine, there was no guarantee they could clear the dungeon. Contrary to expectations, the greatest difference between a Grand Lord and an ordinary Great Lord was not attributes, but mental suppression. It was one of the reasons that made Grand Lords exceedingly difficult to take down. Aura was intangible. It was more like a form of mental suppression. When people were under immense pressure, they would often lose their ability to perform normally. Some people would even find it difficult to move. It was just like how many people would be petrified when they encountered a life-threatening situation. A Grand Lord possessed such an aura. Even an expert player would find it difficult to cope with such a situation, much less ordinary players. Hence, the 100-man Hell Mode dungeons of the various regions were exceedingly hard to clear. It was not a matter of having insufficient strength. Rather, it was because players were unable to exhibit it properly. Only powerful experts with stout hearts would endure the mental suppression and fight normally. To current players, this was asking too much. Fortunately, Shifeng had a way to combat this problem. Fire, distribute these bottles. Saying so, Shifeng took out 100 bottles of 100-berry wine from his bag. Not only could the 100-berry wine increase a player's compatibility rate with their weapons and equipment, but it also had the side effect of dulling a player's 5 senses. Normally, this would reduce a player's sensitivity in battle, weakening their perception of danger. In this case, however, it was the best method to reduce the Frost Giant's mental suppression. Alcohol makes a man braver. However, instead of increasing a person's courage, alcohol would numb a person's mental perception, removing their sense of crisis. Normally, crisis awareness was the foundation of survival for all living beings. Only with a sense of danger could one avoid threats and survive. This sense was indispensable for God's domains players. Players normally work to sharpen their crisis awareness. That way, they could avoid attacks and launch counterattacks in battles. Meanwhile, Grand Lords were so terrifying was precisely because the main God system had specifically designed these monsters to challenge this sense. After receiving the 100-berry wine, everyone promptly emptied their bottles. Sure enough, the suppression everyone experienced lessened significantly. Their bodies no longer felt heavy. At the same time, Shifeng also used the Bible of Darkness to summon a level 36 Tier 2 evil spirit. Although it was not a support-type evil spirit like the Heart Devourer, it was a magic attack-type evil spirit. It could increase the team's overall DPS significantly. Everyone, focus on dodging and positioning. When attacking, focus on stability above all else. If you know your attacks will miss, don't bother wasting stamina. Shifeng began to issue commands. Also, MTs, listen up. After you launch a few attacks at the start of the battle, you won't need to continue attacking the boss. Just make sure you stand in front of the boss as much as possible. For damage dealers, do the opposite. Do not stand in front of the boss as much as possible. It is best if you attack from the sides. Shifeng had fought the Hell Mode Frost Giant plenty of times in the past. The Frost Giant possessed relatively low intelligence. Even as a Grand Lord, this fact held true. This was fairly common for elemental beings. The Frost Giant's attacks were also quite simple, preferring to attack only the targets in front of it. The Frost Giant would only switch targets after destroying the target before it. The team's MTs did not deal a lot of damage. If they had to focus on attacking while evading and blocking the Frost Giant's attacks, with their current techniques and attributes, they would run out of stamina before 10 minutes were up. Against the Grand Lord's 60 million HP, 10 minutes was definitely not enough to finish the battle. After everyone was in position, Kola, Yi Wumian, Turtledove, and the other MTs charged at the Frost Giant as one fierce assault. Before the group of MTs arrived before the Frost Giant, the Grand Lord released its Frost Domain. The Frost Domain's effects this time were slightly stronger than against the Great Lord-ranked Frost Giant. Though the stamina consumption rate was the same, their movement and attack speeds had now decreased by 50%. Chapter 673, Grinding a Boss. Before Kola and the other MTs could reach the Frost Giant, the Grand Lord raised its iron fists and smashed the frozen ground heavily ice thorns. As if the frosty ground had transformed into water, waves rocked the surroundings. Every wave rolled the ground. Amidst these waves, ordinary players would struggle to stay on their feet. Although Kola and the others were experts, even they could barely advance, following which, glistening ice spikes exploded from the ground, one after another. Even the slightest touch dealt nearly -3,000 damage to Kola and the other MTs. This attack was obviously much stronger than the Great Lord-ranked Frost Giants. Everyone's chests tightened at this situation. Could they really defeat this Frost Giant? Damage dealers on the sides can attack freely. Blackie, cast Guardian of Light on Kola. Violet, focus on damage, Shurfong leisurely commanded. Got it. Although Blackie was curious as to why Shurfong wanted him to use Guardian of Light on Kola so soon, he did not question the command. Immediately, he cast Guardian of Light on Kola. Initially, Kola lost nearly 5,000 HP with each hit from the Grand Lord. However, with Guardian of Light, the Frost Giant's attacks dealt less than -1,000 damage to the Guardian Knight. In addition, Guardian of Light healed Kola for roughly 600 HP every second. Against the Frost Giant's damage, Kola could survive quite a while without the healer's assistance. However, shortly after Guardian of Light activated, the Frost Giant abruptly stomped its foot, dealing massive damage to all enemies within 10 yards. Naturally, Kola could not avoid the attack as the giant's foot slammed him to the ground, a damage of over -3,000 points appearing above his head. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This attack was simply too frightening. Shurfong, however, was not surprised. This move was an instant kill move unique to the Hell Mode Frost Giant. The Frost Giant would first use Fatal Blow against one enemy. If that enemy failed to withstand the attack and died, the nearest person would receive damage as well. However, as long as a player withstood the attack, the Frost Giant would not immediately repeat the attack on a new target. Good. Next, focus on dodging the icicles from above. Seeing as there were no major issues, Shurfong activated the Aura of Space and dashed towards the Frost Giant. He had no intentions of saving his stamina. The Frost Domain was a control spell. As long as he activated the Aura of Space, he would be immune to all control effects. In other words, the Frost Domain would not affect him, and he could fight without worrying about his stamina depleting too quickly. With Kola holding the boss's aggro, the other DPS began their relentless assault. Spells and arrows bombarded the Frost Giant. Meanwhile, the melee classes desperately attacked the Grand Lord's joints, thereby disturbing its attack rhythm. The members of Zero Wing's main force wore excellent equipment, and practically all of their skills could deal over -1,000 damage to the Frost Giant. Among the team members, Fire Dance and Rampant Blade were the strongest. The majority of Fire Dance's equipped Tier 3 gemstones were strength attributed. Every one of her normal attacks could deal over -1,000 damage. When she used Absolute Strike, she dealt nearly -6,000 damage or over -10,000 damage with a critical hit. As for Rampant Blade, he possessed the Blue Fire double-edged sword. Each swing dealt over -1,500 damage to the Grand Lord. With a 20% critical rate, he could occasionally deal over -3,000 damage. From time to time, he would also trigger Blue Fire Dance, dealing nearly -5,000 damage. His damage output was only second to Fire Dance's. Following them were Blackie and Violet Cloud. As the Frost Giant was an elemental being, it possessed some magic resistance. Hence, magic attacks were not as effective as physical attacks against the Grand Lord. Meanwhile, activating Silent Steps, Shurfong appeared directly above the Frost Giant. He sent a thunder flame explosion descending on the Grand Lord's head. 10 for 36. The effects are better than I expected. Shurfong glanced at the system notification panel, seeing a 98% skill completion rate after he had consumed the 100-berry wine. He noticed that drink had been more effective than usual. Normally, he could only achieve a 96% completion rate with Thunder Flame Explosion, even with the help of the 100-berry wine following which, Shifeng executed chop. His motions were as smooth as flowing water. In the next moment, the 3 slashes he sent out intertwined into a single silver light, which tore everything in its path as it struck a single point. 12:8:46. This time, his chop achieved a 99% completion rate. He was only a thread away from reaching 100%. Shifeng's astonishing damage shocked his fellow teammates. Chop was one of a swordsman's basic skills, yet when Shifeng executed his Tier 1 chop, his display was far different from other swordsmen's. Instead of dealing 3 damages, the skill only dealt 1. The skill's overall damage was even more frightening. In the absence of a critical hit, Shifeng had dealt over -10,000 damage with his chop. His damage was on the same level as Fire Dance's and Rampant Blade's critical hits with their most powerful skills. This was simply inconceivable. Immediately after, Shifeng used Flame Burst, launching 15 attacks in quick succession. Every hit forced the Frost Giant to take half a step back. Moreover, each hit dealt over -16,000 damage and over -32,000 damage if it were a critical hit. The sight floored the other Zero Wing members into a momentary standstill. Don't focus on dealing more damage to the boss. Think about how you can improve your skill completion rates. It isn't often that you get to experience a mental suppression like this. Shifeng finally understood why the 100-berry wine was more effective than usual. The 100-berry wine had a side effect of blurring a player's 5 senses, dulling their perception. However, the Grand Lord's aura could negate much of this side effect, allowing players to maintain a clear state of mind even with the alcoholic effects. With this, players could execute their skills more efficiently. After Shifeng's reminder, everyone became aware of their own conditions. Previously, when they had drunk the 100-berry wine, they had not been able to maintain a clear state of mind. If they could practice their skills while sober, it would definitely help to improve their skill completion rates. Excitement gripped the team. They were no longer afraid of the Grand Lord. On the contrary, they stared at the Frost Giant as if he were nothing more than a mountain of gold, desire gripping their hearts. Using a Grand Lord as target practice was simply unbelievable, yet Zero Wings members did just that. The rapid rise of everyone's skill completion rates allowed them to understand more about their respective skills. At the same time, this improvement also allowed them to reduce many of their excess motions, thereby reducing their stamina consumption rate significantly. A short moment later, the Frost Giant's HP fell to the 20% threshold. However, none of these players were satisfied. During this short period, everyone's skill completion rates had improved significantly. For example, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had managed to raise their skill completion rates by a stable 2%. Everyone else managed to raise theirs by a stable 1%. Originally, when raiding the hard mode Frost Giant, the team would have less than 70 people capable of fighting at this point. Now, however, every member of the team was still up and ready to fight. On the contrary, it was the Frost Giant who looked pitiful right now. You actually dare stand before me, the King of Frost? I will show you a power that you have never seen before, the Frost Giant bellowed, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Cold air began to gather and condense in the Frost Giant's hand. In the dark cavern, it seemed like the Frost Giant held a bright moon that dispelled the darkness. Why haven't we seen this move in hard mode before? A bad feeling started to creep up on Fire Dance. Before the Frost Giant attacked, everyone could feel a bone-chilling cold wrap around their bodies. In the next moment, they began losing 500 HP every second. If the Frost Giant released its attack, it would likely obliterate the entire team instantly. When the Frost Giant held up the hill-sized ball of ice, which it had formed from the condensed cold air, Shifeng made his move Absolute Time. When activated, Absolute Time prevented enemies within a radius of 100 yards from using any skills or tools for 24 seconds. In this case, however, although the skill did affect the boss, it would only last 3 to 5 seconds at most. Even so, that was more than enough. Suddenly, the massive ice ball cracked and shattered. Meanwhile, the Frost Giant had weakened significantly following the interruption. Go. It's weak. Activate your berserk skills. Shifeng hurriedly shouted. Suddenly, everyone activated the power of darkness, their attributes increasing significantly in a fraction of a second. Spells and arrows bombarded the Frost Giant, forcing constant, painful screams from the Great Lord. Following which, the Frost Giant's HP rapidly decreased, and even its hard exterior began to burst. In the end, the frost giant was reduced to a clear puddle of water, leaving behind a massive resplendent gemstone and a mountain of loot. Chapter 674, Evolution of the Abyssal Blade. Star Moon City. Currently, due to the Stoneclaw Mountains, a large number of players had gathered in Star Moon City. Even White River City during its peak could not compete with the capital city's current crowd. The players gathered in the city were not limited to the elites and experts of Star Moon Kingdom. There were also players that had come from the Black Dragon Empire and the neighboring kingdoms. The city's population increased by the minute. Players filled the city streets and even crowded Star Moon City's normally desolate area. Star Moon City really is a great place. With so many elites and experts here, we won't have to worry about not being able to recruit any players into our guild. Flame Blood could not help his envy of Daybreak Fog when he saw that the majority of the players wandering the streets were level 29. Many players had even reached level 30 already. Heaven's Burial's elite members were currently level 28 or 29. Very few had managed to reach level 30. Yet, in Star Moon City, there were so many high-level players. Daybreak Fog would have a much easier time nurturing her branch's members than he would now that Heaven's Burial had obtained the first clear of the Frost Prison. Not only had its fame spread throughout Star Moon City, but the players in the Black Dragon Empire and the neighboring kingdoms also knew about Heaven's Burial's success. If Heaven's Burial recruited members in Star Moon City now, it could easily obtain a large number of elite members. In a few short days, the guild could easily form an army to explore the Stoneclaw Mountains. This is only natural. Why else did you think guild leader chose this place? Daybreak Fog smiled. She then pointed towards Ouroboros's guild residence, saying, as long as we help guild leader complete his quest, both Ouroboros and the Star Alliance will live in fear of our shadow. Just as the members of Heaven's Burial chatted while waiting to receive orders from their guild leader, the sound of a system announcement suddenly rang near everyone's ears. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 9 million EXP, 1 Tier 3 gemstone of a random attribute, 100 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points, and 10 Humanity reputation points. God's Domain Southern Continent System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 10 million EXP, 5 Tier 3 gemstones of random attributes, 100 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points, and 20 Humanity reputation points. God's Domain Continent System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 15 million EXP, 10 Tier 3 gemstones of random attributes, 200 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points, and 30 Humanity reputation points. The announcement repeated 5 times. For a moment, every player in Star Moon Kingdom fell silent. Inside the Frost Prison. Success. The Frost Giant is dead. Everyone suddenly shouted with joy. They had obtained the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon. None of them had ever dreamed of accomplishing this feat. The majority of these players had never been experts of the virtual gaming world. They were merely ordinary players who had followed Shurfeng's lead. This was one of the most difficult Hell mode team dungeons in God's domain. Even super guilds did not dare to take on 100-man Hell mode team dungeons right now. They had simply claimed the first clear of hard mode and immediately prepared to raid the next high-level team dungeon. But Zero Wing had done it. Moreover, not a single player on the team had died. It was simply inconceivable. There was a fundamental difference between obtaining the first clear of a 100-man hard mode team dungeon and the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon. By obtaining the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon, their names would be recorded on the God's Domain glory list. If they claimed the first clear of a 100-man hard mode team dungeon, at most, their names would be recorded on the glory list outside of the dungeon for future players to see. However, by claiming the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon, not only would they have their names on the dungeon's glory list, but they would also have their names on the God's Domain glory list, which could be found in the Glory Temple in the various major cities throughout the continent. Players throughout God's Domain would see their names, and their fame would soar instantly. How could anyone not grow excited at obtaining such an honor? Of course, everyone understood that this achievement had only been possible due to Shurfeng's leadership and guidance. Otherwise, They would never have had such an opportunity. Shifeng did not stop his teammates from celebrating as, inwardly, he was also excited. This was also his first time his name had ever been recorded on the God's Domain glory list. In his previous life, he was only able to gaze with envy at the other names in the glory temple. Now, however, he had become one of those people. Even though he tried to maintain his calm, he could not suppress the wild elation in his heart. After a moment, Shifeng managed to calm himself. He then slowly walked up to the frost giant's remains and began to collect the loot. Right before finishing off the frost giant, Shifeng had activated divine providence, allowing his luck to soar. In addition to the first clear bonus, the number of items the frost giant dropped was extraordinary. At a glance, there were over 100 items scattered across the ground. Of course, the majority of them consisted of rare materials. What a harvest! From this single raid, 1/3 of the materials I need for the stables have dropped. After a few more, I'll be able to start the construction, Shifeng muttered as he casually glanced at the items. Suddenly, his eyes shone as he exclaimed, an epic item. There were 0 chances for an epic item to drop in a 100-man hard mode team dungeon. For hell mode, though, there was a very small chance of one dropping. Hence, even in the past, epic items were extremely rare. Unless they were extremely lucky, ordinary players had no hope of getting their hands on one. Only large guilds would have quite a few epic items. However, those required the efforts of the entire guild. What's this? Shifeng quickly discovered a faintly glowing golden crystal. Having never seen this item before, he unconsciously used omniscient eyes to examine it. Mana crystal. Contains a frightening level of mana. Rumor has it that this is the best material for forging magic weapons. The best material for forging magic weapons? Shifeng's jaw hit the floor. Magic weapons were far rarer than epic items. Every magic weapon possessed an extraordinary history. The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hands was one such example. The master smith Alices had personally forged the magnificent weapon. The materials used would not have been one bit inferior to that of legendary items. The value of a material that could be used to forge a magic weapon would most likely rival that of an epic item, or even surpass it, because a magic weapon's strength depended on the skills of the forger system. Abyssal blade has discovered an evolution item. Would you like the abyssal blade to absorb the item and evolve? Suddenly, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. This is an evolution item? Shifeng gazed at the faintly glowing golden crystal in his hand in amazement. Aside from leveling up, the abyssal blade could evolve. Only, the system had never revealed the conditions for its evolution. Moreover, Shifeng had only managed to learn very little information regarding magic weapons in the past, so he was not sure how to evolve a magic weapon unexpectedly. He had actually obtained the evolution item required after obtaining the first clear of a 100-man team dungeon. Should I evolve it or not? Shifeng knew that the stronger a magic weapon became, the stronger the backlash would be when it occurred. After giving it some thought, Shifeng gritted his teeth and agreed to evolve the abyssal blade on the path of experts. If one did not move forward, they would be left behind. Since he aimed to reach the peak of God's domain, he would encounter countless experts and monstrous players. If he could not even control a single magic weapon, how was he supposed to face those monsters? Chapter 675, Bountiful Loot. After Shifeng clicked to evolve the abyssal blade, the golden crystal in his hands suddenly atomized, transforming into a stream of golden mist that flowed into the abyssal blade. Suddenly, the abyssal blade began to tremble and emit a flickering golden light. A short moment later, the abyssal blade's exterior also began to transform. The silver sword darkened to pitch black once more. This time, however, eye-catching, bright red runes covered the sword's blade. This is an evolution? Shifeng was stunned. He could clearly feel that the abyssal blade had changed massively. His compatibility rate with the magic weapon had particularly increased. It felt as if the weapon had been tailored for him. However, unlike the abyssal blade's usual commotion when it leveled up, the weapon had not changed beyond its appearance. It was simply inconceivable. Immediately, Shifeng investigated the abyssal blade's attributes. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 655. All attributes plus 45. Attack speed plus 15. Ignore levels plus 15. Attacks have 50% chance to cause 200% damage, 25% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20% if wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 3 increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 30. Can be upgraded. Devour 20 level 35 fine gold weapons and 3 level 35 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 35, equipment tier 1. Can be evolved. Devour 10 mana crystals to evolve to tier 2, additional skill 1, phantom kill, tier 1. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 80% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration, 1 minute, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Bind, tier 1. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration, 4 seconds. Cooldown, 50 seconds. Additional skill 3, 9 Dragons Slash, tier 1. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 60% damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 4, Abyssal Curse, tier 1. Prevents all targets within a radius of 30 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target within range. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor, tier 1. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of death aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds, or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 33 stacks of death aura. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. The Master Smith Alice's personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded. So this is what an evolution looks like. Shifeng finally understood what was going on. The Abyssal Blade's evolution had only provided minor improvements in terms of attributes. However, it had increased the tiers of the magic weapon's additional skills, upgrading them from tier 0 to tier 1 skills. It was similar to how players upgraded their skills only. While players required skill proficiency to upgrade their skills, the Abyssal Blade required mana crystals. Although the additional skills had not improved much after the evolution, the skills would now be more effective on high-tiered monsters, but this mana crystal was not easy to obtain. It only drops from 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons, and its drop rate is really low. Shifeng smiled bitterly. It was not easy to raid 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. Not to mention, there was only a chance for a mana crystal to drop from each raid. If one did not have the support of a powerful guild, it was practically impossible to evolve their magic weapon. Although the Abyssal Blade's evolution had been an unexpected windfall for Shifeng, the Frost Giant's other loot was extremely bountiful as well. Shifeng spent over a dozen minutes organizing the loot. In total, they had obtained 26 weapons and equipment pieces in this raid. Aside from 1 epic weapon, 2 tier 1 weapons, 8 dark gold set pieces, and 7 dark gold weapons and equipment had dropped. The remaining non-material items were fine gold set pieces. The harvest this time really is massive. Not only did an epic item drop, but we also obtained 2 tier 1 weapons. Shifeng immediately began appraising the epic item and tier 1 weapons. Among the many weapons and equipment pieces that dropped, the epic item definitely ranked first in terms of value. The tier 1 weapons followed closely behind. Aside from epic weapons, a tier 1 weapon was the best weapon available for a tier 1 class. Although tier 1 weapons were only slightly superior to dark gold weapons in terms of attributes, they specifically catered to a single class. Hence, these weapons allowed players to exert more of their strength in combat. Divine Frost Armor, Plate Armor, Epic Rank. Level 30, level 90. Equipment requirement, Strength 240, Agility 150. Attributes adjust according to the user's level. HP increased by 20%, defense increased by 30%, evasion plus 20. Ice resistance plus 30. Defend plus 2 levels. Ignore levels plus 10. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Frost domain, reduce the movement speed and attack speed of all enemies within a range of 20 yards by 20%, additional passive skill 2 dash. Frost shield, when attacked, there is a fixed chance to generate a frost shield that reduces damage received by 50%, additional active skill dash. Freezing air, increases defense by 100% and reduces magic damage received by 80% for 15 seconds. Reduces enemies' movement speed within 15 yards by 40% each second. After being slowed for 3 seconds, they will be frozen for 7 seconds cooldown, 3 minutes. Tempest's Breath, two-handed saber, Tier 1 weapon. Level 30, level 50. Class requirement, Berserker. Attack power plus 748, currently level 30. Strength plus 50, agility plus 45, endurance plus 40. Ignore 20% of the target's defense, ignore levels plus 10. All Berserker skills plus 1 level. Durability 160/160. Attacks have 15% chance to trigger Whirlwind Slash, passive, dealing 180% weapon damage to surrounding enemies, 20% chance to trigger Fatal Blow, dealing 220% weapon damage to target and inflict bleed, reducing target's HP by 20% over 6 seconds. Windchaser, longbow, Tier 1 weapon. Level 30, level 50. Class requirement, Ranger. Attack power plus 708, currently level 30. Strength plus 43, agility plus 55, endurance plus 42. Attack speed plus 3. Accuracy plus 10%. Ignore levels plus 10. All Ranger skills plus 1 level. Durability 140/140. Attacks have 10% chance to trigger Wind's Protection, increasing arrow speed by 60% and inflicting 170% weapon damage, 20% chance to trigger Quadruple Stars, transforming 1 arrow into 4, each dealing 90% weapon damage. When Sherfong shared these weapons and equipment pieces statistics, the team forgot about their joy of claiming the first clear of Hell mode completely. This epic plate armor is insane. This is perfect for dealing with agility-focused bosses and players. Cola stared at the armor, mesmerized. Empty classes were not particularly agile. With the Frost domain, however, MTs could make up for this weakness, their strength reaching a whole new level. Now that you've seen the items for yourselves, let's start the team auction, Sherfong announced. Chapter 676, Famous. White River City. Before Heaven's Burial's popularity could reach its peak, White River City's players had turned away from the guild, leaving it in the cold. Zero Wing was the only thing on everyone's minds, as expected of the number 1 guild of our city. Zero Wing has actually claimed the first clear of the Hell mode Frost Prison so quickly. That's right. I heard that, even until now, there has yet to be a single guild that has successfully raided a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon in the entire game. Even those super guilds don't have the courage to challenge them. Yet, Zero Wing dared to, and they succeeded. The strength of Zero Wing's main force definitely ranks at the peak of God's domain. It really makes you wonder just how the guild has managed to find so many experts. Find? You have the wrong idea. My friend is a member of Zero Wing's main force, and I am very familiar with his strength. When we started playing God's domain, he was even slightly weaker than I was. However, ever since he joined Zero Wing, his strength has improved at a rate beyond the imagination. At this point, he has even reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor, becoming one of the few experts in White River City. That's not possible, right? What's not possible? I've been regretting my decision to join my current guild ever since. Although we are both core members of our respective guilds, I'm just a noob compared to my friend. As the sun began to drop below the horizon, the number of players who wandered into the Blue Moon Bar increased. When speaking about Zero Wing, many could not help but sigh with regret. Initially, Zero Wing had merely been a small and insignificant guild. Now, however, not only had it become White River City's unquestioned overlord, but it had also become the focal point of God's domain. Many guild players wallowed in their regret. Had they had only chosen to join Zero Wing, they would have enjoyed extraordinary status and fame by now. Many guilds' elites even swore a silent oath to leave their current guilds and join Zero Wing, even if they had to compensate their guilds for the loss. It was much better than remaining a nobody for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, in Starmoon City, the news of Zero Wing's first clear of a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon caused a massive sensation to sweep through the city. This sudden development had changed many players, who had intended to join Heaven's Burial, minds, opting to join Zero Wing instead. Just how did Zero Wing manage it? We're talking about Hell Mode. Flame Blood utterly refused to believe the news. Although their guild had never dived into a 100-man Hell Mode dungeon before, they had obtained a lot of information from super guilds. Not only were the dungeon's monsters stronger in terms of attributes, but the final boss was also capable of mental suppression. When fighting the final boss, players could not display their usual strength. Even a team of 5th floor experts would lose as much as 2/3 of their strength. Hence, the various super guilds had given up on raiding Hell Mode, focusing on raiding other 100-man dungeons to earn guild reputation instead. Yet, Zero Wing had done it. Moreover, Zero Wing's achievement instantly shattered the momentum that Heaven's Burial had gained after many difficulties. Sure enough, Black Flame is not as simple as he looks. He has hidden his strength so deeply, Daybreak Fog muttered as she absorbed the information with great interest. The files she read were all about Black Flame. Although Heaven's Burial's information network is not as extensive as those super guilds, it is still significantly more thorough than other first-rate guilds. However, we have close to no information regarding Black Flame's background. It is as if he just appeared out of thin air one day. However, we don't have to pay too much attention to this matter right now. We've already recruited quite a number of elite players. Now, we need to improve everyone's levels and equipment quickly and prepare to complete the task Guild Leader has assigned to us. When Guild Leader completes his quest, Heaven's Burial will become Starmoon City's overlord. At that time, Zero Wing will no longer be an obstacle. No ordinary NPC city could compete with Starmoon City in games. Players competed with each other via resources. Meanwhile, the resources available in God's domain's various regions were limited. As the capital city of a kingdom, Starmoon City naturally offered more resources than any other city in the kingdom. The city also offered a more convenient transportation system. Visiting players from other kingdoms and empires who wished to explore Starmoon Kingdom could only teleport to one city, Starmoon City. Only after teleporting to Starmoon City could they teleport to the other cities in Starmoon Kingdom. This alone was enough to allow Starmoon City to stand above its competitors in the kingdom. Not to mention, Starmoon City had far more high-level maps and dungeons within its region. Aside from Starmoon Kingdom, the various large guilds across God's domain began to turn their attention to Zero Wing, particularly first-rate guilds and super guild. Zero Wing? Isn't that the upstart guild that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion failed to annihilate? If it can claim the first clear of a 100-man Hell Mode dungeon, some major corporation must be funding it in secret. It seems we'll have to investigate. Meanwhile, inside Twilight Echo's guild residence. Despite being a veteran first-rate guild, Twilight Echo was in a turmoil initially. They had not particularly cared about Zero Wing. After all, it was simply a farce Aqua Rose had concocted. Now, however, the situation had changed. The Zero Wing that Aqua Rose currently occupied had claimed the first clear of a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. Even super guilds lacked this achievement. This went to show that Zero Wing's strength was extraordinary. At the very least, the standard of the guild's main force must rank at the very peak of God's domain. However, nobody among Twilight Echo upper echelon believed that Black Flame was the one responsible for such a powerful team. After all, before God's domain, nobody in the virtual gaming world had ever heard of him. The only possibility was that Aqua Rose was responsible for the team's creation. I told you that Aqua Rose possessed immense potential, yet you were adamant about chasing her out of Twilight Echo. If Aqua Rose were still with us, given the guild's background, we would have become the next super first-rate guild by now. Tell me, then. What should we do now? A middle-aged man with a righteous air huffed angrily. Elder True Marshal, there is no need to get so agitated. We were left with no other choice. After all, her parents made the decision. It wouldn't be right to meddle with their family affairs, a lady nearing her 40s assuaged. However, now that everyone has seen what that child is capable of, I believe that everyone present understands what this means. This farce has gone on for long enough. It's time that we bring that child back to us. At the Twilight Echo's elder meeting, Brilliant War God was livid. He had never expected Aqua Rose to be so capable. She had actually managed to develop a small guild into a large guild that even Twilight Echo could not ignore. Listening to the elder's intentions, he realized that he could never coerce Aqua Rose in the future guild leader Glorious. What is your will? Elder True Marshal asked coldly as he turned to Glorious Echo, who sat comfortably on the guild leader's throne. Back then, Glorious Echo had strongly advocated stripping Aqua Rose of her position as an honorary elder. Now, however, Aqua Rose's strength was clear for all to see. Twilight Echo was not a one-man guild. If Glorious Echo continued to hinder Aqua Rose's return to the guild, he would make an enemy of every elder in the guild. Glorious Echo, who had held his silence through the meeting, smiled and responded indifferently, "Since everyone has decided, I will not object." However. Chapter 677, Solomon's Sword. Inside the Frost Prison, after Sherfong announced the start of the auction, a heated competition began between every member of the team. They even fought fiercely over the dark gold set pieces, much less the epic-ranked Divine Frost armor. The bids continuously increased by 1,000 GCP increments. Zero Wings GCP was not cheap. Each point was roughly the equivalent of 30 copper. In other words, 1,000 GCPs were worth roughly 3 gold to the majority of independent players. 3 gold coins was an astronomical price. Normally, these players would only have several silver coins in their pockets, maybe 10 or 20 silver if they were slightly stronger. However, in the hands of Zero Wings main force members, that amount of money was practically nothing. After a brief moment of bidding, the price for the Tier 1 two-handed saber, Tempest's Breath, had reached 50,000 GCPs. If converted to coins, that would be 150 gold. However, the true value of a Tier 1 weapon was far more than 150 gold, as it could last until level 50. It would only start to lose its value after players attained their Tier 2 class. Meanwhile, among the Berserker's current weapons, Rampant Blade's Bluefire double-edged sword was the strongest. However, it was slightly weaker than the Tier 1 Tempest's Breath. Hence, the Berserkers desperately fought to outbid each other. Some even sought to loan GCPs from their friends. Rampant, you lost out big time this time. After spending nearly all of your GCPs on the Bluefire double-edged sword, you couldn't compete for the Tempest's Breath even if you wanted to. Turtledove could not help but tease the Berserker as she smiled at the anxious Rampant Blade. What are you gloating for? If not for Big Brother Cola and Boss Wumian having Tier 1 sets, Guild Leader would not have given you the Divine Frost armor. Rampant Blade rolled his eyes at the female Guardian Knight. Although the effects of a complete Tier 1 set equipment were frightening, the attributes on the Divine Frost armor were simply too good. It was only slightly inferior to a Tier 1 set equipment. In terms of combat, the Divine Frost armor might even be better. Ignoring Rampant Blade's words, Turtledove hugged the Divine Frost armor to her chest, smiling gleefully. Although she owed the guild a large number of contribution points after obtaining the Frost armor, with it, she could earn GCPs much faster than before. Moreover, with the Frost armor, her combat power instantly rose to the same level Cola and Yiwumian, making her one of the top 3 MTs in the guild. While Turtledove joyfully celebrated her prize, Shadow Sword spent 85,000 GCPs to gain the Tempest's Breath. Minor Wind, one of the 5 demon generals, purchased the Tier 1 weapon, Windchaser, for 92,000 GCPs. Both Shadow Sword and Minor Wind were Zero Wings core combatants. Although they were not as strong as Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, they had still passed the 5th floor of the Trial Tower, making them both experts who had reached the 6th floor. Now that they both had a Tier 1 weapon, their combat power had improved significantly. After the auction was over, seeing as it was relatively late in God's domain, everyone logged out to rest. Only a few people, such as Shadow Sword and Minor Wind, continued to play. They intended to test out their new weapons. Hence, they all went to the Divine Colosseum to train. Just as Sherfone was about to leave the Frost Prison, the sound of a system notification suddenly reached his ears. System. There is a strange image engraved on the elemental core left behind after the Frost Giant's death. Do you wish to investigate it? Strange image? Shifeng turned to the massive, resplendent gemstone that he had previously ignored. The blue gemstone was as tall as he was. If not for the system notification, he would not have noticed the palm-sized image engraved on the gemstone's exterior. Why haven't I encountered this notification in the past? Shifeng walked up to the gemstone and inspected the image carefully. He discovered that it was an extraordinarily complex magic array. It was, by far, one of the most complex magic arrays he had ever seen. It was as intricate as an electronic instrument. When Shifeng touched the image, the elemental core suddenly began to shrink. From the size of an adult human, the massive gemstone shrank to the size of a fist in the blink of an eye. System Quest, Solomon's Treasure, activated quest details. An immensely powerful magic array has been carved into the elemental core along with Solomon's symbol. You might gain an unexpected bounty if you take this elemental core to a great mage quest rewards. Unknown, is this a bonus quest for obtaining the first clear of hell mode? Shifeng involuntarily shuddered when he heard the name, Solomon. There were countless weapons in God's domain. However, while epic weapons were exceedingly rare, legendary weapons were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Among the 10 most famous legendary weapons in the past, one of them had been Solomon's sword. Although Shifeng did not know how Solomon's treasure and Solomon's sword were related, even the faintest of connections was amazing. It was enough to make every melee class in God's domain mad with greed. Legendary items were powerful enough to allow a person to challenge opponents of a higher tier. The 10 great legendary weapons, however, stood out from the crowd. Shifeng had heard many deeds involving the 10 great legendary weapons in the past. To put it in another way, not a single player in God's domain would ignore one of these weapons. One of the most sensational occurrences had been a Tier 3 player's provocation of a Tier 5 player. In the end, the two fought each other with everything they had. However, when everyone had believed that the Tier 3 player was finished, that Tier 3 player had actually managed to escape their opponent in God's domain, the difference between tiers was massive. A Tier 5 player could massacre a group of Tier 3 players effortlessly. Hence, it was practically a miracle that the Tier 3 player had managed to escape. The incident had shocked God's domain as that person had broken one of the game's iron rules. Afterward, that Tier 3 player reached Tier 4, and when he encountered the Tier 5 player again, he only took a few seconds to finish his opponent off. After the incident, the various large guilds investigated the mysterious player, hoping to find the cause for such an upheaval. In the end, they discovered that the Tier 3 player's weapon had been one of the 10 great legendary weapons. Afterward, that person went on to become a Tier 6 god-ranked player. He had also been a member of the famous Midnight Tea Party, known as the mage god Gaia. Although Gaia had only begun playing God's domain during the middle stage of the game, both his talent and luck were far beyond that of the ordinary person. He quickly became a Tier 6 god-ranked player, becoming a massive headache for super guilds. Now that he had a clue that could possibly lead towards one of the 10 great legendary weapons, even Shifeng was shocked senseless. Although he currently had the Abyssal Blade, at the end of the day, a magic weapon was only a magic weapon. It was significantly inferior to a legendary weapon, not to mention one of the 10 great legendary weapons. Such an item was almost a myth, even in God's domain. Shifeng carefully stored the elemental core and with trembling hands, took out a return scroll. Calm down. Calm down. Shifeng told himself repeatedly. However, he could not keep his thoughts from wandering towards Solomon's sword. I should meet with Weissman for now. Although there were quite a number of Tier 3 great mages in White River City, there was only one Tier 4 great wizard. Weissman. Shifeng did not believe that ordinary great mages would know much about Solomon. Only those old fellows who had lived for over 100 years would have detailed information. Ordinary players had no chance of gaining an audience with Weissman. Fortunately, Shifeng was a Count of White River City. He was a true, major noble. Even Weissman would not dismiss him casually. Furthermore, the two were familiar with each other. Chapter 678, Top of the World. As the sky darkened, the magic lamps lining the streets of White River City lit up, brightly illuminating the entire city. Quite a number of merchant players crowded the streets, purchasing equipment and materials. At this time, many combat players were returning to the city after a day of hard work. These combat players usually sold their unwanted materials as well as spent a portion of the day's earnings on some delicacies and alcohol. By now, everyone had already adapted to their new lives in the world of God's domain. The players on the streets of White River City were currently chatting merrily with each other, the hot topics either relating to Zero Wing or the currently popular Stoneclaw Mountains. After returning to the city, Shifeng reverted his appearance to that of Yifeng's. When he walked through the city streets, he immediately became the center of attention. Look, that guy's a member of Zero Wing. His equipment looks awesome. He must be an elite member of Zero Wing at the very least. It would be great if we could get him to carry us. Zero Wing really is amazing. Even a random member of the guild is level 30 and has such enviable equipment. It's a pity I failed to get through their test today. I'll definitely have another go at it in a few days. The six-winged emblem was something extremely familiar to the players of White River City. Unfortunately, the number of players who could sport this six-winged emblem was quite low. From time to time, female players would send flirtatious glances at Shifeng, causing some male players to look at him with disdain. Tisk. What's so good about him? Isn't he just some lucky bastard basking in Zero Wing's limelight? If I got into Zero Wing, I'd definitely have much better achievements than him, a level 25 male summoner snorted in discontentment. If you have the ability, you can go take Zero Wing's test. If you manage to become an elite member of Zero Wing, I'll come fawn over you as well, a beautiful short-haired woman said to the male summoner, giggling. Only, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. The crowd near the male summoner broke into laughter. Nowadays, Zero Wing was very famous. Countless players were trying to join the guild. Plenty of elite members of other guilds had also withdrawn from their guilds to transfer to Zero Wing. But despite so many players applying to Zero Wing, the guild's member count did not increase by much. One could just imagine how difficult it was to enter the guild. Zero Wing's entrance examination was rigorous and had very high requirements. The guild had always put quality before quantity. However, anyone who passed the test would only be an ordinary guild member. Those who wished to become an elite member would have to accumulate a certain amount of GCPs to qualify for the elite test to become an elite member. In short, Zero Wing's requirements were far more stringent than other guilds. Hence, it was incredibly difficult to become an elite member of Zero Wing. Any person who managed to become an elite member of Zero Wing was already an expert in the eyes of ordinary player. Shifeng simply smiled at the gossiping of the crowd. Shaking his head, he donned a black cloak and quickly made his way to the city hall. A female receptionist dressed in neat office attire came up to Shifeng and asked, "Good day, sir. How may I be of service to you today?" "I wish to meet with Lord Weissman." Shifeng showed his count emblem. "Lord Count, please follow me." Upon seeing the count emblem, the receptionist immediately led Shifeng to the inner sanctum of the building. After waiting for several minutes, Shifeng was then shown into Weissman's office. "Young man, what brings you to this old man today?" Weissman asked warmly as he stroked his white beard. "Lord Weissman, please take a look at this." Shifeng retrieved the elemental core from his bag. The instant Shifeng took out the elemental core, Weissman squinted his eyes, a serious expression appearing on his face. "Young man, you really are something." Weissman felt a little surprised as he carefully inspected the elemental core. "Logically speaking, this thing should not exist in this world anymore, yet you've actually managed to obtain it. Your luck truly is extraordinary. It's no wonder that little girl Charlene says that you have heaven-defying luck." "Lord Weissman, do you know what this item is?" Shifeng asked hurriedly. Judging from Weissman's reaction, he could tell that there was more to this item than met the eye. After inspecting the magic array engraved on the elemental core, Weissman could only shake his head and say, "It is still too early for you to come into contact with this thing. If you wish to challenge this, I advise you to do so only after you become stronger." "Lord Weissman, may I know how strong I need to be?" Shifeng asked. "Reach Tier 3. Weissman immediately provided Shifeng with a definite answer. "Tier 3? Shifeng could not help his surprise. "Is it really impossible for me right now?" Although he knew that the quest would not be simple, he had not thought that the difficulty would be so excessive. He was still a long way from obtaining his Tier 2 class, not to mention the level 100 Tier 3 class. In the past, even after a decade had passed, Tier 3 players were still considered peerless experts, as the majority of the player population failed to attain their Tier 3 classes at all. For Solomon's Treasure to be a quest that required him to have a Tier 3 class to complete it, its difficulty was simply ridiculous. However, this revelation also further convinced Shifeng that Solomon's Treasure might be somehow related to Solomon's Sword. It's not exactly impossible. The problem is, with your current strength, you won't be able to reach that place. Weissman laughed. Won't be able to reach? Shifeng came to a realization. He did not lack the strength to complete the quest but only the strength to arrive at the quest location. Lord Weissman, can you tell me where that place is? The top of the world, Mount Sogar. Weissman did not try to withhold the answer from Shifeng. On the contrary, he sincerely explained, the magical array carved onto this elemental core is not only a map but also a key. Meanwhile, the location indicated in the map is Mount Sogar. Setting aside how far that place is from Star Moon Kingdom, on your way there, you will have to pass through places with powerful monsters. Having a Tier 3 class is already the minimum. If you wish to arrive safely at Mount Sogar, you should reach my standard at the very least. Hence, you had best give up on that place for now. It won't be too late to go there once your strength reaches a sufficient level. You are still young. What you have is time. The top of the world? Shifeng smiled. Shifeng knew of this place. Although he had never personally been to Mount Sogar before, its fame as the top of the world was most likely known throughout God's domain. And indeed, just like Weissman had said, a Tier 3 class would be no different from food to the monsters one would encounter on the way to Mount Sogar. Even if he were still a level 200 Tier 3 Sword King right now, he would barely manage to reach Mount Sogar. He would also have to spend a long time traveling to get there as the teleportation point nearest to Mount Sogar was 10 days away. Moreover, that was assuming that he could continue running for 10 days straight and did not encounter any powerful monsters throughout the entire journey. Although he could shorten the travel time by using a mount, even then, it would still take a long time. However, Shifeng had the position teleportation scroll, a Tier 4 scroll that allowed him to teleport to any location in God's domain, except for a few special spaces. Mount Sogar was not one of these exceptions. In other words, he could teleport there directly. Shortly after, Shifeng bade farewell to Weissman and immediately ran back to the candlelight trading firm. As its moniker suggested, Mount Sogar was the tallest location in the entire God's domain. At the same time, it was also a domain that humans did not willingly enter, as a multitude of powerful monsters lived there. Even the human empires were powerless against the monsters there. In the past, there had been many players who had tried challenging that place. Although Shifeng could head to Mount Sogar right now, he still needed to make a lot of preparations. After he returned to his forging room, he immediately contacted Melancholic Smile. Melancholic, send the top-ranking alchemist and engineer within the trading firm to my forging room, please. Chapter 679, The Weapon That Ended an Era. Inside an advanced forging room of the Candlelight Trading Firm. Under Melancholic Smile's instructions, the Candlelight Trading Firm's most skilled alchemist and engineer immediately made their way to Shifeng's forging room. Take a look at these for now, and tell me how confident you are at manufacturing these items, Shifeng said. He then passed two separate designs to the alchemist Nine Coasts and the engineer Ocean Smile. The two people hurriedly nodded in response, not daring to act sloppily at all. Before Shifeng, Nine Coasts was the only intermediate alchemist of the Candlelight Trading Firm, whereas Ocean Smile was the only intermediate engineer of the trading firm. In the past, both these people had boasted great achievements and had managed to set foot into the realm of masters. Back then, even Shifeng, the guild leader of a second-rate guild, had to treat them with great respect. Yet, now, these two people were very nervous while conversing with him. There was no hint of the arrogance they usually displayed when dealing with other lifestyle players within the firm. They were just like two obedient little kittens as they earnestly studied the designs Shifeng had passed to them. However, this reaction of theirs was unavoidable. Black Flame was simply too preeminent in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Not a single person did not know about Black Flame. He was a great character standing at the peak of Star Moon Kingdom. But at this very moment, such a great character was actually standing right before them and was asking the both of them to perform a task for him. How could they not get flustered? After the two nervously studied the designs, surprise surfaced in their eyes. The designs Shifeng had passed to them were just too frightening. Guild leader, with how complicated this alchemy array is, even I have only around a 10% certainty of manufacturing it. If I can advance to an advanced alchemist, I might be able to raise the success rate to 20%? Nine Coasts said anxiously. What about you? Shifeng turned to look at the engineer. Ocean Smile. Ocean Smile stuttered, F5%. 5%, is it? Shifeng frowned slightly when Ocean Smile saw such a reaction from Shifeng. He nearly collapsed on the spot after some pondering. Shifeng still gritted his teeth and said, "All right, then. From now on, I'll permit you two to use the special forging rooms continuously, so focus all your attention on producing these items." The designs he had taken out were actually parts of the magic device design that he had obtained from the Dark Shrine as the weapon that ended the era of demons and gods. The difficulty of manufacturing it was extraordinary. Normally, even master-level characters had low success rates in fabricating the components of the magic device. What more of individuals who were not masters? Meanwhile, he was responsible for producing the magic device's core component. However, with his current standard as an intermediate forger, manufacturing it was still beyond him. "I need to raise my proficiency." Shifeng could not help but sigh as he looked at the design, which comprised over 20 pages. Sure enough, a magic device isn't that easy to produce. However, without a magic device, he did not dare to travel to the top of the world. The outer area of the Stoneclaw Mountains. In a forested valley surrounded by mountains, lights from spells, sparks, and light stones were visible in the vicinity. Ever since Stone Forest Town opened to the public, the Stoneclaw Mountains had become the hunting grounds of expert teams. Even in the dead of night, the number of teams passionately grinding in the regional dungeon did not decrease in the slightest. The various teams were grinding for magic crystals and equipment day in and day out. Magic crystal was the standard currency used at the Divine Colosseum. Since the Stoneclaw Mountains was a level 30 to level 49 regional dungeon, the equipment that the monsters inside dropped naturally ranged between level 30 to level 45. Moreover, the quality of the equipment dropped at the Stoneclaw Mountains was just slightly inferior to those dropped in large-scale team dungeons. Only, the amount of equipment that a boss inside the Stoneclaw Mountains dropped each time was very small. Now that Zero Wing had claimed the fame of clearing a level 30, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon, there was no longer any point in guilds competing over the first clears of other level 30, 100-man team dungeons. Shifting their attention to competing over team dungeons that were over level 30 was more beneficial. After all, reaching level 30 was only a small milestone for players, and Zero Wing had merely gained a little advantage from this achievement. There were still milestones at level 40 and level 50. Hundreds of levels awaited them. The competition over level 30 large-scale team dungeons was just the beginning. Meanwhile, the Stoneclaw Mountains was the best location for training and preparing to compete for the first clears of future large-scale team dungeons. Not only could they level up quickly at this place, but they could also gain a hefty amount of magic crystals. Most importantly, they could obtain a lot of high-level equipment here in short order. Setting aside the fact that team dungeons in the outside world had cooldown times, which greatly restricted the production volume of top-tier equipment, players also took time to adjust when switching from one team dungeon to another. Players would waste a lot of time when going through this transition. However, regional dungeons were different. These had no cooldown time for entry. As long as one had sufficient strength, they could come here to grind for level 30 or above top-tier equipment at any time. It was very efficient. Guilds could build up a massive advantage for raiding 50-man and 100-man team dungeons in the future. Precisely because of this reason, various large guilds had frantically dispatched their members to the Stoneclaw Mountains boss. "This lord dropped something," the Star Alliance assassin responsible for picking up the loot said excitedly. Meanwhile, the lord lying beside this assassin was a level 35 half-orc over 3 meters tall. Scattered around this half-orc were many elite half-orc and special elite half-orc corpses, their total number exceeding 100. When Red Feather, who was resting underneath a large tree, heard the assassin's words, joy surfaced on his face. "Bring it here and let me take a look at it," Red Feather said hurriedly. Although the Stoneclaw Mountains would drop plenty of level 30 and above equipment, most of these were level 30 common equipment. "Boss, this is a level 35 fine gold longbow." The assassin passed the weapon to Red Feather excitedly. "It's a really good bow. It's slightly better than a level 30 dark gold longbow. Willow has lucked out this time. As long as she reaches level 35, she can immediately replace her current weapon," Red Feather said enviously after appraising the attributes of the longbow. He and his team had been grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains for quite some time now. However, the loot of the bosses they killed was far from ideal. The majority of the bosses dropped only level 30 secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment. Very rarely would they drop level 35 fine gold weapons and equipment. However, we wasted a lot of time on this battle. If not for the majority of our team's weapons being fine gold rank, fighting these monsters might even have been dangerous. Red Feather still felt somewhat fearful when he thought back to the battle just now. The monsters of the Stoneclaw Mountains were generally stronger than the monsters found outside. The chieftains were only somewhat weaker than the lords of the outside world. The lords here were even more powerful. In terms of combat power, they could rival even the high lords of the outside world. Only their HPs were at normal standards. As for the level 35 lord-ranked half-orc their team faced just now, most of their melee weapons failed to even scratch the lord. Only fine gold weapons or above could cut through the tough skin of the half-orc lord and chip away at its combat power. In fact, Red Feather's team wasn't the only one experiencing such headaches. Any team that came to grind in the Stoneclaw Mountains found themselves facing similar problems. Every battle in the regional dungeon would greatly exhaust a team. Players who used secret silver weapons were even forced to use whetstones to recover their weapons' durability after fighting just one battle. Otherwise, their weapons were sure to break in the next engagement. As a result, the teams in the Stoneclaw Mountains could not fight continuously over long periods of time. Boss Red, Elder Purple Eye's team has encountered 1 lord and 6 chieftains. They are in urgent need of backup right now. Purple Eye's team is too unlucky to have actually encountered so many monsters. Everyone, follow me immediately. Shortly after Red Feather's team began resting, Purple Eye, who was also one of the Star Alliance's top combatants, sent a request for help. Red Feather had no choice but to respond. Even if the standard of Purple Eye's team was very high, there was no way her 100-man team could take on the equivalent of 1 High Lord and 6 lords of the outside world simultaneously. Not to mention, there should also be plenty of elite and special elite monsters. However, the problem plaguing the various teams was actually making the candlelight trading firm in Stone Forest Town a fortune. Whether it was whetstones or advanced whetstones, none of the guilds had initially planned to purchase these items from the candlelight trading firm. However, the consumption of these items was simply too voracious. Their own production was insufficient. Hence, the guilds had no choice but to purchase these items from the candlelight trading firm. Due to this reason, the entire candlelight trading firm was extremely busy, since several hundred whetstones might sell at any given minute. Meanwhile, during the time the various guilds were scrambling over the Stoneclaw Mountains, Shifeng cooped himself up inside a special forging room, frantically producing intermediate mana armor kits and continuously increasing his forging proficiency for 4 whole days. Shifeng did not sleep or rest, spending all that time madly raising his proficiency. He only stopped when the sound of a system notification entered his ears. Meanwhile, Shifeng's level had also increased rapidly during this period. At this moment, he had already reached level 32. His leveling speed simply left one speechless.